This is the moment an ordinary high schooler shatters the code of reality itself, unleashing the power of a vengeful god to save the only friends he's ever had. But before he became a monster to hunt monsters, he was just a kid at the bottom of the food chain. To understand how he got here, we have to rewind to where it all began. It all began in a world made of light and data. Ergosphere Online, a hyper-realistic VR MMORPG that promised players a new life, a new reality filled with sprawling cities and endless adventure. But for many, that new reality was a baptism by fire. Deep in a dungeon, a raid is going sideways as a monstrous beast unleashes a torrent of flame. The party's main tank just barely holds the line, his shield glowing against the inferno. The party's main damage dealer leaps into the fray, a blur of motion striking at the monster's weak points. In a raid this intense, one mistake from anyone could get the entire team wiped. And that mistake comes from the backline. The fighter whirls around, screaming at Orium for failing to do his job. He demands that he use his heal buff properly, right now. A panicked Orium stammers an apology, promising to cast the spell immediately. Our hero steps forward, raising his glowing staff. He activates his skill, Grace of the Holy Mother, sending a wave of recovery magic over his team. But as the light fades, his eyes widen in shock. This wasn't just a normal heal. This was the world of Ergosphere Online, a game that launched in 2013 and changed everything. It was a place where anyone could become a hero, a dragon-slaying swordsman or a golem-summoning wizard. For a kid like Orium, it was meant to be an escape, but it would soon become his entire reality. The game's entire motto is to awaken your new self, a world where anyone can escape their reality and live out their ultimate fantasy. But for Orium, that promise is a total lie. All he does is get screamed at by his party members for being too slow with the heal buffs. One of them even trips him, sending our hero crashing to the ground. This is his life in Ergosphere Online, not an adventurer but a disposable healer servant that everyone else uses and discards. His party just mocks him, telling him to get up, but their taunts are cut short when the raid boss, a Duodile, begins charging its ultimate attack. In an instant, their arrogance turns to pure panic. A massive blast of fire erupts from the beast, engulfing everything. The party's screams are the only thing heard as they are completely annihilated. And just like that, it's over. System notifications confirm the party wipe. Minyu Yu, Seunghoon Kim, and Orium Lee were all killed by the Meadow Tarragon. But someone was watching the whole pathetic display from a distance. A mysterious figure size, disappointed that they got crushed yet again. He calmly tells his system to pass on a message to the defeated players, give it up. Then he looks out over the field, noting that Orium specifically could really use some more practice. The vast world of Ergosphere Online stretches out, a place full of both despair and, for some, hidden potential. But the blame doesn't stay in the game. The moment they're back in the real world, the virtual abuse turns brutally physical. One of his party members slams Orium to the ground, screaming at him for not using the heal buff while the others just stand and watch. All Orium can do is apologize, but his words only fuel their rage. The bully shouts that sorry isn't good enough before landing another vicious kick. Suddenly, a voice tells them that's enough. It's Yoonhyung Beek, Orium's supposed friend. Another party member reasons that since it's just a game, it's not like their asterisk actually hurting him. The bully just smirks, casually deciding they'll just beat Orium up at school tomorrow instead. Orium looks to Yoonhyung, stammering another apology for losing the game. Yoonhyung plays the part of the good friend, putting a hand on his shoulder and telling him it's okay to make mistakes because games are meant to be fun. For a moment, Orium feels a flicker of relief. But this is the worst kind of betrayal. Yoonhyung's expression darkens as he says that Orium still needs to take responsibility for his in-game mistakes. His demand, Orium must provide 600 high-grade healing potions for their next raid, and he needs them by 8 p.m. the very next day. Orium is floored. 600 potions would cost over 300,000 won in real cash, money he doesn't have. He protests, explaining that as a low-level healer, there's no way he can farm that much by himself in a single night. His pleas fall on deaf ears. The rest of the party is already making plans to go to karaoke, completely ignoring his plight. As they leave, Yoonhyung gives him a final, chilling warning, making it crystal clear what will happen if even a single potion is missing. The others log out, leaving Orium all alone in the vast world of Ergosphere Online. He crumbles, realizing the impossible task ahead. Grinding non-stop, it would still take him 2 full days, and if he fails, he knows another beating, just like the one he just endured, is waiting for him. The thought of failing Yoonhyung's demand fills Orium with dread. He knows if he can't get the potions, he'll just get beaten up again. He's sick of it, absolutely hating how powerless he is. But then, an idea sparks. He calls up the system menu with a new resolve. He tells it to log him out of his healer account and switch to his alternate character. The system confirms the request. Our hero knows this other character gives him terrible motion sickness, but to farm that many potions in a single night, there's simply no other way. As the logout completes, the system reveals a critical piece of information. His sub-character isn't just any alt, it's an Avenger class. With a flash, the login is complete. A warning about motion sickness flashes, but Orium ignores it. Now in a completely different body, he wonders where to begin his hunt. The system has an immediate answer: the highest difficulty dungeon, the Red Abyss. Meanwhile, deep inside that very dungeon, another party is already fighting for their lives against a monstrous purple beast. Their leader shouts commands, telling them to hang on until the monster's ultimate move is ready so they can counterattack. But they miscalculated. The beast unleashes a devastating strike they didn't see coming, slamming through their tank's defenses with terrifying force. The party members cry out in shock as their formation is shattered. A system alert confirms the worst. 2 members of their party were killed instantly by the primal Valog. The survivors are stunned. With just 2 of them left, they know they have no hope of defeating a monster this powerful. Thinking fast, the swordsman decides on a desperate gamble. He tells his partner to stay back and use a summoning skill while he draws its attention. Activating a speed boost, he charges forward, ready to buy them whatever time he can with his life. He charges forward to draw its aggro, but the Valog is far more cunning than he expected. It lunges with a devastating punch, and Orium realizes this monster knows way more attacks than any of the guides ever mentioned. But this is exactly what he was waiting for. Orium instantly activates 2 of his Avenger skills: Obsessive Vengeance, Defensive Barrier, and Overcome Adversity, Absorb Damage. The monster's fist connects with a deafening clang, but the attack is completely negated. His last remaining teammate can only stare in disbelief, completely stunned as she wonders who this mysterious player could possibly be. Not giving the monster a second to recover, Orium leaps into the air and unleashes a powerful slash, sending the Valog reeling back in a furious roar. His party members are in absolute awe. One of them remarks that he's not just good. To solo a Valog with a class as notoriously difficult as the Avenger means he has to be a named user, or even one of the top rankers on the entire Asia server. Pushed to its limit, the Valog's body begins to crackle with immense purple energy. The others cry out in terror, recognizing its ultimate move, Primal Inferno. A massive explosion erupts, but Orium simply raises his sword, ready to face the final attack head-on. As the Valog presses its attack, Orium's physical strength drops below 80%, triggering his passive skill, Dusk Blossom. For the next 10 seconds, he is completely invincible and his fighting ability skyrockets. This is the opening he was waiting for. It's time to combine his passive with his ultimate move for a guaranteed kill. He unleashes the Pavon of the Dead. A storm of crimson blades and spectral energy erupts, stabbing into the beast from all sides. The monster lets out one final, agonized roar before its body begins to fade into nothingness. An absolute obliteration. In the silence that follows, a shower of loot and gold rains down from where the boss once stood. Orium lets out a long breath, admitting to himself that the fight was far more intense than he expected. He turns to the 2 players he saved and apologizes for butting into their party fight. They're just stunned, quickly telling him not to worry, they were about to be wiped out anyway. As thanks, they insist he take all of the rewards, but our hero has his eyes on just one specific item. He tells them he only needs the Valog's horn. He knows that if he sells this one rare item, he can afford to buy more than 600 high-grade healing potions, exactly what he needs to get Yunhyung off his back. The 2 players are so blown away by his power that they practically beg him to form a permanent party with them. But Orium awkwardly declines, making up an excuse that he's a high school student who has to go study. He waves goodbye and quickly leaves, leaving them to assume he rejected them for being too weak. As he runs off, Orium reflects that he avoids parties because it's too hard to log off when he needs to. He asks the system for the current time and is shocked to learn it's already 11:20 p.m. The real world waits for no one. The pressure of the real world crashes back in. Orium panics, realizing how late it is and that he still has laundry and homework to finish. He quickly tells the system to log him out, hoping to get it all done before bed. But as he tries to exit the game, something is wrong. A bizarre system message flashes, asking if he really wants to log out with this specific character. Confused, Orium chalks it up to a bug and confirms his choice. The system prompts him again, more insistently this time. Annoyed, he wonders if the server is under maintenance and just mashes the yes button, trying to force the logout. Finally, the game world fades away. Back in his room, Orium removes the VVR headset, drenched in sweat. He notes how physically taxing it is to play as the Avenger and decides to get his work done before taking a shower. But the game wasn't done with him yet. As he puts the device down, a strange static shock zaps him. His eyes feel unnaturally dry, and then he looks down in horror as glowing, digital patterns crawl across his skin and his entire body begins to glitch. Then a cryptic message floods his senses: biological function check complete, ship of Theseus, implementation complete. Just as suddenly as it started, the glitching stops. Orium stares at his hands, a chilling realization dawning on him: his body feels fundamentally different. Staring into the mirror, Orium is hit with a horrifying truth. The face looking back isn't his own, it's the face of his powerful Avenger. He hasn't just logged out, he's become the character. The transformation is brutally physical. His body convulses and he collapses in agony, a wave of nausea overwhelming him as he tries to process what just happened to him. As if things weren't strange enough, system messages flood his vision. His body's substance adaptation is 78% complete, and despite a critical error, some AI has determined his mission capability is unaffected. Then a new message appears, cold and final: the tutorial is starting now. Thinking this has to be some kind of hallucination, Orium dismisses it as ridiculous and reaches for his gaming headset, trying to find anything that still makes sense. But in a flash, his world shifts. He's no longer in his sister's room, but standing on a high-rise rooftop, the night city sprawling below. He's been teleported with no explanation and no way back. Before he can even question his new location, a monstrous creature lunges from the shadows. Orium recognizes it instantly, a cold dread washing over him. It's a dark beast, a monster straight out of Ergosphere Online. His gamer instincts take over, and he immediately dashes away from the terrifying beast. His mind races, trying to make sense of the impossible. How could a creature from the game exist here in the real world? The lines between game and reality have completely shattered. But there's no time for answers. The dark beast lets out a guttural growl and leaps, closing the distance to deliver a killing blow. He crashes onto the pavement with bone-shattering force, the impact sending him tumbling and skidding across the asphalt. The pain is immense, a brutal welcome to his new reality. But as the pain subsides, a shocking realization hits him. He just plummeted from a 5-story building, and he's still alive. This is no dream. He looks around and sees people gathering, casually discussing what they think was a gas explosion. But no one is looking at him, no one is screaming about the monster. From their mundane reactions, Orium confirms the terrifying truth: this is definitely real life. He can't wrap his head around it. How could a game monster and his game body manifest in the real world? It should be impossible. But he has no time to think. The dark beast lunges again, slamming into him with overwhelming power and sending him flying once more. He hits the ground hard, the wind knocked out of him. Orium knows he can't figure this out right now. His only priority is to get away from this monster. He scrambles to his feet and sees people nearby, completely oblivious to the danger. He screams at them, telling them to run, that there's a monster right there. In a panic, he lunges forward and grabs a man's shoulder, trying to drag him to safety. But his hand passes right through. The man just shivers, telling his girlfriend it felt like someone grabbed him, but there's no one there. And that's when it clicks for Orium. The monster, the fight, and himself, they're completely invisible to everyone else. This horrifying revelation leaves him frozen in place, a perfect target for the dark beast, which wastes no time lunging for the kill. Realizing he has no choice but to fight, Orium gathers all the power he can muster. A blinding golden energy erupts from him, culminating in a devastating beam of pure destruction that slams directly into the dark beast. The resulting explosion is immense, shaking the entire city block. But as the smoke clears, a horrifying new reality sets in. The attack was so powerful it shattered the illusion hiding them. The secret war was now out in the open. Suddenly, the once oblivious civilians can see everything. Panic erupts as they witness the fiery aftermath. People scream for the police, for ambulances, shouting in terror that someone has actually died in the chaos. In the crowd, a young man stares at the monster, his initial shock turning to pure, primal fear. Any thought of being a hero vanishes. His only instinct is to run, to get away from the creature at all costs. He bolts through the panicked streets, his lungs burning as he pushes himself to the limit. His mind is a frantic loop, screaming at him to do whatever it takes to escape, to just stay alive. But it's no use. In a flash, a fist smashes into his face with brutal force, sending him flying. The last thing he sees is a pair of glowing red eyes and a sadistic grin as he hits the ground hard. The dark beast continues its relentless assault, slamming Orium into the ground over and over. Each blow is a hammer strike, a brutal, overwhelming force that leaves no room for thought or escape. As his consciousness fades, Orium wonders if this is how he's going to die. His mind drifts back to the endless cycle of his past. Every time he was cornered by bullies, he could never run away and could only endure the beating. The memory of his tormentors, especially the smiling face of Yoonhyung-beek, fuels a surge of fury. Every single time he was the victim, but not anymore. Gritting his teeth through the blood and pain, Orium screams, questioning what he ever did to deserve this life. With a final, desperate roar, he throws a punch as a strange red energy suddenly erupts from his body. The dark beast opens its maw to bite down, but its fangs clang against an invisible barrier. Orium stares at his hand, bewildered by the sensation. It felt exactly like using his red thorn defensive skill in the game. Suddenly, it all clicks into place: the tutorial, the dark beast, the skill. He realizes it can't be a coincidence. But before he can fully process this revelation, the monster lunges again, firing a massive beam of energy. The blast throws him to his knees, but something inside him has awakened. An intense red light radiates from his body and his eyes begin to glow, crackling with raw power. A notification confirms it: his passive skill, Dusk Blossom, has activated. In that moment, Orium understands completely. He was right, his game abilities are real and he can finally fight back. The connection finally clicks for Orium. He might not understand how, but he knows with certainty that this nightmare is tied to Ergosphere Online, and if that's the case, there's only one possible way for him to survive. Red energy, the hallmark of his Avenger class, erupts from his body. Staring down the monstrous dark beast, Orium grips his phantom sword, his eyes glowing with newfound resolve. He has to destroy it completely. He leaps forward and activates his critical skill, Phantom Vengeance Blade. It's a high-risk, high-reward move that drops his defense to 0 but maximizes the probability of a critical hit. Pouring every ounce of his power into the strike, he unleashes a devastating slash that tears through the monster. Panting and covered in blood, Orium stares at the fallen beast, desperately hoping it's dead. He knows the dark beast was only a mid-level monster in the game, but in this terrifying new reality, the fight has pushed him to his absolute limit. Suddenly, the familiar QT system interface materializes before him. A message pops up congratulating Orium Lee by name for completing the tutorial quest. The confirmation is jarring: it really is all just a game. The system then prompts him to select a reward, leaving him completely bewildered. He has 45 seconds to choose between 300,000 won in cash, a single status point, or 3 random boxes. The line between game and reality has officially been erased. Staring at the floating screen, Orium tries to make sense of his options. He can choose his reward, but while the cash is self-explanatory, he has no idea what status points or a random box would even do in this new reality. But he doesn't have time to strategize. A timer appears, counting down from 30 seconds, and a system warning declares that if he fails to choose, a reward will be picked for him randomly before he's sent back. The sudden pressure sends him into a panic. He frantically weighs his options. The 300,000 won is the safe, logical choice, but with the clock ticking down and no time to think, our hero gets completely overwhelmed and decides to just pick something, anything, to get it over with. The system confirms his selection. A message flashes that he will be returned, starting immediately. Before Orium can even react, he's enveloped in a blinding flash of light. In a whoosh of energy, he's forcibly teleported, materializing several feet in the air before crashing hard onto the floor of a familiar-looking room. Dazed and aching, Orium pushes himself up and takes in his surroundings. The desk, the chair, the closet. He's back in his own bedroom. He's finally home. At that moment, a small robot on his desk whirs to life, its buzzing sound cutting through the silence. The next morning, the city awakens to a clear, peaceful day, a stark contrast to the hidden battle that had just been fought on its streets. The next morning, the news is buzzing about the explosion near Sindibang Station, with authorities considering it a possible terrorist attack. As Orium cooks breakfast, he listens to the report and it sinks in: the horrifying battle with the dark beast wasn't a nightmare, it was all real. Just then, the door opens and his sister, Orium, returns home exhausted from her night shift. Orium offers her the breakfast he made and asks if she was okay during the incident last night, but she just stares back at him, utterly confused. He cheerfully tells her to wash up and eat, but Orium doesn't move. She eyes the muscular stranger standing in her kitchen and flatly asks him who he is. Orium expected this. In his new, powerful body, he's completely unrecognizable. He tries to explain that he's her younger brother, but Orium's expression hardens. She feigns belief for a moment before her hand slips into her bag and pulls out a strange, glowing device. She lunges, calling him a bastard as a blast of energy erupts from her arm. Orium is thrown back, desperately pleading with his sister to listen, swearing that he's telling the truth. But Orium isn't having it. She furiously yells that there's no way a brawny man like him could be her brother. To her, Orium is nothing but a frail boy like a kitten trembling in the rain. Our hero is crushed to realize that's how his own sister sees him. He tries to explain that he just woke up in this new body, but the story sounds insane and Orium readies another attack. With no other choice, Orium shouts that he can prove who he is. He starts rattling off secrets only the real Orium would know, that she hates carrots, that she grinds her teeth in her sleep, and that her friend recently forced her to go on a blind date. He continues, reminding her of the awful blind date she went on just days ago, the one she complained to him about after getting drunk. But Orium isn't convinced, accusing him of simply doing some background research and demanding he keep talking. So Orium digs deeper into a memory only the two of them share. He recites their parents' birthdays and the exact time of the car accident that took both their lives on the same day. Then, he reveals the heart of his guilt, that he had begged them to go to an amusement park that morning and said something horrible when they refused. It's a secret he has carried his entire life, a secret he had only ever confessed to his sister. That's all it takes. The dam breaks and Orium throws her arms around him, finally accepting that this stranger is her brother. Orium confirms it's him, admitting he has no idea how his body suddenly changed. Her disbelief quickly turns to concern. Orium notices the gash on his face, but Orium lies, claiming it was just there when he woke up. He knows he can't tell her about the monster, the truth would only terrify her. But Orium, a nurse, isn't having it. She insists they go to the emergency room immediately. Orium pushes back, pointing out the absurdity of the situation. If his own sister didn't believe him, how could he possibly explain this to a doctor? She argues that it could be a serious illness, but Orium is firm, saying he'll just stay like this for now. Orium immediately pokes a hole in his non-plan, asking how he expects to go to school when no one will recognize him. Orium proposes a compromise. He'll try school first. If that fails, he promises to go to the hospital. Exasperated, Orium finally agrees, but she has one condition: she's going with him to explain everything to his teachers, much to Orium's surprise. Orium immediately insists on coming with him to school, arguing that as his guardian and a nurse, her story will be more believable. But Orium stops her, telling her not to worry, he has a plan. As they head out, Orium tells a grumbling Orium to just follow her lead. At that moment, he gets a message from Seawall, who cheekily threatens to shock him if he doesn't listen, forcing him to meekly agree. Meanwhile, at the very site of Orium's battle, a streamer with an orange box for a head is broadcasting live. They hype up the mysterious explosion in Sindibangdong, dramatically asking their viewers if this is the start of the apocalypse. And the one watching this ridiculous stream is none other than Seawall. As she listens, she realizes the location isn't far from where she is and a seed of curiosity is planted. She considers checking it out herself. At school, a friend interrupts her, asking about the stream. Seawall dismisses it as childish, but her friend quickly changes the subject, trying to set her up on a blind date. Seawall immediately shoots her down, stating she has no interest in that sort of thing. But her rejection is cut short as her eyes lock onto someone walking down the hall. It's Orium, with his sister Orium right behind him, and his new, evolved appearance is impossible to ignore. The effect is immediate. The entire hallway starts buzzing with whispers, with girls wondering who this handsome new student is. They speculate he must be a transfer, completely oblivious that they're looking at the same Orium Lee they've known for years. Through all the commotion, Seawall just watches him silently, her expression unreadable. After all, she's the only one in this entire school who knows the truth behind his sudden transformation. Among the shocked students, Seawall Kim watches him, unable to shake the strange feeling that she's seen this new face somewhere before. Meanwhile, Orium and Orium head for the faculty office. On the way, she coaches him on the cover story, tell everyone the cause of his transformation is still under examination and that he doesn't know anything specific. Our hero nervously agrees. But the pressure is already getting to him. Claiming he has a stomach ache, Orium tells his sister he needs to use the restroom first, promising to be quick. Once he's alone, the reality of the situation crashes down. He knows his teacher will never believe the story, no matter how convincing Orium is. It would just lead to more confusion, and he'd probably end up getting investigated by the police. He's completely cornered. With no other choice, he decides to use the reward item he got from the monster fight, the skill imitation stone. This rare item allows him to use another class's skill one time, but only at 60% of its original power. He has to take the gamble. Activating the stone, Orium prepares to use a caster class ability, the Eye of Seduction, a powerful mind control skill. Leaving the bathroom, he steals his resolve. He knows the skill is meant for monsters or NPCs and has no idea what it will do to a normal person. But it's a risk he has to take. His first target, his homeroom teacher. Back in the faculty office, the plan is already dead on arrival. The homeroom teacher isn't buying it for a second, telling Orium that a transformation this drastic overnight is impossible. Orium desperately pleads with him, insisting that despite the new face, his voice and mannerisms are the same, but the teacher waves her off. To him, this is a complete stranger. Orium realizes the truth. Without concrete proof, even his own sister's testimony means nothing. He's backed into a corner. With no other option, he decides he has to use his skill to force the issue. But just as he's about to act, the school's vice principal walks into the office. A new plan clicks into place instantly. Why settle for a teacher when you can control the man in charge? If he can get the VP on his side, everyone else will have to fall in line. With his new target set, our hero steals his resolve. He focuses his gaze on the vice principal and activates his skill, Eye of Seduction. The effect is immediate. A strange energy crackles around the vice principal as he clutches his mug, and his eyes flash red with a bizarre heart symbol appearing in his pupils. The spell has landed. The homeroom teacher is confused by the VP's strange reaction, but the vice principal simply interrupts him. Now fully under Orium's influence, he calmly walks over, places a hand on the teacher's shoulder, and suggests they give Orium the benefit of the doubt. The teacher is floored, stammering that Orium looks completely different. But the vice principal suddenly launches into a bizarrely passionate speech, yelling about how a student's appearance shouldn't matter to a true educator and that their real purpose is to see the student's soul. Orium can only watch in horror. The skill worked, but it's made the VP go completely overboard. The man then spins on Orium, his voice booming as he aggressively demands she explain this rare disease Orium supposedly has. Orium tries to clarify, stating that they don't actually know the cause of Orium's symptoms yet. But the vice principal, still completely under the sway of Orium's skill, doubles down. He argues frantically that if modern science doesn't know the cause, then it absolutely must be a rare disease, leaving Orium stunned by his absurd logic. He then turns on the homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, accusing him of doubting a sick student. Mr. Zhang reluctantly backs down but raises the valid point of how they're supposed to explain this to the rest of the class. Seeing this as his personal calling, the vice principal declares that he will take full responsibility and address the students himself. Without another word, he storms off toward the classroom. Left behind in the hallway, Orium remarks that while the situation was bizarre, it seems to have worked out. His sister can only agree, hoping he's right, but a plan born from desperation rarely ends well. Back in the classroom, the vice principal launches into the most dramatic performance imaginable. He begs the students to take care of Orium, to close their eyes and picture the heartbreak of turning into a different person overnight. He gets so worked up by his own story that he actually starts to cry. The students are completely baffled, whispering amongst themselves about the vice principal's emotional breakdown. Orium realizes his plan has backfired spectacularly. He was hoping for a rational explanation, but his mind control has created a cringy melodrama that no one is buying for a second. Mr. Zhang finally manages to lead the weeping vice principal away, telling Orium to just head to class. Standing alone in front of the room, our hero sighs, wondering if he should have just used his skill to pass himself off as a transfer student instead. But before he can regret it further, Siwal approaches him. She cuts right to the chase, asking him point-blank who he is and if he's the real Orium. She tells him she doesn't believe the lie, demanding to know how it's possible for someone to change so drastically overnight. But the students aren't buying it. They mock the idea of a rare disease caused by stress, calling it something straight out of a cartoon. Orium starts to panic, realizing the vice principal's over-the-top performance convinced absolutely no one. His cover is already about to be blown. Just then, Siwal speaks up again, claiming she's heard of this before. She spins a detailed, plausible story about a case her father once mentioned, someone in a German village who grew 12 centimeters overnight from an endocrine disorder. She then turns and asks Orium if that's what he has. Caught off guard, all he can do is agree. When another student accuses her of lying, her reputation saves the day. Someone points out that Siwal's dad is a pharma CEO, so of course she'd know about rare conditions. Orium breathes a sigh of relief. It was a messy save, but it worked. He figures if he can just keep his head down, everyone will eventually get used to his new face. With his identity secured for now, his attention shifts to his next big problem, his old bully Yoonhyung. He glances over, but Yoonhyung is just sitting there, completely absorbed in his phone, seemingly uninterested. A moment later, Siwal approaches and asks to borrow his earphones. The simple, normal interaction sparks a powerful realization in Orium. He's not the same person he was before. He used to be short and scrawny, an easy target, but now he's tall and muscular. A new kind of hope dawns on him. Maybe, just maybe, Yoonhyung and his cronies won't dare to pick on him anymore. But Orium is sure of it. He believes this is his chance to finally change, to be like everyone else. In this new, powerful body, he dreams of making friends and finally living a normal, peaceful school life. At least that's what he thought. The dream shatters the moment he comes face to face with his old bullies. He questions why he can't move, why his new strength means nothing as he stands frozen before the three of them. The old trauma runs deep. An instinctual, primal fear grips him, the feeling of prey cornered by a predator, a terror that he's about to be devoured all over again. His tormentors just laugh, mocking his transformation and asking if he took some kind of super soldier serum. One of them then orders another bully, Seungwon, to rough Orium up and test out his new body's durability. Seungwon grins, cracking his knuckles. He says he was curious anyway, eager for the chance to put Orium back in his place. In an instant, Seungwon lunges, his hand grabbing Orium by the throat. Our hero is completely helpless, unable to react as the air is squeezed from his lungs. As Orium chokes, Seungwon screams in his face, demanding he resist and fight back. But all Orium can do is cower as his bully calls him a pathetic loser, the old taunts paralyzing him completely. The memory of a different, more hopeful day flashes through Orium's mind. It was a day where things felt almost normal. A friendly classmate had even asked him to hang out after school, and for a fleeting moment, our hero thought he might actually get to live like a regular kid. But that hope was shattered in an instant. A single text message from his tormentor, Yoonhyung-beek, summoned him to the fifth-floor bathroom. The light drained from Orium's eyes as he was forced to cancel his plans, leaving the girl confused as he walked away to face his fate. Back in the present, the nightmare is all too real. A bully's arm is wrapped tight around his neck, squeezing the air from his lungs. The other thugs mock the attacker for taking too long, but he just grins, telling them to wait for the part where he chokes Orium so hard he wets himself. Orium can't breathe, he can't fight back. All he feels is the crushing pain and the familiar weight of helplessness. He calls himself an idiot, realizing that a powerful body means nothing if the mind is still a prisoner. For him, there is no escape. But just as he's about to completely give in to the darkness, a voice cuts through the haze, asking him a simple question: is that really what you think? But as despair takes hold, a voice rings out in Orium's mind, questioning if he really thinks nothing has changed. It's his own inner strength, his Avenger self, screaming at him to get it together. It reminds him he's not the same weak person anymore, he's just scared as usual. It tells him to remember the monster he defeated, urging him to realize that if he wants things to change, he has to be the one to change them himself. That's all it takes. As his name echoes in his head, his counter skill, Vow of Vengeance, flares to life. In a surge of red energy, Orium flips the script completely. He breaks the chokehold and, with a roar of pent-up fury, slams his tormentor headfirst into the hard ground. The other bullies stare in stunned silence. Orium stands over his fallen attacker, panting and trembling, shocked by his own actions. For the first time, he fought back. But the shock quickly turns to rage. The lead bully gets to his feet, screaming that Orium is dead meat for what he's done. As the bully lunges, Orium panics and turns to run, with his tormentors giving chase, shouting for the others to grab him. But that one act of defiance sends ripples further than Orium could ever imagine. Elsewhere, powerful men in suits are already reacting to the situation with cold fury. As dusk settles over the city, Sewol Kim is walking home with a classmate, completely unaware of the drama unfolding. Suddenly, someone who looks exactly like Orium but dressed in a sharp suit sprints past them. Sewol calls out his name in confusion, but the figure vanishes down the street, leaving her to wonder what she just saw. Meanwhile, the real Orium isn't fighting back, he's running for his life. After his one counterattack, he booked it, realizing that taking on 3 people at once is impossible. The familiar, crushing fear begins to take over again. His panic is so overwhelming that memories of fighting terrifying monsters flash through his mind. Blinded by terror, he trips and crashes hard onto the pavement. For all his power, the mind of a victim is a prison not easily escaped. His bullies are on him in an instant. They stomp over, enraged that he made them chase him. Towering over the fallen Orium, they glare down and tell him he's going to die for the trouble. But as a foot comes down to stomp his face, something inside Orium finally snaps. He lunges, grabbing his attacker and violently throwing him aside. The bully is stunned, sputtering that they were just going to rough him up a bit before letting him go. The lead bully snarls at Orium not to be such a crybaby, promising to tear him a new one today for daring to fight back. Then the beating resumes, more vicious than ever. A relentless storm of kicks and punches rains down on our hero, who can do nothing but endure the pain. His attackers mock him, sneering that he must think he's a badass just because he looks a little different now. They call him a loser and land another brutal punch to his face. As his consciousness fades, Orium's mind fills with despair. He thinks to himself that he can't do it. He tried to be brave, he used his skill and tried to run, but in the end, nothing has changed at all. But just as he's about to give up, the sound of shattering glass cuts through the air. Standing between Orium and his bullies is none other than Sewol Kim. She calmly tells them to give it a rest. She says they're being too loud, but more importantly, the boy on the ground was supposed to hang out with her today. She coolly informs them that they can't just cut in line like that. The bullies are stunned. One of them whispers to his friend that she's the daughter of a massive pharmaceutical company's CEO, the richest kid in school. The lead bully just smirks, figuring her money is what makes her so unafraid. He gets right in her face, threatening to beat her up too, but Sewol doesn't even blink. Instead, she tells him to take 5 steps back. Why? Because he smells like trash and she doesn't want her nose to rot. The girl doubles down, calling the bully a piece of trash. Absolutely enraged, the bully screams and lunges, grabbing her by the collar. But in that split second, a powerful memory surges through Orium's mind, a voice reminding him that he knows what he must do now. There's no need to be scared, no reason to run away. He clenches his fist, realizing he is no longer the helpless healer servant he once was. He roars for them to stop. The bully turns, shocked, just in time to catch Orium's fist square in the jaw. With all his pent-up rage finally unleashed, Orium follows up with a brutal kick, sending his tormentor flying back. Standing over him, bruised but defiant, Orium screams that this is enough, finally calling the thugs out for what they are. The other bullies can only stare in disbelief. They mutter amongst themselves that Orium must have finally lost his mind, wondering if his disease is what made him snap. The lead bully spits on the ground, his face a mask of pure fury. He gets right in Orium's face, asking our hero if he's finally ready to die today. The lead bully, furious at this sudden defiance, accepts the challenge. He tells Orium that if he doesn't want to die, he better shut up and take the beating he deserves. With a guttural scream, the bully lunges forward and the alley erupts into a brawl. Fists fly as the two trade a messy, desperate volley of blows. But as they fight, the familiar dark energy of Orium's Avenger class begins to crackle around him, a sight no ordinary high schooler should possess. At first, the bully seems to have the upper hand, mocking Orium for talking big while failing to even guard himself properly as he lands several heavy hits. He grabs Orium by the collar, ready to finish this, believing he's put the upstart back in his place. Suddenly, the bully's punches have no effect. Orium tanks the hits, his body glowing with stored power, and the bully freezes in shock, muttering in disbelief that he can absorb damage. With the skill fully charged, Orium unleashes all that stored-up energy in a single, devastating counterattack that sends his tormentor staggering back, coughing up blood. Refusing to go down, the bully grits his teeth through the pain and leaps forward for one last desperate attack, putting everything he has into a final punch. But it's useless. Orium meets his charge with overwhelming force, sending him flying backward into a wall. The other bullies can only watch, their faces pale with terror. The script has officially been flipped. But even in victory, the ghosts of his past rush back in. He's thrown back into the endless cycle of being kicked, grabbed, and beaten into submission. He remembers the feeling of absolute powerlessness, the sheer terror of it all, culminating in the image of his own bloodied fist. Sewol Kim, the girl who intervened, snaps him out of the trance by shouting his name. She tells him it's enough, pointing out that his hand is shredded and bleeding. Orium looks down, finally noticing the damage he's inflicted on himself. She insists there's nothing left for them there and that they should leave, and a dazed Orium agrees. But it's not over. One of the bullies, seething with rage, staggers back to his feet. He screams that they're not going anywhere and lunges forward, promising that Orium is dead meat. At that exact moment, Sewol's eyes flash with a strange purple light. The charging bully is suddenly sent flying, knocked to the ground by an invisible force. It turns out Orium isn't the only one with a secret. Sewol coldly calls the attacker an idiot and tells Orium it's time to go. As they walk away, the downed bully can only grit his teeth and curse Orium's name. Later that night, the chaos has finally settled. Sewol finishes patching up Orium's battered face, telling him he looks like a masterpiece of destruction and even snapping a picture on her phone to commemorate his first real victory. Orium looks at the photo, grimacing at how bad his injuries are. He then sincerely thanks Sewol not just for the first aid but for everything she's done for him. Sewol, however, plays it cool, asking what he's thanking her for since she doesn't recall lending him any money. She claims she was simply paying him back for a pair of earphones he once lent her. With that, she declares them even, brushing off the gravity of the situation, but it's a thin excuse, barely hiding how much she actually cares. Just as she's about to leave, Seawall remembers there's something important she needs to tell him. She says it's a long story and that she'll explain everything the next day. To Orium's surprise, she asks him to have lunch with her tomorrow, just the two of them, so they can talk properly. A bit stunned, our hero agrees and they part ways for the night. Walking home alone, Orium's mind races. What could be so important? He wonders if she's figured something out about his evolution. After all, as the daughter of a pharmaceutical CEO, she might be interested in his unique condition from a scientific standpoint. His thoughts are suddenly shattered by a familiar, unwelcome sound. A system window materializes before him, announcing that a raid quest will begin in just 5 minutes and demanding to know if he accepts. Orium freezes in disbelief. The last time this happened, he was thrown into a life-or-death battle with a horrifying monster. He's had enough fighting for one day and decides there's no way in hell he's accepting this quest. Still reeling from the fight, Orium tries to refuse the quest. He has no desire to fight another monster so soon, but the system is having none of it, informing him that users with penalty points are forbidden from rejecting raid quests. Orium is baffled. What penalty points? He hasn't done anything wrong. The system then lays it out for him. He's accumulated a whopping 400 penalty points. Every skill he used against his bullies, who were registered as civilians in the game's eyes, counted as a violation. The very act of fighting back has branded him a criminal. Because of his high penalty score, the system announces he's being forcibly transferred to a high-level raid location. Before he can even process what's happening, a wave of energy engulfs him. In a flash, Orium is ripped from the school grounds and unceremoniously dumped into a body of water with a huge splash. Dazed and soaked, he gets his bearings. He's in some kind of stream under a bridge. He sighs in frustration, realizing his phone is ruined and complaining that this game makes absolutely no sense, punishing him without any warning. But then something catches his eye. Standing in the middle of the bridge is a bizarre, glowing gate that hums with energy. A warning sign flashes across its surface. It's beginning to open. Orium cautiously wades closer, wondering if whatever is inside this strange door is the monster he's supposed to fight for the quest. Just as he thinks this, his own system interface beeps, pulling his attention away from the gate for a critical moment. The system gives him a mere 10 seconds to prepare for battle. Orium is completely bewildered. How is he supposed to get ready for a raid boss with no time at all? Before he can protest, the gate fully opens and the system identifies his opponent, a hulking knight named Abel, the infected crusader. Orium stares in disbelief. He's never seen a monster like this in all his time playing Ergosphere Online. The crusader doesn't waste a moment, immediately swinging its massive sword to attack. But our hero isn't the same weakling he used to be. He quickly deduces that since it's a humanoid monster, its attacks will be direct and predictable, focusing on its sword. He dodges the heavy swing, slides in close, and lands a clean slice on the armored knight. To his relief, it seems his attacks are actually working. He recalls the game's logic. Unlike beast-type monsters with their erratic patterns, humanoids are straightforward. Believing he has the fight figured out, he prepares to use a skill to end it quickly. But at that very moment, he sees something that makes his blood run cold. His confidence shatters, replaced by pure, unadulterated shock. But just as he prepares to unleash his skills, a strange sensation runs through his hands. They suddenly feel numb, a bizarre tingling that sends a shiver of doubt through his confident resolve. The knight swings its massive sword. Orium moves to dodge, but something is terribly wrong. His body feels heavy, his movement sluggish, as if he's fighting through deep water. He realizes with dawning horror that his reaction time is getting slower and slower, making it nearly impossible to keep up with the monster's relentless assault. Pushed into a corner, our hero grits his teeth and tries to activate his trump card, the skill Obsessive Vengeance. But instead of his usual power-up, a glaring red warning flashes before his eyes, informing him of the unthinkable. He cannot use his skills. All his powerful abilities are completely and utterly locked. With Orium's main weapon taken away, the knight doesn't hesitate for a second. It brings its blade down with a bone-shattering smash, sending him flying across the ground, battered and bleeding. As he struggles to his feet, the pieces finally click into place. The numbness, the slow reflexes, the skill lock, it's a paralyzing attack. Every single hit from this monster has been stacking a debilitating debuff on him. He realizes he saw the paralysis icon appear, but noticed it far too late. This is a total disaster. His entire Avenger fighting style is built around combining powerful skills. Without them, he has no attack strategy, no way to fight back effectively. But Orium forces himself to calm down. Panicking now means certain death. He reasons that even with the paralysis debuff, the knight's attacks are still slow and predictable. He decides on a new approach, treat this like a standard action game. He'll have to use the old hit-and-run meta, landing a single blow before retreating to safety. It's a slow, grueling plan, but it's safe. However, just as he commits to this new strategy, a loud cracking sound echoes from the armored knight. Just as Orium settles into his new strategy, the knight slams its sword into the ground, and in an instant, everything goes dark. He can't see. Realizing it's some kind of vision-disrupting attack, he desperately tries to put some distance between them, hoping to wait it out. But the knight gives him no quarter, lunging forward with terrifying speed. Before Orium can react, a massive blow sends him flying through the air, crashing hard against the pavement. He struggles to sit up, his vision slowly returning, but the situation is worse than before. That last hit only added to his paralysis damage, leaving him completely unable to attack. Frustrated and cornered, he laments not having his old healer abilities. But then, a realization dawns on him. He might not have a healer with him, but that doesn't mean he's out of options. There's another way to treat the paralysis, he just has to use an item. With newfound hope, Orium calls upon the system. He commands it to open all the remaining random boxes he received as a tutorial reward, pleading for any item that can help him in this desperate fight. The boxes open, and as the rewards flash before him, one particular item catches his eye. It's called the Golden Branch, and Orium realizes this is exactly what he needs to turn the tables. The random box opens, revealing his prize, the Golden Branch, a favorite of crows, and the Demaloon's Tears, an aromatic gem described as being useful in the bathroom. Orium's hope shatters. They're completely and utterly useless. Before he can even process his disappointment, the mechanical knight is on him again, its blades swinging with terrifying speed. The force of the attack sends a massive shockwave through the area, and Orium is barely able to stay on his feet. He's thrown to the ground, his body trembling from the impact. As he struggles to get up, he can only think about the cruel joke the system played on him. His one chance at turning the tables resulted in nothing more than glorified trinkets. The knight presses its advantage, giving him no room to breathe. With every clash, the paralysis damage stacks higher, locking up his muscles until he can do nothing but defend. He's a sitting duck. Panic sets in. He knows that if this continues, he's going to die for real. He screams in frustration, wishing there was some kind of in-game shop where he could buy an escape scroll or a potion. But this world doesn't play by those rules. And just as he's about to be finished off, the system chimes in with a final, cruel twist. Another mandatory raid quest is scheduled to begin in 10 seconds. Orium stares in disbelief, wondering how he's supposed to prepare for another battle when he hasn't even survived the first one. Just as despair sets in, Orium has a flash of inspiration. He calls out to the system, commanding it to use an item called the Golden Branch to summon crows and simultaneously open the page for battle preparations. The branch activates, and in an instant, a massive swarm of shadowy crows bursts into existence, descending upon the mechanical knight and clouding its vision. The knight swings its massive sword wildly, trying to fend off the avian assault, completely distracted. This gives Orium the precious seconds he desperately needed. And that's when the system reveals his true plan. The crows were just a diversion. He used the battle preparation page to trade an item called the Demaloon's Tears for a paralysis remedy and immediately activates it. The remedy works instantly, freeing him from the debuff. The knight, sensing the shift, turns its attention back to Orium, completely stunned that its opponent is moving freely again. With newfound energy, our hero declares that the knight won't land another hit. He reveals that the damage he sustained was just enough to charge his ultimate move, and now it's finally ready to be unleashed. Orium unleashes his ultimate move, Pavan of the Dead. A storm of spectral swords and crimson energy descends upon the mechanical knight. The clash of steel echoes as he weaves through its final, desperate attacks, bringing the brutal battle to a decisive end. Exhausted but alive, our hero finally catches his breath. He admits to himself that he truly thought he was done for. It was pure luck that he'd even noticed the battle preparation page before the fight began, otherwise he would have had no items to save himself. With the immediate danger gone, Orium calls up the system to finally claim his rewards for clearing the brutal quest. Thinking back on the useless items he received before, he decides he's definitely not choosing the random box reward this time around. It's just not worth the risk. But just as he's about to make his choice, a blaring red alert flashes across his vision. A system warning, another user is approaching. Orium is floored. Another user? How is that even possible? He was certain these quests were solo instances. This changes everything. Before he can process it, a skeletal figure lunges from the shadows, swinging a massive scythe. The attack is blindingly fast, and Orium is sent flying by the force of the blow. This is no monster, it's a player killer. Not one to be taken down easily, Orium immediately activates a defensive barrier. He counters with a powerful energy blast, forcing his mysterious attacker to slide back before rising to his feet, ready for round 2. But he's completely baffled. He has no idea who this is or why they're attacking him out of nowhere. He even starts to wonder if this could be another, more advanced type of monster disguised as a player. Orium reels back, realizing this isn't another monster. The scythe wielder is a player just like him. The mysterious player looks him over and asks if the skill he just used was from the Avenger class. Before Orium can even process the question, the attacker scoffs, calling it a trash class. Without another word, he lunges. Orium barely manages to parry, their weapons clashing in a violent clang that echoes across the water. Struggling to hold his ground, Orium demands to know who he is and why he's attacking. The player's answer is chillingly simple. He tells Orium he's never needed a reason to hunt before. Some people just want to watch the world burn. He activates a skill and the air grows cold as the system announces the arrival of the Black Reaper. A spectral figure overlays the attacker as he swings his scythe in a brutal, unstoppable arc. The blade connects and Orium screams in agony. He tries to leap away, but his opponent is just too fast, pressing the attack without a moment's hesitation. But just as the scythe wielder closes in for the kill, the battlefield erupts in purple light. A new skill has been activated, Labyrinth without an exit. The player killer is suddenly trapped, his momentum completely halted. It seems Orium has an ally nearby. Before the Reaper can land another blow, a new figure suddenly slides in between them, deflecting the attack at the last second. The PK instantly recognizes the defensive skill. It's a rare zero-tier support ability, one that belongs to a very specific class, the Labyrinth Master. And there, holding her glowing artifact, is Orium's classmate, Sewall Kim. Orium is completely stunned. A memory flashes in his mind of Sewall telling him that her help wasn't just because he'd lent her his earphones. She'd playfully demanded that he pay her back the next day at lunch with her absolute favorite, strawberry milk. The Reaper replays the moment in his head, confirming what he saw. A Labyrinth Master, a support class, just willingly jumped into a PK's hunt. This was not part of the plan. Snapping back to reality, Orium calls out her name, completely baffled as to how she even found him here in this isolated dungeon. Sewall cuts him off with a sharp look, telling him they can talk later. She warns him that trying to chat during a fight is a good way to bite his tongue. It's time to get serious. Wasting no time, the Reaper lunges forward, swinging his deadly weapon. But Sewall is ready, meeting his assault head-on as the clang of their weapons echoes through the chamber. As their blades lock, Sewall tightens her grip, seeing an opening to unleash a point skill of her own. Sewall immediately counters, trapping the Reaper with a skill called the Evil Hands Trap. But the PK is unfazed, activating his own skill, Ghost Walking, to phase right through her attack. Sewall, however, was prepared for this, slamming down a massive purple cube to try and contain him. Orium can only watch in awe as his classmate expertly handles the high-level player. Sewall remains completely focused, her eyes locked on her opponent. It's clear she's on a different level. Suddenly, another voice screams for Orium to look out. Before he can react, a new enemy appears behind him. It's the necromancer from the Chaos Guild, Yon Ryu, flanked by one of his skeletal minions. The necromancer unleashes his own skill, Hit List. A terrifying dark energy crackles around Orium, slamming into him with brutal force. The impact sends our hero flying across the battlefield, crashing violently into the water below. Orium pulls himself up, confused because he doesn't feel any different after the attack. Sewall urgently yells at him to open the quest's reward page. She explains that when other users intrude, the time limit for picking a reward freezes. If he wants to finish the quest and get stronger, he has to choose one right now. Understanding, Orium quickly agrees. But this moment of hesitation is all the opening the Reaper needs. Seeing Orium just standing there, completely vulnerable, he scoffs and dashes in for the finishing blow. For a PK, weakness is an invitation. His scythe slashes down in a clean, direct hit, but to the Reaper's absolute shock, Orium is completely unharmed. The system confirms it. His attack did 0 damage, leaving the PK staring in utter disbelief. As Orium scrambles to follow her instructions, Sewall mocks the Reaper, telling him he clearly hasn't done his research. She reveals that he's standing inside her ultimate skill, the Labyrinth without an exit. For the next 90 seconds, he'll be trapped by barricades, hallucinations, and a host of other traps. With the Reaper neutralized, she turns her attention back to Orium, delivering a chilling warning. He better remember this lesson, because if he messes up again, she'll kill him herself. Just then, the system confirms the transfer is starting. The Reaper scoffs from within the labyrinth, calling their escape bullshit. He vows that they will be the ones to die next time. As he's pulled away by an unseen force, he locks eyes with them, promising to remember their faces, the labyrinth master and the trash class user. A new enemy has been made. In a flash of light, Orium is ripped from the game world. He finds himself standing in a dark alleyway, back in reality. Disoriented but alive, he confirms to himself that he made it back. Before he can even process the near-death experience, his phone starts ringing. He looks at the cracked screen and sees the caller is none other than Seawall. Orium answers, asking if she's alright, but Seawall immediately cuts to the chase. She tells him to stop talking and just go home. The Reaper managed to tag him with a location tracking skill that will last for 8 hours. She explains that while it's not as precise as a GPS, he needs to get home and hide until it wears off. The danger isn't over yet. Seawall then explains exactly what they just encountered, a player killer, or PK. These are users who ignore quests and instead hunt other players to steal their bonus points. She warns Orium that it's best to avoid them at all costs because trying to reason with people who enjoy killing is a fool's errand. She tells him they can talk more tomorrow and urges him to be careful tonight. But before she can hang up, Orium interrupts, his voice filled with concern. He reminds her that she's the one who got hit while trying to protect him, turning the tables and asking if she's the one who's okay. On the phone, Orium ignores his own safety, frantically asking Seawall if she's alright. He insists that she got hurt trying to save him and worries that she's in danger too. Seawall dismisses his concern, coolly stating she can take care of herself. She then flips the script, cheekily asking if he wants to stay up all night together. A flustered Orium clarifies that's not what he meant, he just thinks it would be better for them to work together from now on. She immediately understands he wants to form a party. Orium jumps at the idea, eagerly telling her he would love to because he trusts her completely. Seawall points out the flaw in his logic. It hasn't even been a day, so how can he trust her so easily? But she quickly moves past it, revealing she was about to suggest the same thing. She tells him she's hanging up and gives a simple instruction, text her his home address. Before he can even process that, she drops a bombshell. She's going to sleep at his place tonight. Orium is left utterly stunned, his mind completely blown by the sudden escalation. The scene shifts to the next day at school. Orium is waiting anxiously on the staircase, the weight of last night's events and Seawall's declaration hanging over him. He paces nervously, clearly on edge. Just then, Seawall arrives, greeting him with a simple hi as if nothing is out of the ordinary. Orium awkwardly greets her back, thanking her for her help. He can't hold it in any longer and blurts out the question on his mind. Is she really going to stay at his place tonight? Without missing a beat, Seawall turns it back on him, asking if he doesn't want her to. Once again, Orium is caught completely off guard, stammering that's not what he meant at all. With the party formed, Seawall appears at Orium's apartment, explaining they have a lot to discuss. Without missing a beat, she asks if she can borrow some clothes to take a shower, leaving a stunned Orium to agree. While she's busy, Orium finds a note from his sister, Arium. Her schedule suddenly changed and she's been called in for the night shift, meaning she won't be home until morning. Orium groans, of all the days for this to happen, it had to be today. A little later, Seawall emerges from the shower wearing his clothes. Orium asks if they fit, and she casually replies that they're fine since they're meant to be worn loosely anyway. The conversation then shifts. Seawall asks about his family and Orium explains that he lives alone with his sister. When she presses about his parents, he quietly admits they passed away when he was young. Seawall immediately apologizes, but Orium insists it's fine, though she can see it must have been hard on them. Following up, Seawall asks when his sister gets home. Orium explains she won't be back until tomorrow morning. A determined look crosses Seawall's face as she calls the timing perfect, declaring that this means they can see their plan through to the end. Orium's mind, however, goes completely off the rails. He blushes and starts panicking, totally misinterpreting her intense declaration. But Seawall remains completely oblivious to his internal crisis, her expression dead serious and focused on the real mission ahead. The moment turns serious as Seawall gets closer, making Orium blush furiously. But this is all business. She brings up a system interface and instructs him to send a party request to the nearest user, part of her plan to keep them both alive. Orium opens his own interface and sure enough, a notification is waiting. It's an official party request from Seawall Kim, asking him to join her. The offer is on the table. Before he can decide, Seawall lays out her terms. She promises to share all her knowledge and support him with everything she has if he accepts. But there's a catch. She gives him a chilling glare and warns that if he ever thinks about running away or betraying her, she'll shove him in a blender and turn him into a smoothie. She tells him to take his time and think it over carefully, but Orium doesn't even hesitate for a second. He hits accept immediately, which completely throws Seawall for a loop. She yells at him, asking why he'd accept so quickly without any thought. Orium calmly explains that he doesn't need to think it over. He admits he's completely lost and has a PK user actively hunting him down. He knows it's game over if he tries to handle this alone. For him, teaming up with her isn't just his best bet, it's his only one. Seawall sighs but then suddenly grabs Orium's hoodie in frustration. She tells him that his casual acceptance of everything is incredibly annoying. It makes her feel like she's the only one taking the situation seriously, and it makes her feel like an idiot. Still, she concedes that despite his attitude, it all worked out. Their party was officially formed. With their party formed, Seawall immediately cuts to the chase, telling Orium it's time to make a plan. He assumes she means a plan for fighting the PK user, but Seawall tells him that while that's important, there's a much bigger priority they need to focus on first. She brings up a system interface pointing to a massive upcoming server-wide event called Horizon. Her ambition is staggering. She tells Orium they aren't just going to participate, they're going to formulate a plan to take first place, leaving our hero completely stunned. And the competition is on another level entirely. In what looks like a glimpse of the event, a high-level raid is underway, and it's pure chaos. A party of warriors is on the verge of being wiped out by a horde of undead and a boss known as the Death King, screaming at each other to escape before it's too late. But amidst the panic, one hooded player calmly calls their strategy sloppy. As the others flee for their lives, this user simply raises a hand, casting the skill Raise. In an instant, they summon their own army of the dead, flipping the script entirely. The power on display is immense. Another player, a dragon slayer, unleashes a devastating skill called Dragon Harpoon. This is the world Orium and Seawall want to conquer, a battlefield of monsters and monstrously powerful players where only the absolute strongest can survive, let alone win. Holographic ad for Horizon explodes into a chaotic battle royale. Players are shown getting decimated by powerful skills, and right in the middle of it all, a hooded figure identical to Orium's Avenger-class tears through the competition. He coldly tells the other players to get lost and crawl around on their own. As the vision of Orium's future self fades, a system notification flashes. Yoonhyung Beak has officially switched his class from Archer to Executor. The ad cuts out, leaving Orium standing in his kitchen, completely stunned. He turns to Seawall, asking just what kind of event Horizon is supposed to be. Seawall admits that even she doesn't know the specifics, but she knows what matters. The first place prize is a mind-boggling 20 billion won, about $17 million US, and something even more valuable, one wish granted. The sheer amount of cash leaves Orium speechless, but his survival instincts immediately kick in. He points out the obvious problem: the promise of granting a wish sounds like a complete and total scam. Seawall agrees it sounds ridiculous, but tells him to think about their reality. Everything they've been through already defies logic. If people can evolve into game characters, then maybe, just maybe, a wish can be granted too. She suggests it could even be the ultimate prize, a way to wish to quit the game for good. Her logic is hard to argue with. Orium asks how she found out about all this. Seawall explains that the invitation to Horizon was given to her freely after she cleared 10 quests, and she assumes he'll get one too once he reaches the same milestone. 10 quests? Orium is floored. It turns out Seawall has been playing since her 3rd year of middle school for about half a year. In that time, she's completed 17 quests and has almost died 5 times. She's a seasoned veteran. She confesses that she has no clue why this happened to her. Desperate for answers, she even went to Hall, the creators of Ergosphere Online, but they just treated her like she was crazy and blew her off completely. Hearing about her solitary struggle, Orium asks a difficult question. If the company wouldn't listen, did her parents say anything about her transformation? Orium asks if her parents even noticed her transformation. Seawall's mood darkens, and she confesses they probably wouldn't even notice if she were cut into pieces and disappeared. She quickly shakes it off, joking that unlike him, she was already pretty, so the only real change for her was her hair color. Our hero gets a little defensive in his own head, reminding himself that he only increased his height because it's advantageous for the Avenger class. He starts to wonder if a player's appearance actually affects their skill level. Suddenly, a loud thud echoes through the apartment. They both freeze. Orium immediately thinks the PK user has found them, but Seawall calms him down, saying it's probably nothing, but she'll use a skill to make absolutely sure they're safe. Seawall activates one of her Labyrinth Master abilities, the Labyrinth's Watchtower. A shimmering, eye-shaped surveillance tower materializes, completely invisible to others. She explains that with this active, they'll know instantly if any PK users try to break in. Orium worries that using a skill will just broadcast their location to the enemy, but Seawall shuts that down immediately, explaining the skill is completely undetectable, especially to a Reaper-class user like the one who attacked them. With the perimeter secured, Seawall suddenly changes the subject. She looks Orium dead in the eye and tells him to take off his shirt. He's completely thrown, but she explains it's to treat the wound he got on his shoulder during their fight. Orium is still flustered, asking if it's really necessary. Sewall playfully teases him, saying she's just looking for some eye candy, which earns her a pervert accusation from our hero. She laughs it off and insists, grabbing his shirt when he hesitates. A moment later, Orium is kneeling on the floor, shirtless. Sewall stands over him, her hands glowing with skill energy. She warns him not to move a muscle or the treatment skill will be interrupted. Ignoring the noise, Sewall warns Orium not to move and activates a skill called Oasis of the Desolate Labyrinth. A soothing blue light envelops Orium, flowing through him. Orium is amazed by the sensation, but Sewall explains that it's just a buff skill that uses her stamina, not a true healing ability, so his shoulder wound will still take time to recover. As the energy settles, Orium finally asks the question that's been bothering him. Why did she, a high-ranking player, want to form a party with someone like him? He points out that she's already powerful and has no real reason to team up with a newcomer who barely understands the world he's been thrown into. Sewall smirks, joking that he always seemed like a total dork she could easily boss around, before quickly admitting she's kidding. Her real reason, she explains, is because she remembered something important. She asks Orium if he recalls an old event from their middle school days, the opening of Purgatory. Orium remembers it well. It was one of the most difficult events in the game's history, so brutal that less than 0.5% of all users managed to clear it. Sewall reveals she was there, fighting as a mercenary for her guild, and in the midst of that chaos, something caught her eye. It was in that moment that she suddenly remembered seeing him on that battlefield. The event was a nightmare. While everyone else, including her own guildmates, had fallen and were completely helpless, Orium was still on his feet, running through the battlefield completely alone. She remembers it clearly now. He didn't give up. Even when all hope was lost, he kept fighting until the bitter end. That's the player she chose to trust. Sewall admits to a blushing Orium that the moment she saw him fighting like a complete madman, she knew she had to form a party with him, no matter what it took. Our hero confesses he was just as desperate. He felt totally isolated and just wanted someone he could finally talk to about his bizarre transformation. Sewall understands completely, pointing out that no one else knew about his secret character, and he quietly agrees. For the first time since this all began, Orium felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, another hunt is underway. A member of Guild Racin, the sole fighter Ikshu gang, activates a skill called the Ancestor's Punch, a devastating blow that deals 3 times the normal damage, smashing it into a reptilian monster. His teammate immediately follows up, using a debuff skill that reduces the enemy's defenses before she slices through it, clearing the quest. This is Seungha Yu, the Queen's Guard. Ikshu boasts about how easy the fight was. Seungha tells him to combine their reward points for the day, and he casually agrees. But a moment later, Seungha freezes. Something is wrong. She senses someone else using a skill nearby, but there's no active quest in that area, which is highly unusual. Another guildmate suggests they raid the mysterious player, but Seungha shuts it down. With only 50 seconds left in the zone, it's too risky to engage an unknown. Instead, she decides to mark their coordinates. They'll come back tomorrow to investigate who's operating in their territory. Suddenly, the world shifts and Orium finds himself in a cold, industrial hallway, the air thick with dread. He has no idea where he is or how he got here. Before he can even process his surroundings, grotesque, multi-eyed monsters begin dropping from the ceiling, splattering onto the floor around him. He recoils in pure terror, wondering what these abominations are. Just as the monsters close in, a player-killer draped in red appears, brandishing a massive scythe. The figure ignores the monsters and charges straight for Orium, who turns and bolts, making a desperate sprint for a glowing exit sign down the hall. He slams into the door, but it's locked tight. Trapped, he looks through the small window and his blood runs cold. On the other side, safe and sound, is his childhood friend Yoonhyung. Orium pounds on the glass, screaming for help. He pleads with Yoonhyung, reminding him of their long friendship and begging him to open the door just this once. But Yoonhyung just stares back coldly. After a brief, painful memory of their shared past flashes by, he scoffs, asking who Orium thinks he is to call him a friend. As he speaks, his face twists into a monstrous, terrifying visage. Orium jolts awake, gasping for air in his own bed. He clutches the blanket, drenched in a cold sweat, realizing the entire horrifying ordeal was just a dream, a memory of the day his best friend left him for dead. The man jolting awake from the nightmare is none other than Orium, and he's startled to find Sewall right there beside him. He asks why she isn't in his sister's room, but she just says she can't sleep in a stranger's bed. Seeing his distress, she leans in and asks about his dream, teasingly wondering if it was scary or maybe something a little more risque. Completely flustered, Orium can only stammer that he didn't dream about anything at all, his denial echoing the awkward tension in the room. Next day, Sewell immediately takes command of their partnership. She declares that she'll be picking their quests from now on and orders Orium to start researching anti-PK skills. She then drops a bombshell. His reckless skill usage cost them the cash reward she'd chosen, revealing that every penalty point he earns costs them 10,000 won in real-world money. Worse, she explains if he gets hit with a penalty quest, the system will drag her into it too. Orium, finally understanding the stakes, promises to be more careful, earning a small, satisfied smile from Sewell, who calls him her troublemaker. As they're about to part ways for school, Orium stops her with one last question. If she wins the Horizon event, what will she wish for? Sewell's answer floors him, a harem full of her favorite singers. But after letting him squirm, she laughs and admits she was just joking. Instead, she dangles the answer like a carrot on a stick. If he performs well on their next quest, she promises to tell him her real wish then. Leaving him hanging, she walks away, and Orium can only grumble to himself about her broken promise to tell him everything. But as Orium heads home, he's completely unaware that he's being watched. From a silver car cruising down the street, a woman in sunglasses spots him, a grin spreading across her face as she declares she's finally found him. Inside the car, she and her companion confirm their targets, the Avenger and the Labyrinth Master, still in their school uniforms. Thanks to her unique passive skill, Queen's Realm Without Sunset, she can detect the skills and specs of nearby users. Her partner asks if they should hunt them down right now. But she decides against it. Attacking them here in public would incur too many penalty points. More importantly, their classes are unique and not yet part of their guild. With the mysterious event Horizon coming up, she considers the possibility of recruiting them instead. Her companion scoffs, suggesting they're too young and should just be scared into quitting the game. The woman, however, knows that age is just a number. All that matters is skill and how well they follow orders. She smirks, musing that even innocent-looking kids can be absolute beasts on the inside. For now, the plan is simple. She orders a guild member to tail them and find out what they're really made of. Only after they know their true nature will they decide how to proceed. With their new mission set, their car speeds away into the city. Later that evening, Orium walks home, already strategizing. He figures that since his body has evolved, the skill system must work just like it did in Ergosphere Online. He pulls out his phone to start studying. He starts by researching Sewell's Labyrinth Masterclass and quickly sees the incredible synergy between them. Her traps would be devastating when combined with his ability to lure enemies, and her buffs would amplify his counterattacks into a storm of rapid damage. He smiles to himself, confident that the two of them are a perfect match, strong enough to take on anything as a duo. But his planning is cut short when another student calls out his name. A kid with bandages on his face confirms Orium's identity and tells him to come with him, saying they need to talk. This is no friendly chat. In a flash, the student pulls a knife, his intentions suddenly becoming dangerously clear. Before he can even process what's happening, Orium is shoved violently into the dark, abandoned structure. His old life is catching up to him, and it's not waiting for an invitation. Inside, the familiar faces of his tormentors surround him. One of them, Minyu, confirms to the others that yes, this is the guy they're supposed to beat up today. It was never a random encounter, it was a planned assault. Minyu taunts Orium, warning him not to even think about running, promising it'll only make things worse. He tells him to just take a few hard hits so they can all go home. A wave of panic hits Orium as he realizes the obvious. His skills don't work here. This isn't the game. For a second he considers fleeing, but a new resolve hardens within him. If he runs now, they'll never stop. This has to end right here, right now. He makes a decision. He won't use his powers even if he could. For the first time, he's going to fight them himself as Orium Lee, not the Avenger. He lunges forward, but reality hits harder than any monster ever could. Without his skills, he's just a high school kid. The bullies easily overpower him, and the confrontation turns into a one-sided beatdown. A fist connects with his face, a kick sends him flying, and he's thrown to the ground, utterly helpless. Orium steels himself, his mind racing. He tells himself that no matter how many of them there are, they're only human. Compared to the high-level monsters he's fought, these bullies are nothing more than level 1 trash mobs. He realizes he doesn't even need his special skills. The standard Avenger-class specs are more than enough to hunt them down. It's time to take out the trash. Orium moves with a speed and power they've never seen, landing blow after blow. The bullies are stunned, questioning if this is really the same loser they've been tormenting. For them, this is impossible. But Orium isn't stopping. He systematically dismantles the group one punch at a time, dropping his tormentors with brutal efficiency. This isn't a fight anymore, it's a hunt. Getting desperate, one of the bullies pulls a weapon and swings wildly, but Orium easily blocks the attack, stopping the blade dead. The bully can only stare in disbelief. His attack was completely useless. With a clenched fist, Orium shatters the bully's defense and slams him into the ground. As the last one falls, cursing him, Orium stands over them, his expression unyielding. The days of him being a victim are officially over. But the lead bully staggers back to his feet, refusing to accept his defeat. He screams that this isn't over, threatening that he's going to call all his friends to come and crush Orium for good. Orium just stares him down, completely unfazed. He coolly dares the bully to try, his eyes glowing with a faint purple energy that stops the thug cold in his tracks. Fueled by rage and humiliation, the bully makes one last desperate move, lunging at Orium from behind with a knife pulled from his pocket. At that same moment, Orium's sister, Arium, is walking home from the grocery store. She's been worried sick about him, noticing strange changes and just hoping he isn't secretly ill. Suddenly, she runs right into Orium on the street. She's relieved to see him, but immediately notices he's completely drenched in sweat. She asks him what happened, and Orium smoothly lies that he was just playing soccer with some friends, all while the bullies are left groaning and broken at the construction site. Arium seems to buy his story. To change the subject, Orium peeks in her shopping bag and gets genuinely excited when he sees she bought pork belly for a barbecue. Watching him act like his usual cheerful self, Arium feels a wave of relief. She thinks that no matter what's going on, deep down, he's still the same little brother she's always known. In a tender moment after his evolution, Orium worriedly asks his sister if she wishes he could go back to how he looked before. But Arium immediately shuts down his insecurity, grabbing his arm and assuring him that she likes him no matter what, as long as he stays healthy. Back in the present, Orium is relieved by her words, but then Arium pivots, casually asking if a friend came over yesterday. He denies it, but she's already sprung her trap. She mentions finding long brown hairs while vacuuming, hairs that definitely weren't hers. Orium is completely busted. He stammers, trying to think of a lie, but Arium just smiles knowingly. Instead of scolding him, she simply demands that he introduce her to this mysterious friend. With no way out, Orium has no choice but to agree. Meanwhile, the bully that Orium left beaten at the construction site is stewing in his own rage. Clutching his bandaged face, he swears revenge, vowing to make Orium pay for the humiliation. Knowing he can't win alone, he makes a desperate call to Yoonhyung Beek. He begs Yoonhyung to put our hero back in his place and teach him a lesson. A cold voice answers from the other end. Yoonhyung calmly accepts the request, promising to personally show Orium the true difference between their levels. But instead of letting Orium confront Yoonhyung, Siwol pulls him away, telling her friends that they have something serious to discuss, just the two of them. As they leave, the school erupts with gossip. Everyone immediately assumes the two are dating, a rumor that quickly reaches a simmering Yoonhyung. Later that day, Siwol and Orium meet at a quiet park to have their talk. Without any warning, Siwol casually asks him if they should just start dating, causing a shocked Orium to spit out his drink. She explains it's a practical solution. If people think they're a couple, no one will bother them for being alone together. Then, she doubles down, asking if he'd rather just date for real instead of lying. Completely flustered, our hero stammers that he needs time to think about it. Seeing his reaction, Siwol immediately changes the subject. She reveals a new quest request has come in, a 2 vs 2 raid quest competition. This is their chance to level up fast, with the grand prize being a massive 20 million won and 12 status points. Orium hesitates, realizing that a competition means facing other users. He worries that if they run into PKs, the quest will devolve into a deadly battle royale. Sensing his concern, Siwol tells him they can always wait for an easier quest if he thinks it's too dangerous. Ignoring Yoonhyung's threat entirely, Orium's focus snaps to the new quest. Siwol expresses concern that jumping into a competitive duo quest might be too dangerous, but Orium is done being passive. He tells her they should go for it. He's analyzed their combined skills and is certain they can handle any situation, even if player killers show up. He promises he can defend them. Siwol is amused by his sudden surge of confidence, playfully teasing him about how much he's changed from the loser he used to be. With the plan set, they agree to meet at the quest location later that night, both ready for the fight. Later, Orium arrives on a high-rise balcony overlooking the city, scouting the unfamiliar terrain. Siwol teleports in behind him. She asks if he recognizes the area, stating that familiar ground would be an advantage. Orium admits he's never been there and was trying to find the black door to map out a route. But Siwol has no idea what he's talking about. Our hero explains that the black door is the rectangular portal where all the monsters spawn from, a basic game mechanic. To his shock, Siwol reveals she has never seen it before. Orium is baffled. He assumed everyone saw the monster gates. This new mystery is cut short as a system warning flashes. The quest will begin in 1 minute. There's no time to figure it out now. Orium says they'll have to talk later and focus on the raid. Seawall agrees, immediately opening the battle preparation page to gear up. In the pre-quest shop, Seawall considers buying healing items and attack buffs. She asks Orium if he needs anything since this is their only chance to buy items. He requests 1 healing potion and a speed buff. Seawall quickly makes the purchase and sends the items to his inventory just as the timer ticks down. Just before the raid begins, Seawall transfers some high-tier consumables to Orium, 2 panaceas that restore all stats and a feather of the hunting falcon, an item that grants a massive 4x speed boost for 5 seconds. She tells him these are expensive and he owes her strawberry milk and sausage bread tomorrow. Our hero happily agrees. A moment later, the final countdown ends. The competitive quest has begun. Suddenly, a monster leaps into the arena, catching them by surprise. Seawall immediately identifies it, Waham, the swift wolf, a creature legendary for its incredible speed. The system identifies Waham as a gentle, god-type monster that won't attack unless provoked. But if it does attack, it uses a devastating charge called the Molar Storm to rip its enemies apart. Orium wants to rush in and land the first hit, but Seawall, ever the strategist, holds him back. She warns him that its speed could easily overwhelm them and they need a solid plan before engaging. Thinking fast, Orium proposes a strategy. Seawall will plant her skills at a dead end to create a trap. He will then act as bait, get the wolf's attention, and lure it straight into her ambush. Seawall is hesitant, pointing out how dangerous it is for him to be the lure. But Orium is completely unfazed. He reminds her that his Avenger class gets stronger by taking damage, so he's prepared to take a hit or two. Without another word, he tells her to message him when the trap is set and leaps away, leaving her behind. Seawall watches him go, muttering to herself about his nerve. He always insists on taking on the most dangerous parts of any plan all by himself. As Orium dashes towards the wolf's location, he runs through the plan in his head. While Waham's speed is top tier among all monsters, its overall power isn't that high. As long as he can successfully lure it into Seawall's trap, victory should be easy. But just as he closes in, a blur of motion flashes past him at an unbelievable speed. Orium freezes, completely stunned. He realizes they aren't alone and wonders if he just saw a user from the legendary speed class, a Wind Rider. A system window confirms his suspicion. The other player is Juri Hwang, a Wind Rider. She zips past him, casually asking his class before dismissing him entirely, stating she doesn't care. The race for the first kill is on and their rivals just blew past them. Her partner Yoonseong boasts that he's faster, but he's immediately proven wrong. Realizing Juri is using her superior speed to gain the upper hand in their hunt, he decides he can't just let that happen and begins to power up, crackling with energy. The hunt is on. Juri quickly corners their target, a vicious werewolf, declaring she has it right where she wants it. She unleashes her first skill, the Icy Wind Dagger, landing a clean strike on the beast. But she's far from finished. Before the monster can react, she follows up with another attack, the Stormy Wind Dagger, pressing her advantage with a relentless assault. The combo works perfectly, leaving the werewolf crackling with energy and completely stunned. Seeing the opening, Juri shouts to Yoonseong, telling him to hit it with his burst combo now. Yoonseong, a wall builder class, immediately moves in on his partner's signal. He activates his skill, calling for the heavenly wall to descend upon their helpless target. He slams into the creature with overwhelming force. Without missing a beat, he prepares to activate a combo skill, the tactical rampart, demonstrating their flawless teamwork. But at that exact moment, a red blur slices through the air. Someone else has just crashed their hunt. Juri is stunned, realizing who it is, the guy with the sword. Orium has just made his move, and this raid is no longer a simple monster hunt. But Orium is already on the move, closing the distance in an instant, much to Juri's shock. His passive skill, Revenge is best served when your enemy is alive, has boosted his agility by 1.5 times. His defense is now dangerously low, but he knows this is his only chance to catch the beast. He decides to bet it all on one shot, activating his ultimate attack, Phantom Vengeance Blade. The skill drops his defense to 0 for a crucial 5 seconds, but in exchange, it maximizes his probability of landing a devastating critical hit. He lunges, becoming a blur of crimson energy aimed straight at the wolf's heart. He lands a solid hit, but his face falls in frustration. It wasn't a critical. He quickly deduces that Waham's incredible agility must have lowered his crit chance, negating his skill's primary effect. Before he can try again, Juri and Yoonseong are on him. She furiously demands to know what he thinks he's doing, accusing him of stealing the monster right out from under them. Orium is baffled, reminding her that it's a competition, but she screams back that he still has to have some manners. Orium pauses, considering her point. He admits that maybe it was a bit mean and it wasn't his intention. Then, with a smirk, he tells them he'll be on his best behavior next time, and immediately dashes away. Juri is left seething, but Yunxiang tells her to let it go. He agrees with Orium, this is a competition, and interfering with opponents is part of the game. He then declares that if there are no manners, then they won't show any either. It's time to take full advantage of every dirty trick in the book. With that, Yunxiang unleashes his own skill, the royal family's sealed stone chamber. Massive stone walls erupt from the ground, instantly sealing Orium inside a makeshift prison. Our hero realizes they've twisted a defensive skill into an offensive trap just to block his path. He strikes the wall, but it doesn't even scratch it. Just as he suspected, the skill is immune to attacks from the inside. Trapped and helpless, all Orium can do is wonder if he has to wait for the timer to run out. Orium knows waiting for the skill to time out is not an option. Seawall will be dead by then. He decides to force his way out, spamming the only piercing skill an Avenger has, Red Thorn. It's not a powerful attack, but by repeatedly striking the barrier from the inside, he calculates it's the fastest way to break free and catch up. He pours his energy into the assault, and cracks begin to spiderweb across the magical prison. With one final, explosive blast, the entire barrier shatters around him. Freedom, and it was much faster than he expected. With no time to waste, our hero immediately dashes off in the direction the other team went, determined to find Seawall. He soon finds Jayuri and her partner, but they're just standing there looking completely stunned. Orium runs up and demands to know what happened. A dazed Yunxiang explains that one moment they were fighting the Wahem, and the next, it just vanished into thin air. Before Orium can even question this, the monster suddenly reappears, leaping down from a nearby rooftop right on top of them. He's in disbelief. The Wahem from the game never had a teleportation skill. This thing is playing by a whole new set of rules. The beast lets out a ferocious roar and lunges straight for the already injured Yunxiang. Its jaws clamp down with a sickening crunch of bone, and Yunxiang screams in agony. Juri can only watch in horror, shouting her partner's name as he's viciously mauled. With the new alliance formed, Yunxiang immediately goes on the offensive. He activates the Great Typhoon's Rampage, a skill that multiplies his attack speed by 4 and adds a paralysis debuff, swinging at the beast with blinding speed. But just as his attack is about to connect, Wahem simply blinks out of existence. Juri is left screaming in frustration, demanding the monster show itself. The teleportation is as infuriating as it is effective. Orium watches this, and a chilling realization dawns on him. If the monster can teleport at will, their entire strategy is useless. A trap means nothing against an enemy that can simply warp away, and that means Seawall, waiting alone, is in extreme danger. Elsewhere, Seawall finishes setting up her intricate labyrinth trap. She's completely unaware of the new variable, patiently waiting for Orium to lure their target into her kill zone. Our hero knows he can't just follow the original plan. Luring the monster now would be a death sentence for Seawall. He comes to a new conclusion. Before anything else, he has to find a way to disable Wahem's teleportation ability. The true danger of Wahem's teleport becomes clear. It didn't just dodge the attack, it used the opening to get behind Yunxiang. Worse, the recoil from his own powerful skill has left him completely paralyzed and defenseless as the beast lunges in for the kill. But Orium isn't about to let his new ally die. Just as Wahem's claws are about to descend, he leaps in front of the downed Yunxiang, activating one of his Avenger skills, Obsessive Vengeance Defensive Barrier. But how exactly did Orium manage to turn these hostile rivals into allies? It all went down moments before the plan was hatched. After Orium brazenly leaped into their fight and landed a solid hit on the wolf Wahem, the monster suddenly panicked and bolted, fleeing down the street on foot. Juri screams in frustration, wondering aloud why it's running instead of just teleporting away. It dawns on her that its special ability must be on cooldown, but so is her own speed skill, leaving her powerless to give chase. At that exact moment, Orium gets a notification. It's a message from Seawall confirming her trap is ready. Seeing his opportunity, our hero knows exactly what he has to do. He turns to Juri and proposes a deal, offering her a panacea if she agrees to help him. But Juri is insulted, scoffing at the idea that he could buy her cooperation with a simple cash shop item. Her pride is cut short when her partner Yunxiang suddenly collapses, coughing violently from his earlier wounds. Orium immediately calls her out, pointing out that if she actually had any healing items, she wouldn't have panicked and wasted her ultimate skill when Yunxiang was first bitten. He's got her backed into a corner. Orium explains that this isn't a game to him, he has a partner to protect just like she does. He makes the offer one last time, her team's cooperation for the life-saving item. Juri still hesitates, arguing that this is supposed to be a competition. But it's Yoonseong struggling on the ground who makes the final decision. He pleads with Juri to accept the deal, reminding her that in a game where they risk their lives, survival is always the top priority. And with that, the uneasy alliance was formed. As Orium recovers, the injured Yoonseong pleads with Juri. He reminds her that this is a game of survival, and sometimes cooperation is the only way to make it out alive. After a moment of hesitation, Juri agrees to the plan, but on one condition: she and Yoonseong must not be put in any unnecessary danger. Orium is quick to reassure them, explaining that his role as the initial bait is by far the most dangerous part of the strategy. With the temporary truce settled, the team prepares to put their desperate plan into action. As night falls over the city, the hunters take their positions, waiting for the signal. It's all on Juri now. Her mission is simple: act as lure fishing bait. She needs to distract Wahem and lead it towards a specific fork in the road where Seawall's trap lies in wait. Suddenly, the beast appears. Without a second's delay, Juri springs into action, launching her whirlwind dagger skill straight at the monster to grab its attention. The bait is taken. Knowing another direct attack could trigger Wahem's teleport, she immediately turns and flees, activating her running wind skill to gain speed. Just as they planned, the monster gives chase on foot, its teleport ability exhausted from its earlier fight with Orium. The first step is a success. Now for the final step, cornering their prey. As Juri leads Wahem into the kill zone, Seawall finally makes her move, unleashing her ultimate trap skill, the Wall of the 100-Year Kingdom, and a massive cage of golden light erupts from the ground, perfectly ensnaring the beast. The moment Orium strikes, the full extent of Seawall's trap is revealed. She had created the perfect battlefield, blocking every escape route to set up this exact pinch-point hunt. Orium then unleashes his own trump card, the multi-attack skill Flower of Resentment, and with a final explosive swing, he tears the monster apart. The whole fight flashes through Orium's mind. He knew this quest wouldn't be simple. Wahem's insane agility made it too hard to damage. The only way to win efficiently was to lead it into Seawall's immobilizing trap. But first, he had to take care of one crucial thing, forcing Wahem to burn through its teleportation skills and trigger their cooldown. From its earlier attack, our hero had deduced a critical weakness. Wahem could only teleport twice in a row. The plan was terrifyingly simple. As long as he could personally tank 2 of its teleportation strikes, the monster would be a sitting duck. And for someone with the Avenger class, this was the perfect strategy. Orium isn't afraid of getting hurt. In fact, he welcomes it. The more damage he takes, the stronger he becomes. Channeling all the pain he'd endured, he unleashes his skill. Revenge is a raging fire, resulting in the massive explosion that ended the fight. But the fight didn't go unnoticed. The 2 observers are shocked by the outcome, wondering if Orium really tried to fight the monster alone. The more serious one cuts his partner off, telling him to focus. He then reveals their true mission, straight from their guild leader. They need to find out if Orium Lee is a user capable of opening the back door. The members of Guild Racing rewatch the battle data, trying to comprehend what they just witnessed. They see Orium activate his skill. Revenge is a raging fire, a desperate gamble that drains his own HP to multiply his attack power by 2.5 times. He endures a savage assault from the monster, taking hit after hit. In the replay, after Wahem uses its teleport, Orium correctly deduces it only has one left. With everything proceeding according to plan, he decides to stand his ground, ready to rely on a bit of luck to tank the final, unpredictable attack. He mentally taunts the beast, daring it to show its fangs. Just as planned, Wahem reappears and lunges directly at him, a blur of motion and raw power. This was the exact moment our hero was waiting for. Getting bitten triggers his passive skill, Dusk Blossom, creating the perfect opening to unleash his ultimate move, Pavane of the Dead. A cataclysmic explosion of energy erupts, completely vaporizing the target. Back in the Racing Guild Hall, the simulation ends. Ikjugang, their elite soul fighter, is thrown to the floor, physically reeling. The feedback from Orium's attack was so immense that even experiencing it through a replay was enough to completely overwhelm him, leaving the entire guild speechless. The bait works perfectly. After exhausting its teleports, Wahem vanishes, but Orium knows exactly where it's going. The monster makes a desperate run for it, but Orium isn't worried. It's running blindly straight towards Seawall's meticulously laid trap. The plan is falling into place. Just as Wahem is ensnared, the Wind Rider user makes his move. Activating a skill that quadruples his speed, he dashes forward, declaring that since it's a competition, he'll be the one to deal the final blow. But Orium remains completely unfazed. He knows they're going to win regardless. He calmly activates 2 items, Panacea to replenish his defenses and the Feather of the Hunting Falcon for a speed boost. Then he stacks on another skill, sacrificing his defense for an even greater burst of speed. In a flash of green light, Orium explodes forward, moving so fast he leaves the Wind Rider team completely stunned. wondering what in the world just blew past them. He arrives instantly, finding Wahem hopelessly caught in Seawall's sticky labyrinth of obsession, a trap that also cripples its defense and agility. With the monster helpless, Orium powers up for the final strike, knowing he won't even need his ultimate skills to finish this. As Orium prepares to land the finishing blow, Seawall makes her own calculation. She knows he'll need more than just speed, he needs overwhelming power. She activates her Labyrinth Master skill, the Dragon's Power, casting a massive offensive buff on our hero. Now overflowing with energy, Orium becomes a crimson blur. He clashes directly with the monstrous Wahem, dodging its final, desperate lunge and driving his blade home. With one clean, decisive strike, the beast is slain. Catching his breath, Orium admits that without the speed buff, he never would have made it in time. Seawall immediately questions him, asking how he could have possibly known that this specific quest would be a battle of speed. But Orium just smiles, confessing he had no idea. The real reason he wanted the speed buff item was simple. He believed the only way he could truly support her was to be able to run to her side as fast as possible if she were ever in danger. His answer leaves Seawall completely stunned. She playfully calls him a cheeky punk for butting in and stealing the final hit, but she can't hide her smile. Since his interference secured their victory, she admits she'll give him credit for it just this once. At that moment, the system windows flash before them. Not only did they win first place in the competitive quest, but they also cleared a hidden objective by finishing within 45 minutes. The reward is massive, 3 premium item boxes. They can't believe their luck. But as the final ranking screen appears, they're hit with a puzzle. It shows they placed first out of 3 teams. This is impossible. They only saw the Wind Rider team. They realize another team must have been hiding and watching them the entire time. And they were right. Far away on a dark rooftop overlooking the city, 2 mysterious figures stand in the shadows, having witnessed everything. While Orium was preparing for the fight of his life, others were watching from the shadows. Members of the top guild Racing were analyzing their performance. Jugang admits Orium has good intuition and Seawall knows the basics. But Hyun-seung, the Dragon Slayer, isn't impressed, saying they only took down one Wahem. Rimi Kim, the Magic Gunner, steps in to correct him, pointing out it was a special teleporting variant, the kind that has killed many of their own guild members. She declares their performance was fantastic, giving Seawall a score of 92.29 and Orium a near-perfect 98.79 out of 10,000. The guild's healer Yoonjung is completely baffled by her bizarre scoring system. Hyun-seung, however, ignores the debate and says he's holding off on scoring them for now. He'll make his decision after seeing the fight that's about to break out. Yoonjung is confused, thinking the quest is over. But Hyun-seung looks on grimly, revealing a chilling truth. It's not over. A PK user is coming for them. Meanwhile, back with our heroes just after their victory, they're choosing their rewards. Orium asks Seawall if she's going to upgrade her stats, but she shakes her head. She's taking the money with a very specific and very expensive purchase in mind, a time warp generator. Orium is stunned. A time warp generator is a tier 1 item, traded at ridiculously high prices because of its incredible power. It can turn back time for a single object, making it invaluable against a tough opponent or a fatal injury. As Seawall puts it, it's like having 2 lives in a game where death is permanent. Their strategic planning is interrupted by applause. It's the Wind Rider team they briefly allied with during the quest. They approach with smiles, cheerfully admitting defeat and congratulating Orium and Seawall on completely turning the tables to win first place. As Orium explains who they are to Seawall, the blonde Wind Rider girl immediately starts teasing him. She loudly announces to Seawall that Orium had told them there was a girl he had to protect with his life, pointing right at her. Our hero is left blushing and stammering, trying to deny he said it quite like that. The leader of the Wind Rider team cuts in, sincerely thanking Orium. Because of their help, his team secured second-place rewards instead of being wiped out. As a sign of respect and gratitude, he asks to add Orium to his friends list. The Wind Rider user formally asks Orium to add him as a friend. While our hero considers it, Seawall immediately cuts in, warning them not to get any ideas about teaming up. She makes it perfectly clear she doesn't trust strangers. But the Wind Rider just laughs it off, reassuring them he wants nothing from them. He explains that he and his partner treat the game like an extreme sport, and their classes are so unusual they can't even attempt most quests. They're just looking for friends to enjoy the game with. Orium asks Seawall what she thinks. She admits they don't seem like bad people and leaves the final decision to him. However, she has one condition. He can add them, but she wants no part of it, stating that having one party member is enough for her. Orium smiles and agrees. With that settled, Orium moves to send the friend request before the reward timer runs out. But just as his hand reaches the screen, a massive red warning alert flashes. A figure drops from the sky with a heavy thud. It's the Reaper, that PK user from before, and his sinister grin says the party is over. The Wind Rider user reacts in a split second, shouting a warning about the PK user. He instantly activates a powerful defensive skill, the Wall of the 1,000-Year Monarchy, creating a golden barrier around Orium and Seawall. He yells for them to hurry and claim their rewards while he holds the attacker off. A noble sacrifice, but it means nothing against this kind of power. The Reaper shatters the golden wall like it's made of paper, the impact instantly killing the Wind Rider user. He never even stood a chance. Enraged, the female Wind Rider screams and lunges at the Reaper with her dual swords, determined to avenge her fallen partner. But the PK Master simply sidesteps her furious charge and counters with his own skill, the Flood of Daggers, meeting her attack with an overwhelming ocean of steel. But the fight isn't over. From the smoke of the explosion, Jiho Hong rockets forward, his speed defying belief. Watching from a distance, Remy Kim of Guild Racing is stunned, questioning how a Lancer type like Orium could possibly keep pace with a foe who moves like a top-tier Wind Rider. She can only wonder how many thousands of hours this Reaper must have spent in the game to achieve such mastery. Just as Jiho presses his attack, purple chains erupt from the ground, ensnaring him completely. It's Seawall's trap. She steps into view, coolly informing the PK Master that he should have watched his step, and now he should watch his head. Seawall activates a Labyrinth Master skill, the note left by those who died in the labyrinth, granting herself a staggering 120% offensive buff and a 20% speed boost. In a flash, she closes the distance and lands a devastating blow, tearing through Jiho's defenses and finally forcing the legendary player killer to turn and flee. As the Reaper escapes, Seawall urges Orium to help her treat the fallen Wind Rider team, but our hero refuses to let him get away, declaring his intent to chase him down. Seawall immediately protests, warning him that Jiho is likely luring him into another ambush. Orium insists he'll just stall their opponent, buying her time to help the others. But Seawall has a change of heart. She tells him that if he's going to fight, he can't just stall, he must go with the absolute intent to obliterate him. Then she gives him the ultimate motivation. If he makes it back safely, she'll finally tell him her wish. With a renewed sense of purpose, Orium accepts the deal and dashes off in pursuit. The chase is on as Orium hunts the wounded Reaper through the sprawling urban landscape, determined to end this battle once and for all. But the hunt isn't over. With one Chaos member down, Orium immediately tracks another to a deserted sports complex. The new opponent, a masked man, turns to face him, revealing he knew the Avenger would follow. There's no time for talk. The masked man lunges, but Orium is faster, his blade flashing in the dark. In a single, brutal strike, he severs his opponent's arm clean off. Standing over the maimed player, Orium delivers a chilling ultimatum. He explains that while he hates to hurt anyone, scumbags who torment others are less than human in his eyes. He gives the man a choice: run away and live as a normal person, or fight back and be put down like the monster he is. The masked man just laughs. He admits he was excited when Orium cut off his arm without hesitation, but now he sees our hero as just a phony dweeb trying to act tough. He then reveals his trump card and Orium's blood runs cold. In his hand is a glowing orb, the impossibly rare time warp generator, the same item Jiho Hong used to cheat death. The device activates, rewinding the battle to the moment a field skill was used, trapping them both in an inescapable one-on-one duel. The script has been completely flipped. Orium realizes with horror that his opponent wasn't being sloppy at all. He had this plan B the entire time. The masked man's arm is fully restored, and cracking his knuckles, he promises to impale Orium for real this time as he lunges forward to attack. But as the new arrivals sized him up, Orium's mind flashed back to the brutal duel that had just ended. It began with Jiho, his severed hand fully restored, cracking his knuckles and promising to impale Orium for real this time. The fight resumed, but Jiho's experience was on another level. He effortlessly parried Orium's attacks, laughing and mocking our hero for being too slow, asking if he really thought he could get away with taking one of his arms. Orium quickly realized he was fighting at a massive disadvantage. Jiho's field skill, one-on-one battle, was active, nerfing both his speed and offensive power by a crippling 30%. Against a veteran whose base speed was already high enough to take on a Wind Rider, a single mistake would be game over. Jiho pressed his advantage, unleashing a powerful halberd skill. Orium managed to block the blow, but was shocked when he still took a significant amount of damage. He racked his brain, knowing that none of Jiho's known skills were supposed to ignore defensive abilities or deal fixed damage. Then, as he coughed up blood from another clash, it clicked. The damage wasn't from a skill, it was the special effect of a totem item. Orium finally understood. Jiho's base stats were high, but his real strength came from his deep game knowledge and perfect use of items. This wasn't just a high-level player, this was a true PK master. With this grim realization, Orium braced himself as the intense duel continued, a desperate clash of raw power against years of cold, calculated PvP experience. But Orium gets no time to rest. He's immediately trapped in a forced one-on-one duel with another PK master. The Lancer laughs, mocking our hero's movements as sloppy and desperate, asking if he really thinks he can survive by fighting so recklessly. The PK master activates a skill, Lancer Techniques, Chapter 1, The Spear's Roar. With a massive swing, he unleashes a devastating attack that explodes on impact. Believing he's completely crushed Orium, the Lancer laughs maniacally, gloating that he's smashed the sloppy bastard to pieces. But through the smoke, Orium makes a break for it. Seeing this, the Lancer's grin widens. He shouts after Orium, mocking him for trying to run away when he realized he couldn't win, calling the move pathetic. He refuses to let him escape, activating the second chapter of his Lancer Techniques, the Spear's Judgment Javelin. He hurls a spear of pure energy that chases Orium down, detonating in a massive explosion. From a nearby rooftop, the Lancer grins, confident his target is finished. But he's dead wrong. Amidst the crackle of energy, Orium is still standing. He coughs up blood, but his skill, Overcome Adversity, has successfully absorbed the damage from the blast. This was all part of the plan. Orium knew that by pretending to escape the duel field, he could bait the PK master into using his javelin skill. Because he was up against an experienced player, he could predict the standard skill combinations. By absorbing the attack, he can now make up for the offensive power he lost from the duel's handicap. Tables have turned. Orium raises his sword and the Lancer's face twists in shock as he recognizes the stance. Orium has activated a linked skill, an eye for an eye. It allows him to imitate an attack he just received, unleashing it at 80% of its original power. Orium declares that since he can't dodge it, he'll give the Lancer a taste of his own medicine. With a mighty roar, Orium unleashes the very same Lancer skill, the Spear's Judgment, right back at its stunned owner. But while Orium was being scouted, a far more brutal duel was unfolding elsewhere. A Lancer unleashes his ultimate skill, the Spear's Judgment, crashing into his opponent with overwhelming force, who can only scream in agony from the impact. However, his target, a user wearing a skull mask, is far from finished. Enraged, he activates his own ultimate move, World Domination Stampede, summoning a spectral cavalry charge to ride down his foe. This skill is no joke. It grants a piercing effect and a massive 270% boost to all offensive abilities for 18 seconds. Confident in this power-up, a bald-headed ally of the Lancer screams that his target is dead meat and charges in for the kill. He lands a vicious series of attacks, laughing maniacally as he draws blood. Riding a monstrous blue beast, he taunts his opponent, daring him to run as he goes in for the final impalement. But the skull-masked user just waits, counting down the seconds. Suddenly, the bald man's assault clangs uselessly off his defenses as a system notification appears. The effects of the dual forcing skill, one-on-one battle, have just expired. The skull-masked player reveals his strategy. The skill had a 200-second duration, and he knew he just had to survive it. He declares that even if he has to fight while nerfed, he won't lose now that the forced battle is over. The bald man doesn't get it, calling him a moron and lunging again, but the tables have turned completely. The skull-masked player calmly states that without the handicap of the dual skill, his opponent is no match for him. The hunt was over. In an instant, he unleashes his true power, effortlessly slashing through the bald man's defenses and slamming him into the pavement, leaving him broken and defeated. The victor steps over his fallen enemy, pressing a blade to his throat. He coldly warns him not to even think about using a healing item, a lesson every veteran player in this world knows all too well. The Chaos Guild member holding the man captive mocks him, explaining that the vast difference in their skills isn't something a few items can ever hope to overcome. Desperate, the captive demands to know why they do this. He screams that this isn't a game anymore, it's reality, it's murder. He asks if they do it for prize money or if they just enjoy tormenting people. But the PK just scoffs at his naive question. He reveals that after he evolved into his game character, he lost everything. His friends, his family, nobody recognized him anymore. To the world, it was like he had already died, so now he asks why he should care what he does to survive. When you have nothing left to lose, you have everything to gain. He screams that he doesn't need quests or events. He's going to destroy this entire system and bring an end to it all, lunging forward to finish the kill. But at the last second, something stops him cold. The PK freezes, his attack halted as he's struck by an unseen force. His victim looks up in shock to see a new figure standing there. He has no idea what just happened or what kind of weapon could have intervened so suddenly. The newcomer speaks, telling the now defeated PK that he's surprised he managed to survive this long, calling him a trash class. The captive stares in horror. He recognizes the class of the man who just saved him. It's another Reaper, and it's none other than Jiho Hong, the Emperor of Chaos himself. Meanwhile, far from the Chaos Guild's internal conflict, Orium suddenly feels a surge of power. A system message confirms it. He has absorbed the items and half the status points of the dead Reaper he and Seawall defeated. The masked Reaper from Chaos locks eyes with Orium, telling him he's next. Still recovering, Orium demands to know if this new enemy is just like Jiho, another player who lost everything and now kills out of pure spite, but the Reaper just looks back, completely baffled by the question. He scoffs at the idea of needing a reason to hunt. He declares that whether it's in the game or in real life, he simply does whatever it takes to win. With that, he lunges and their weapons clash in a shower of sparks. Orium is immediately on the defensive. This Reaper is significantly faster than the last one he fought. He must have gotten some kind of upgrade. Pushing back, Orium unleashes his Red Thorn skill. A barrage of crimson energy blast slams into the Reaper, who grunts in pain and curses him out. But just as he gains an inch of ground, a massive skeletal entity smashes into him from the side, sending him flying. It was an attack he never saw coming. Coughing up blood, Orium realizes that was no Reaper skill. A woman with purple hair, Yon Ryu, steps out from the shadows, casually remarking that she missed her shot because she got too excited. Orium is stunned. He's facing a necromancer. Her partner, a hulking butcher-class player, isn't impressed, telling her she's sloppy and just plain sucks. Yon Ryu's smile turns venomous as she asks if he has a death wish. Orium is baffled. He's now facing a 3-person PK squad, a Reaper, a necromancer, and a butcher, and they're already at each other's throats. But he has no time to figure out their twisted dynamic because the butcher ignores his partner and lunges straight for him. Meanwhile, back in the game, the hunt for Orium is escalating. The Chaos Emperor Jiho Hong is confronted by another faction from his own guild. The newcomers, led by Ryu-Yon, assure him they aren't trying to steal his prey. They claim they were just hunting a lancer who escaped and ran into them by chance, reminding Jiho of the conditions of their alliance. However, Ryu-Yon's group offers to help take down the Avenger anyway, bitter that Orium cost them a previous job. Jiho coldly tells them to do whatever they want, but he makes one thing brutally clear: he will be the one to personally cut Orium's head off. With that, the Chaos members launch a devastating combined assault. The necromancer Yon Ryu immediately activates her Bone Spurs skill, unleashing a massive wave of explosive energy to overwhelm their target. Jiho Hong dives in right behind her, activating his Massacre of the Sanctuary skill for a guaranteed critical hit, while Ryu-Yon swings his enormous axe from the other side. It's a perfectly executed pincer attack, meant to leave absolutely no chance of survival. The explosive force rips through the area and the Chaos members laugh, completely convinced that their target has been obliterated. For them, the fight is already over. But they celebrated too soon. The ground suddenly rumbles and a new player slams down from the sky in a perfect superhero landing, wearing a t-shirt and pajama pants. He sighs, admitting it's embarrassing to fight like this, but then grins and asks if the landing was at least cool. This newcomer is Hyun Seung from Guild Racing. He activates the Shrine of the Dragon Sword, a skill that instantly neutralizes all attacks in a 5-meter radius for 9 seconds. Seeing the legendary skill, Jiho Hong freezes in shock, realizing he's now facing one of the only 3 dragon slayers in the entire country. As the chaotic battle rages, a new figure appears and Orium immediately recognizes the rare class, asking if the man is a dragon slayer. The newcomer, Hyun Seung, grins, impressed that our hero has such a good eye. But Hyun Seung turns the observation back on Orium, pointing out that the Avenger class is just as tricky and uncommon. Orium is taken aback, not realizing his own class was considered special. Cutting the small talk short, Hyun Seung declares he's here to help. He raises his massive blade, vowing to wipe out the Chaos Guild members, dismissing them as nothing more than bugs. Just as a Chaos member aims a long-range stun gun, Hyun Seung unleashes his own skill, Dragon Silence. A wave of golden energy erupts from his sword, slamming into the enemy forces and neutralizing them in a deafening roar. With the field momentarily cleared, Hyun Seung urgently tells Orium to choose his quest, reward, and escape. He warns that taking on the rest of the Chaos Guild alone would be suicide. Orium hesitates, frantically worrying about Seawall and the others. Hyun Seung quickly reassures him, explaining that the rest of his party is strong enough to survive and that his monk ally Yunjang is already healing them with a blessing skill. The only priority now is to end the quest. But before Orium can act, a shadowy attack slashes through the air. Hyun Seung freezes in shock, realizing a Reaper from Chaos must have activated their skill an instant before his stun landed. They've been outplayed. But Orium's real-world fury is cut short as we're thrown back into Ergosphere Online, where his party is in dire straits. They're completely overwhelmed, cornered by a monstrous foe. Just as despair sets in, a powerful figure steps forward, unleashing a devastating skill, the Demon Destroyer's Fist. A single earth-shattering blow connects, turning the tide in an instant. The powerful fighter Ikju of Raisin gets a hearty congratulations from his partner. At the same time, Orium and Sewall hear their names called out. It's the Raisin Guild's healer, Yunjang, letting them know the party is fully healed. She tells them not to worry and to go finish the quest, and Orium immediately agrees. Jian, stunned by the sudden reinforcements, asks who these people are and why they helped. The powerful new arrivals simply state their name. They are from the top-ranking guild, Raisin. They cryptically tell the party that they'll be meeting again very soon. As they depart, one of the Raisin members turns back to a stunned Orium with a smile. He reveals the true reason they were there. Their partner, Ikju, had given him a perfect score. This wasn't just a rescue, it was a high-stakes evaluation. Meanwhile, far away at a luxurious resort, another high-ranking Raisin member, a woman with a massive wing tattoo on her back, relaxes by the pool after a long day. Her peace is interrupted by a call from Hyun-seung. She gets straight to business, asking how the monitoring mission went the night before and, more importantly, if their new targets will be of any use to the guild. Hyun-seung confirms the test was a success. He reports that both the Labyrinth Master and the Avenger performed exceptionally well, punching far above their weight. He specifically praises Orium, noting that the Avenger wasn't afraid to dive into the most dangerous situations. Hyun-seung suspects this isn't just in-game bravado. Our hero has likely faced that kind of life-or-death chaos in the real world, too. Meanwhile, the Dragon Slayer Hyun-seung is on the phone with his guildmaster Seungha. He's debriefing her on Orium, describing him as an absolute beast with sharp intuition and a knack for strategy. Hyun-seung urges her to recruit Orium and Sewall immediately, before they grow too strong and potentially become a threat to Raisin itself. Seungha laughs, finding it unusual for Hyun-seung to be so invested in recruitment. She agrees to arrange a meeting, teasing him about his fondness for hardcore players, which he dismisses with annoyance. But the call takes a serious turn. Hyun-seung has one last crucial piece of intel. Chaos is on the move again. He warns Seungha that she needs to prepare for an all-out guild battle. The news lands like a bomb. Seungha immediately agrees, telling him she'll start preparations with Ikju and that he should alert the others. Her calm demeanor cracks and she seethes with rage, calling the Chaos members nothing but stupid animals for daring to challenge them. Still, her resolve is absolute. In the world of top-tier guilds, there's only one way to respond to a challenge like this. Since Chaos is baring its teeth, Raisin has no choice but to go hunting. The scene shifts to a dark room where that hunt has already begun. A captive, a member of Chaos, is bound to a chair, blindfolded and breathing heavily after intense interrogation. Seungha arrives with the sole fighter, Ikju. He reports that their prisoner refuses to talk, even after being forcefully kept awake for 100 hours straight. It seems the man is intent on dying. Hearing this, Seungha decides it's time for a more direct approach. Without warning, she delivers a vicious kick, sending the man and his chair flying. As he's caught in magical restraints, she brings a knife to his face and coldly lays out the new rules. She will stab him to the verge of death, then heal him with a potion, repeating the cycle endlessly until he breaks. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Guild Raisin begins a brutal interrogation of a captured Chaos member. Rimi Kim lays out the rules of their little game. She will stab him to the brink of death and then heal him with a potion. She has 5 potions, giving him 5 chances to talk. They want to know 2 things: the location of Chaos's hideout and any information on its mysterious leader. The captive panics, screaming that he's just a low-ranking grunt who has never even seen the leader. But Rimi is completely unfazed. She coldly informs him that there are no exceptions to the rules and it's time for them to begin. Another Raisin member, Ikju, complains about being bored and wonders aloud which painful skill or poison he should use to liven things up. A moment later, the captive's agonizing screams echo through the room. Back with our hero, Orium and Sewall are walking together, discussing their new allies. While Orium feels Raisin didn't seem like bad people, Sewall is far more cautious. She explains that as a top 3 guild with over 800 members, their public image might not reflect their true nature, especially now that the world-changing Horizon event is on the line. With that much at stake, she advises they keep their distance and just observe for now. But their conversation is cut short when Yoonhyung suddenly appears right in front of them. With a grim expression, he tells Orium to follow him, insisting they have something to talk about. Sewall immediately flies into a rage, demanding to know how he has the nerve to show his face again. Yoonhyung coldly dismisses her, telling her to stay out of it because his business is with Orium. To Sewall's disbelief, Orium agrees to go. He tells her that he can't just run away and needs to hear what his former friend has to say. He turns and follows Yoonhyung, leaving a very worried Sewall behind. Before meeting his old friend, Orium tries to reassure a worried Sewall, telling her that he's strong enough now to handle whatever Yoonhyung throws at him and promising to text her when it's over. Moments later, Orium stands before Yoonhyung, demanding to know what he wants to talk about. Yoonhyung immediately goes on the offensive, not with his fists but with his words. He brings up a boy named Seungwon, asking if Orium knew he was hospitalized with serious injuries after their fight, a revelation that leaves our hero completely blindsided. He continues his psychological assault, claiming Seungwon suffered fractured bones and that because of what Orium did, his parents are now preparing to sue. Orium tries to argue that it was a mutual fight, but Yoonhyung coldly lays out the consequences of a police investigation. At best, expulsion from school, and at worst, prison. Just as he has Orium cornered, Yoonhyung reveals the ace up his sleeve. There might be a way out of this because Seungwon's parents just so happen to be receiving legal counsel from the law firm owned by Yoonhyung's own father. The trap is perfectly laid. Yoonhyung explains that if he puts in a good word, he can persuade Seungwon's parents to drop the charges and come to an agreement, making the entire problem simply disappear. When Orium desperately asks what he needs to do, Yoonhyung reveals his true price with a smug grin. All Orium has to do is go to Seungwon, get down on his knees, and apologize. This wasn't about justice, it was about humiliation. Orium is stunned, remembering that he was the one being attacked in that fight. Yoonhyung wants him to kneel before his own bully. Yoonhyung twists the knife, insisting it's a simple request. After all, he says, Orium was the one who hospitalized Seungwon. He coldly declares that it's all Orium's fault, a final, manipulative blow designed to break his spirit. Yoonhyung's cruel words echo in Orium's mind, bringing back the ghost of his past. The taunts are all too familiar, mocking the defeated, resentful expression he used to wear. It was the face of a boy who endured constant torment, from trashed desks to being humiliated in the cafeteria. The voice continues its venomous assault, sneering that no matter how strong Orium pretends to be, he's still a loser at his core. A loser who has no choice but to apologize, even when he's done nothing wrong. It was the psychological cage they had built around him for years. But the memory shifts, not to defeat but to defiance. We see a confrontation with another bully, Seungwon. Orium stands his ground, refusing to apologize. He spits that Seungwon can go ahead and sue him because this wasn't just about him. The bully had also tried to lay a hand on Sewol when she stepped in to help. This is Orium's line in the sand. He declares that he can take anything they throw at him, but he will never stand by and watch someone else get hurt because of him. That is unforgivable. So he repeats his challenge: sue him if you want, but he will never ever kneel. When asked if he's not worried about an investigation, Orium completely flips the script. He explains that he wants them to investigate. The moment they look into the cause of the fight, Seungwon will have to answer for every single thing he's ever done. Our hero asks them to consider who that would really hurt in the end. With his final word, Orium makes it clear the discussion is over. He doesn't care if it goes to a trial or some other settlement. He will not back down. He turns and walks away, leaving his opponent speechless. The worm has finally and definitively turned. But even in the quiet of Sewol's home, the memory of his confrontation with Yoonhyung comes rushing back. Yoonhyung had twisted the knife, asking what would happen if Orium's protective sister, Orium, found out he was being bullied and couldn't handle the truth. He'd laid it on thick, reminding Orium how Orium became an orphan and sacrificed everything to raise him. Yoonhyung cruelly suggested that learning her brother was treated as an outcast would completely shatter her, no matter how strong she was. At that moment, a horrifying realization hit Orium. Yoonhyung knew everything about his family's past the entire time. Yoonhyung had just smirked, confirming it was obvious since they'd always attended the same schools. The betrayal sent Orium into a blind rage. He'd slammed Yoonhyung, screaming and demanding to know why he just stood by and watched it all happen. Orium knew Yoonhyung had the influence to stop the bullying, but he did absolutely nothing. Yoonhyung's reaction was pure contempt. He'd simply chuckled at Orium's desperation before coldly asking why he should have ever bothered to help. Desperate, Orium had pleaded with him, reminding him that they used to be friends. He begged him to understand, saying he should have helped if not for his sake, then at least for his sister's. But Yoonhyung delivered the final, devastating blow. He flatly denied their entire history, stating that he had never, not even for a moment, considered Orium his friend. The worst betrayals always come from the ones you once trusted. As Orium reassures Sewol, his mind flashes back to the venomous words Yoonhyung had hurled at him just moments before. Yoonhyung had cruelly denied they were ever friends, not even once, sneering that someone like him could never be friends with an orphan. He declared himself to be on another level, admitting he only ever played with Orium out of boredom. But the true poison came when he dragged Sewol's name through the mud. Yoonhyung claimed that she, born into wealth with a silver spoon, had the exact same idea. He insisted the only reason she was humoring Orium was because she saw him as nothing more than her personal plaything. With pure contempt, Yoonhyung said he couldn't care less whether Orium or his sister got hurt. He called them bottom feeders, destined to struggle forever while he looked down from a height they could never reach. For some, cruelty isn't a choice, it's a core belief. That was the last straw. The memory of his own rage burns fresh, the teeth gritting, the fist clenching. Fueled by righteous fury at the insult to his family, Orium had slammed his fist directly into Yoonhyung's face. As Yoonhyung reeled, Orium told him that he finally saw the truth. He'd once thought Yoonhyung had simply fallen in with a bad crowd, but now he realized the truth. His former friend was a scumbag, plain and simple. Yoonhyung, completely unrepentant, just scoffed at him, mockingly asking if our hero expected some kind of apology for the truth. Orium didn't need one. He lunged forward again, declaring he wouldn't accept an apology from him even if he offered, and landed another brutal blow that sent Yoonhyung flying. Even as he was beaten down, Yoonhyung's twisted ambition only hardened. He swore to himself that he would do whatever it took to get even, to one day climb to the very top and crush everyone beneath him. Yoonhyung swears to himself that one day he'll climb to the top and be the one looking down on everyone who wronged him. Later, as Orium is walking home alone, lost in thought, he's startled by Sewall appearing behind him. She playfully points her finger at him like a gun, shouting for him to put his hands up. She jokes that from behind, he looked like he was just asking to get shot, leaving a confused Orium to wonder what she's even talking about. The mood shifts as Sewall asks if he was friends with Yoonhyung when they were kids. She admits she got worried and followed him, accidentally eavesdropping on his painful conversation. Orium, though surprised, quickly tells her it's okay and she has nothing to apologize for. He confesses that he's just embarrassed for having trusted someone like Yoonhyung. When Sewall asks if they were close, Orium explains that back in elementary and middle school, Yoonhyung was his best friend. They were completely inseparable. But in middle school, everything changed. Yoonhyung started hanging out with bullies, and soon after, he and Orium drifted apart. At first, Yoonhyung would bring Orium along, but eventually the group turned on him, and that's when the bullying started. Sewall immediately tells him not to blame himself. She insists that the bully is always the one in the wrong, and the person who betrays a friend is the one who should feel guilty, not the person who was tricked. Her words of support clearly land with Orium. For a moment, the scene shifts, showing someone else thinking that Sewall probably understands this feeling all too well. Breaking the heavy silence, Sewall suddenly asks Orium if he has plans for the night, and if he wants to come over to her place, leaving him completely stunned. Orium is completely baffled by the sudden invitation, and Sewall immediately gets flustered. She shouts that he's overthinking things, she just wanted to make him some instant noodles and doesn't need a special reason. She then brings up the lawsuit threat from Yoonhyung, clearly still bothered by it. She tells Orium to just follow her, promising she'll help him look into the legal trouble. Our hero tries to refuse, not wanting to drag her into his problems, but Sewall is having none of it. She argues that if he gets arrested, she loses her party member, making it her problem too. To seal the deal, she declares it an official party quest that they have to solve together. Rendered speechless, Orium can only agree. He makes one last-ditch effort, suggesting they could just talk over the phone, but Sewall hilariously shuts him down, insisting that eating instant noodles is a mandatory part of the quest. And so, he follows her home, quickly realizing she doesn't live in some average apartment. They arrive at a stunning, high-end luxury complex that looks more like a five-star hotel, revealing just how wealthy the Labyrinth Master's family truly is. Meanwhile, in the shadowy headquarters of the Chaos Guild, a new meeting is underway. A captive, blindfolded and bound by a restraint skill, is brought before a guild member. This is Jiho Hong, the Reaper class user, and he immediately demands the restraints be removed so he can see the face of Chaos's leader. The Chaos member refuses, agreeing to remove the blindfold but keeping the skill active, citing Jiho's pesky abilities. This was not the deal. Jiho erupts in fury, screaming that they promised he'd be freed once he reached their hideout. Suddenly, a calm, authoritative voice cuts through the tension. From a balcony above, the Emperor orders his subordinate to release their guest. He explains that it wasn't easy to arrange this meeting and it's poor hospitality to keep him in handcuffs. Jiho scoffs, but he's satisfied. He remarks that since this man's orders are followed, he must be the true boss. Finally facing the leader of Chaos, Jiho says he's always wanted to meet the Emperor, just to see what kind of moron he is. The Emperor is unfazed. He replies that it's quite a coincidence because he's been wanting to meet their guest as well, and then he speaks the Reaper's name, Jiho Hong. Elsewhere in a quiet hideout, a man calmly offers a special blend of tea to his guest, but his visitor, shrouded in a hoodie and cap, has no time for pleasantries. He demands to know why he was summoned, his voice dripping with impatience and menace. He threatens to demolish the entire hideout and break their alliance if he doesn't get some answers fast. The host simply laughs, completely unbothered by the threat. He calls his guest a cliched villain, just like the rumors said, before addressing him by name, Jiho. He admits he finds villains like Jiho entertaining, people who make their own stories in an otherwise tedious world. He suggests they get to know each other better. With a sinister grin, the man drops a bombshell. He reveals he knows Jiho's real-world identity, rattling off his full name, his high school, and even his class number. In this world, information is the deadliest weapon. Jiho snaps. He lunges forward to attack, screaming for the man to go to hell. But his host remains calm, remarking that Jiho's power won't be enough. He raises a hand and a system window flashes with a single terrifying skill: kneel. In an instant, Jiho is overwhelmed. All the power drains from his body, leaving him staggering and helpless. He can't understand what just happened. It's a skill unlike anything he's ever encountered. His opponent begins to lecture him, explaining that a truly great villain has a grand plan that can crush all others. He tells Jiho that no matter how skilled a PK user he is, he's still just a part of the game system, a villain waiting in line to vote. And now, he's finally ready to reveal the real reason he summoned the Emperor of Chaos. The mysterious figure cuts to the chase, revealing he has a request. If his target accepts, he will grant them the ultimate power as compensation, the ability to open the back door and override the game's very system. With a sinister smile, he asks if the offer sounds appealing. His target is clearly shaken by the proposition. The figure tells them they can refuse, but he urges them to decide quickly, casually mentioning that the scent of his tea won't last forever. The threat is subtle, but the pressure is immense. Meanwhile, Orium and Sewall arrive at her apartment. It's his first time visiting, and after she heads off to change clothes, she tells him to make himself at home. But making himself at home is difficult because Orium is absolutely stunned. The place is massive, with ceilings so high it looks like a mansion straight out of a TV drama. He's beginning to realize just how different their worlds are. While looking around, he spots a family photo on the wall. He sees a younger Sewall with shorter hair, standing with her parents. He's surprised to learn she's an only child, another small detail he never knew about his closest ally. Sewall calls out from the kitchen, asking how many packs of instant noodles he wants. The simple, domestic question makes Orium realize something important. All they ever talk about is the game. He's never actually asked Sewall about herself. As she gets the food ready, a question burns in Orium's mind. Why would someone who lives in a place like this, someone who seemingly has everything, risk her life every day playing Ergosphere online? He remembers her joking about wanting a harem of singers and her own secret garden, but he knows that can't be the real reason. For the first time, he's desperate to understand what truly motivates the Labyrinth Master. After they finish their meal, Sewall lets slip that instant noodles always make her feel better when she's stressed. It's a small comment, but for Orium, it's another clue hinting at a hidden pressure in her seemingly perfect life. But the meeting with Guild Racin is put on hold. Instead, Orium finds himself at Sewall's massive home, where she's made him instant noodles to help him de-stress. He's a bit surprised by her sudden kindness and offers to help with the dishes, but she quickly turns him down. As she washes up, Orium asks when her parents get home. Sewall's answer reveals a crack in her perfect facade. She tells him they always come home late and that she's usually alone in the evenings. This throws our hero for a loop. He asks if she doesn't have a live-in maid, which makes Sewall completely flustered. She snaps back that they aren't some movie-style aristocrats, though she admits they have staff. Orium confesses he never pictured her doing something as normal as washing dishes. His words make Sewall stop. She turns to him, her expression serious, and tells him not to see her that way. She admits she's from a rich family, but insists she's not the kind of person who uses money to control people. And then she says the most important thing: she has never, ever thought of him as her plaything. And just like that, everything clicks into place. Orium remembers Yoonhyung's venomous taunt from their fight, the accusation that Sewall was only keeping him around as a toy. He realizes that Yoonhyung's words didn't just get to him, they got to her asterisk. Orium immediately reassures her, saying he never once believed that lie. He lists all the times she's had his back, defending him from bullies, saving him from a peeker, and trusting his plans without question. He tells her that someone who looks down on others would never do those things. He looks her straight in the eye and says that while other people might only see her family's wealth, he doesn't. The person he met, the person he trusts, is the Labyrinth Master. Sewall is completely flustered, calling Orium's compliment cringy. She pushes back, saying he must have had his own assumptions about her if he was so surprised to see her doing dishes. But our hero clarifies that's not what he meant at all. He was just trying to say that he'd never seen her in an apron before and that she looked surprisingly cute in it. The sudden, honest compliment leaves Sewall blushing and completely speechless. Her embarrassment quickly turns to rage as she shouts at him, calling him a perv and asking if he has a death wish. Orium is left totally stunned by the accusation. The story then cuts away to a different part of the city, where Yoon-hyung-beek arrives at his apartment building, the bandage on his nose a clear reminder of his fight with Orium. He stops dead in his tracks when he finds his father waiting for him in the hallway. His father hands him a bag from his grandmother, claiming he was just in the area and wanted to check on how Yoon-hyung was doing living alone. But the pleasantries end there, as he immediately notices the injury on his son's face and asks if someone hit him. Yoon-hyung tries to brush it off as nothing, but his father sees right through the lie. He mutters under his breath that it was bound to happen, remarking that Yoon-hyung is just like his mother. The cruel comment clearly hits a nerve. The pressure mounts as his father coldly informs him that while he doesn't expect much, he demands that Yoon-hyung not disappoint him. All Yoon-hyung can do is agree meekly. Verbal assault intensifies. His father berates him for attending a shitty public school, screaming that he is the son of an elite and needs to start acting like it. He offers to transfer him or send him abroad, his voice filled with disdain. Cornered and humiliated, Yoon-hyung grits his teeth, suppressing his rage as he forces out a quiet, submissive, "Yes, father." But while Orium and Sewol weigh the offer of a lifetime elsewhere, others are trying to unravel the world's mysteries on their own. A streamer known as Orange Box is live on location at the site of a recent, unexplained explosion, broadcasting to his followers. He roasts his own chat, telling them to stop complaining that his content is always the same, threatening to unsubscribe them from life if they don't appreciate the art of mystery hunting. But he admits he's also getting bored of finding no clues, so for today's stream he's prepared something special, his grand theory on why these strange events keep happening, which he calls the milfuel hypothesis. He explains that while it's named after a dessert, his theory is anything but sweet. According to him, their universe is just one thin layer stacked among many others, and these layers are all influencing one another. He insists this isn't some crazy theory, it's reality. Another world they've never seen before is actively bleeding into their own. He calls this phenomenon a Z-zone, a whole new world. As he speaks, a young man puts on his VR headset, logging into Ergosphere Online. Inside the game's bizarre landscape, a hooded figure uses a strange power on a fallen demon, channeling green energy into it. With a flash of light, they use a skill called Raise. But their target isn't the monster. The power is aimed at another player who throws his hands up in terror, pleading with the hooded figure not to shoot. He screams that he's a real person, not a monster to be hunted down, but the mysterious player simply watches, unmoved. But while Orium and Sewol navigate guild politics, others are playing a much deadlier game. Deep in a cursed forest, a hooded figure stands over the corpse of a freshly killed ogre. Another user approaches, acting impressed, pointing out that it usually takes 5 people to kill such a beast and that the reward must be huge. The hooded player is completely uninterested. He coldly tells the newcomer to get lost, making it clear he doesn't want to talk. The friendly act shatters in an instant. The adventurer's face twists into a menacing grin as he drops the facade, revealing he never intended to leave empty-handed. He lunges forward, activating a rogue skill designed to loot a player's entire inventory upon death. But he made a fatal miscalculation. The hooded figure moves like lightning, using his own skill, Summary Execution, to stun the rogue and slam him into the ground before the attack can even land. Bruised and terrified, the rogue can only watch as his opponent prepares an ultimate move, Guillotine Robespierre, which manifests as a colossal specter of death. He starts begging, frantically warning the hooded man that killing him will result in a PK penalty, branding him as a player killer. The penalty means nothing to him. The hooded figure simply asks, "So what?" before saying goodbye and unleashing the attack, obliterating the rogue in a blinding flash of energy. As the dust settles, a system window confirms the identity of this ruthless executioner. It's none other than Yoon-hyung-beek, Orium's former friend and tormentor. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the game, Orium's old bully Yoon-hyung-beek has just finished a fight. A system warning flashes before him. He's been banned from town shops for 56 hours for attacking another user. Any more penalty points and he'll be forcibly transported to Chaos Island. Yoon-hyung seethes with anger, wondering why these damn bastards keep cropping up and getting in his way. It's starting to seriously get on his nerves. Suddenly, another player approaches, sarcastically complimenting his coolness. Yoon-hyung immediately points his weapon, but the newcomer isn't fazed. He notes that Yoon-hyung pulled the trigger despite the penalty point risk, calling it impressive, and then offers a proposal he might want to hear. Yoon-hyung tells him to cut the bullshit and asks if he has a death wish, but the stranger calmly denies it, claiming he has no desire to fight. In fact, he says the only thing on his mind is being with him. Absolutely disgusted by the comment, Yoon-hyung materializes his energy sword. The stranger just laughs, amused that Yoonhyung shot an arrow right at his face, calling him feisty. The recruiter then gets down to business. He reveals he's in charge of recruitment for a certain guild and has been watching Yoonhyung Beak for a while. He believes Yoonhyung has the skills to join them and invites him to meet their leader. Yoonhyung isn't having it. He tells the guy to get lost, completely uninterested in joining any guild. But the recruiter knows exactly which buttons to push. He says that's a shame because he was about to share some very interesting information, like an event with a 20 billion won prize or a strange phenomenon that lets you change into your game character in real life. This hits Yoonhyung like a lightning bolt. He calls it complete bullshit, but his shocked face betrays him. This isn't just a random rumor, it's something terrifyingly real. The recruiter smiles, having gotten the reaction he wanted. He explains that to hear more, Yoonhyung will have to pay the price. He must go to Chaos Island. If he can take down every PK user there and reach the top of the tower, the recruiter will tell him everything. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure extends a sinister invitation. He challenges anyone interested to come to Chaos Island, take down all the PK users there, and reach the top of the tower. Only then, he says, will he reveal his secrets before using a teleportation box to vanish. At that same moment, another player stumbles upon a strange phenomenon. He begins to connect the dots, wondering if this ability to change one's physical form is the very same thing that happened to Orium. The rabbit hole goes deeper than anyone imagined. But for Orium, the world shrinks down to the memory of how this all began, a seemingly normal day outside his school. Sewall reassures him about the lawsuit threatened by his former bullies, explaining that her cousin confirmed he'll be fine as long as she testifies that he was defending himself. Our hero is flooded with relief, admitting he was so scared of going to jail he couldn't sleep. Sewall just laughs, teasing him for putting up such a tough front when he told Yoonhyung Beak he didn't care about being sued. Suddenly, their attention is stolen by a flashy red sports car pulling up to the school gate. Sewall jokes that it must be a surprise gift for her, but Orium scoffs, saying he'd have to slay 100 black beasts just to afford the tires. A voice calls out their names. It's Seungha, the guildmaster of Raisin, looking sharp and smiling as she steps out of the vehicle. She greets them warmly, noting that they're here earlier than she had anticipated. The other students are clueless, and even Orium feels a vague, unsettling sense of familiarity he can't quite place. That is, until another player recognizes the guild's insignia and gasps out their name, Guild Raisin. The game is up. Seungha flashes a grin, confirming her identity. She cuts straight to the chase, inviting Orium and Sewall to skip class and come for a drive to the Raisin Guild's hideout, promising she has a lot she wants to tell them. Despite declining their offer, Orium, Sewall, and Jaein find themselves in a luxury sports car being escorted by Guild Raisin. The mood is tense. Sewall whispers to Orium, questioning if this is a good idea since the guild knows their personal information. But our hero is more optimistic. He points out that if Raisin wanted to harm them, they would have done it already. He believes they should at least hear them out, as they might get crucial information about the Horizon event. Their driver is none other than Seungha, the guildmaster herself. With the Raisin crest on her steering wheel, she speeds them towards a massive, futuristic building that serves as the guild's headquarters. Inside, Seungha offers to introduce them to the other members, asking if they prefer a private room or the cafe. Sewall immediately opts for the private room, stating that the cafe would be too loud for a proper conversation. Seungha smirks, impressed. She correctly identifies Sewall as the daughter of a pharmaceutical company's CEO, remarking that her strategic thinking makes sense. With that, she agrees to summon the other members to the room. The casual reveal of her identity puts Sewall on edge. Orium notices her mood and asks if she's been here before. She quietly explains that her family used to vacation here when she was young, back in the good old days. The bittersweet memory hangs in the air, and Orium realizes things are no longer so simple for her family. They take an elevator up to a meeting room. Seungha opens the door and gestures them inside, announcing that everyone is waiting. Orium and Sewall step inside and are met by the core members of Guild Raisin. They're both taken aback by how small the group is, having expected dozens of players from such a high-ranking guild. Rimi Kim steps forward to explain. She clarifies that while the guild is large, the people gathered in this room are the only ones who have evolved. When Orium asks what she means, Rimi defines it for him. Evolution is their term for the phenomenon of a player transforming into their game character in the real world. Picking up on their explanation, Sewall asks the obvious question. If they've studied this evolution so much, do they know what's causing it? The Racing Guild members admit they don't have the full scientific picture, but they've uncovered one critical common denominator. Evolution only seems to happen to players ranked in the top 100. This reveal lands with a thud. Every single member of Raisin is a top 100 ranker, and as they point out, so are Orium and Sewall. The system data confirms it. Orium Lee is ranked 89th, while Siwal Kim sits comfortably at 47th. They add that the duo doesn't seem to care about the ranking system, which is mostly for bragging rights anyway. Rimi Kim points out that Orium is a particularly interesting case. He cracked the top 100 through solo events and quests alone, completely avoiding team dungeons and PvP tournaments. When she asks why, Orium just shrugs, saying he doesn't really care about his rank and doesn't like fighting other players, even in a game. This admission immediately makes some Racing members doubt his usefulness. Real-world fights aren't like the game, but Seungha, the guildmaster, quickly shuts them down. She reveals that Orium fought an armed lancer from the PK Guild Chaos and won all by himself and without using a single item. The news sends a shockwave through the room. That kind of feat is almost unheard of. With that, the mood shifts entirely. The guild members agree that his rank and records are irrelevant. Based on his raw intuition and control, he has the talent of a top ranker, and letting a player like that go would be a massive loss for them. But Siwal has been listening to this entire breakdown patiently, and she's had enough of the games. She cuts in, demanding they stop. She asks them to be direct. Is the real reason they were invited here for a recruitment pitch? Seungha just laughs, admitting that she thought it was obvious. She confirms that yes, Racing wants to recruit them. Their classes and abilities would be a huge asset to the guild, especially since they need to strengthen their forces for a major upcoming event. Siwal immediately guesses they're talking about the Horizon event. Seungha confirms it and lays out the offer. If they join, Racing will share all their exclusive information about quest rewards, the evolution phenomenon, and the game itself. Siwal smartly notes that this means they're currently holding back information. With a shrug and a smile, Seungha basically tells them they'll get the rest of the secrets once they're on the team. Zikju's power explodes across the arena. The story rewinds to the moments just before the fight, showing exactly how they got here. Rimi of Racing lays out the guild's seemingly generous offer. She promises Orium and Siwal monthly payments for their quests, full medical coverage, and even a membership card to use Racing's high-class hotel as their personal base. But her final offer is the most tempting: personal bodyguards to protect them from the infamous player-killer guild Chaos. Name Chaos immediately gets Orium's attention. He knew it as the game's prison island for peakers, but Rimi explains the chilling truth. It's also a real-life guild made of users who hunt others in organized groups. The realization dawns on Orium. The players who attacked him before weren't just random bullies. They were part of something much bigger and far more dangerous. With her sales pitch complete, Rimi demands their answer. They can either join the guild or leave the room and pretend the conversation never happened. Orium hesitates. On paper, it's a great deal that would make the game infinitely easier, but his gut tells him there's a hidden price. Siwal, always thinking ahead, cuts right to the chase. She asks about the rewards from the upcoming Horizon event, the 20 billion won prize money and the legendary wish. Rimi's smile doesn't falter as she reveals the catch. The prize money would be split among all guild members, and the wish would be used for a collective guild purpose. Their personal ambitions would be sacrificed for the group. Sensing the trap, Siwal presses her, asking what would happen if they refused to join. Rimi's friendly facade finally cracks. She claims nothing would happen, but then delivers a thinly veiled threat. If they run into Racing during the event, they should stay out of their way because the guild will do anything to win, no matter who they have to crush. This was never an invitation, it was an ultimatum. Siwal finds herself caught between a rock and a hard place. Joining Racing would drastically increase their chances of survival against the game's masters, but it means giving up the wish she desperately needs. Refusing means making enemies of one of the top 3 guilds. With their lives on the line, she internally resigns herself to the fact that they have no choice but to join to survive. But just as it seems they're about to cave, Orium speaks up. With everyone watching, he flatly rejects Racing's offer. When a surprised Rimi asks why, Orium's reasoning is simple and defiant. He tells her they have a wish they want granted and they won't be giving it up for anyone. The conversation with Guild Racing continues, and Orium lays his cards on the table. He explains there's a specific wish they want granted by the game, and joining their guild would mean giving that up. He tells them firmly they'd rather just continue as their own small party. Rimi Kim seems intrigued by his straightforward ambition, while Guildmaster Seungha leans in, suggesting they share their goal. She points out that perhaps Racing is looking for the same thing, hinting at a potential alliance on different terms. But before Orium can answer, Jaein Bei steps up with a grand, dramatic announcement. Their ultimate wish, he declares, is to create the harem of their dreams, filled with their favorite K-pop idols. The entire room falls silent in stunned disbelief, with Siwal looking absolutely mortified. Some jokes land harder than others. Siwal immediately explodes, smacking Jaein and yelling that he's lost his mind. Orium quickly jumps in to de-escalate, telling Seungha that while the harem part was obviously a stupid joke, it's true that they have a serious wish they're fighting for. But the damage is done. Ikju Gang scoffs, dismissing them as mere children. He turns to Seungha and says this is exactly why they should hunt down players like this and force them into retirement. To Orium's shock, Seungha agrees, stating there's no reason to wait for the Horizon event, they can just squash them right here and now. And just like that, the friendly mask comes off. Ikju gets right in Orium's face, roaring that if they're playing for such a stupid prize, they are nothing more than an obstacle in Raisin's path. The duel is set, Ikju Gang, the rank 13 Soul Fighter, against Orium Lee, the rank 89 Avenger. Without another word, the fight begins. Ikju's arm transforms, unleashing the skill Boulder-Smashing Bear Claw. As the monstrous energy gathers, a voice cries out, questioning why a simple refusal to join their guild had to escalate into a life-or-death battle. With Orium's duel concluded, the true nature of Raisin's recruitment is revealed. Rimi Kim explains that their work involves more than just invitations. They also hunt users who might pose a future threat, forcing them to retire from the game entirely. Orium's party is immediately disgusted, accusing them of being no different from the PK Guild Chaos. But Raisin's members insist they're different. They don't kill players, they just beat them down so badly that they lose all will to ever log in again. Hyun Seung clarifies that this hunting is structured like a formal one-on-one PvP tournament. The loser faces a single penalty, forced retirement. It's corporate-sponsored bullying, plain and simple. When asked what happens if a loser refuses, Rimi admits they can't actually enforce it. Their real goal is to gather combat data and psychologically crush their opponents so thoroughly that they'll never dare challenge Raisin again. She gives them one last chance to avoid this fate by simply joining their guild. But Orium and Sewall flatly refuse. They will not be intimidated. Instead, Orium flips the script with an insane counteroffer. They will participate in the hunt. If they lose, they'll join Raisin as requested. But if Raison loses, their members have to join Orium's party. Rimi scoffs at the ridiculous condition, but Orium holds all the cards. He declares that even if they lose, they will never retire and will aim for first place in the upcoming event. The only way for Raisin to neutralize them is to accept the wager. The guild members realize he's not bluffing. Sewall backs the play, stating she's not one to grovel. Amused and impressed by their sheer audacity, Rimi starts laughing. She accepts their absurd conditions. The team that loses the one-on-one tournament must join the other. The stage is now set for a battle where the prize is an entire guild. Seungha agrees to Orium's terms on the spot. The conditions are set, a one-on-one tournament where the loser's entire party is absorbed by the winner. Her own guild members are stunned, questioning why she would risk everything on a single fight. But Seungha has an ace up her sleeve. She whispers to Rimi that it doesn't matter if they lose. They outnumber Orium's group, so they can just let the fight wear him down and crush them afterwards if needed. For Raisin, this is a win-win situation. And so, the stage is set at Guild Raisin's official training grounds for the high-stakes rematch. The rules are laid out. It's a single one-on-one match with no time limit. Competitors cannot use items and are forbidden from leaving the designated area. The first one down loses it all. Sewall and Irium are terrified, knowing a fight this intense could end in someone's death. Seeing their concern, Seungha reveals that they've prepared a special safety measure for the duel. She presents the Mary Ann doll, a rare item that automatically restores a user's HP to 15% the moment it drops to a critical 1%. It's a one-time use lifeline to prevent a fatal blow. Seungha explains that the match will end if the doll is destroyed and their team will intervene. As a final precaution, their top-tier healer, Yoonjung, the 56th ranked player with the Angel class, is on standby. With the terms set, Rimi announces the start of the tournament. There's no signal to begin. She tells them to go for it whenever they're ready. Ikju Gang faces Orium, his hands already glowing with power. He reveals his class is Soul Fighter, declaring that now they're even since he already knew Orium was an Avenger. But Orium just smirks. He tells Ikju that the information goes both ways. He already figured out his class after seeing him use a skill back at the hotel. Our hero has been one step ahead the entire time. The fight ignites instantly. Ikju lunges and their weapons clash in a furious exchange. Orium knows he's at a disadvantage. Soul fighters have shorter range but brutal combos. His entire strategy depends on maintaining distance. Wasting no time, Ikju activates a skill, My Ancestors Are Watching, and closes the gap with a devastating blow, immediately putting Orium on the defensive. But even as handshakes are exchanged, Ikju Gang is still reeling, trying to process his defeat. He can't believe it. Orium took all of his best hits head-on, not out of desperation, but as a calculated move just to get closer. He thinks back on Orium's Avenger class. It's an infighter built for direct attacks and skill combos, but that's not the whole story. His own Soul Fighter class operates on the exact same principle. Ikju remembers the clash vividly, unleashing his own skills like the Werewolf's Claws and the powerful Ogre Kick, trading blows and feeling certain he had the advantage in the exchange. For a moment he thought it was too easy, but then a sudden cut appeared on his body that he couldn't explain. He was so focused on his assault, he didn't even realize when Orium had struck back. And now, it all makes sense. Orium's strategy was a mirror of his own, raising his defenses and willingly taking damage, all while waiting for the perfect opening to counterattack. He must have used a counter skill the very instant the ogre kick connected. Ikju has to admit they were evenly matched. For a player ranked as low as 89, Orium's performance was genuinely impressive. He recalls boosting his own agility, darting into our hero's blind spot for a clean hit, thinking he had finally overwhelmed him, but even that wasn't enough. The fight was a blur of slashes and impacts, but in the end, the player with the better timing and the bigger gamble took home the victory, a painful but valuable lesson for the soul fighter. But as Orium and Seawall prepare for their next move, a different kind of battle rages on elsewhere. A dark-haired fighter finds himself completely outplayed, unable to pin down his blonde opponent. The blonde fighter, a soul fighter, is using the possessed Forest King skill to seamlessly switch between agility and attack modes, keeping his enemy completely off balance. He leaps in, slamming his opponent into the ground with overwhelming force. The dark-haired fighter tries to rally, believing the superior range of his weapon will give him the edge if he can just wait for the right moment to strike. But that moment never comes. The blonde fighter closes the distance in an instant, pointing out that a sword's greater reach also means a slower swing, a fatal weakness that makes his range advantage meaningless up close. He follows up with another brutal combo, leaving the dark-haired fighter reeling. He realizes his opponent is on a whole other level. This isn't like fighting monsters with predictable patterns. The feints and irregular movements are completely throwing off his timing. This is the chaotic, unpredictable nature of fighting another human. And just as everyone thinks it's over, something shifts. The spectators look on in utter shock as the dark-haired fighter and Avenger suddenly drops his typical style and lands a clean punch right to his opponent's jaw. The crowd is stunned and Avenger throwing fists, but for the fighter, everything suddenly clicks into place. He understands that to beat a human opponent, he needs a different, more human style. He has to create his own path, a double style that combines the blade of a swordsman with the fists of a martial artist. But even during the formal dinner, the Racing Guild members can't stop thinking about the fight, replaying the exact moment the tables turned. Ikju Gang, their top soul fighter, was caught completely off guard, admitting he never expected an attack like that. Analyzing the footage, Hyun-seung notes that Orium barely took any real damage, just losing his balance from the initial shock. For an Avenger-class user to fight with their bare fists is unheard of. It's like watching a soul fighter try to compete without their core skills. But Orium's bizarre strategy worked. He unleashed a relentless barrage of blows, even mixing in a basic warrior skill, powerful attack, to continuously batter the high ranker. Watching it unfold, Rimi and Hyun-seung are baffled. Ikju is suddenly getting thrown around by punches that on paper shouldn't be nearly powerful enough to phase him. Something isn't adding up. This was Orium's masterstroke. He knew the raw damage from his fists didn't matter. What mattered was that he now had a second weapon. By forcing Ikju to guess whether the next attack was a sword or a fist, that split second of hesitation was all the opening our hero needed to completely throw off his rhythm. He presses his advantage, perfectly exploiting Ikju's confusion, deflecting and countering every move as the soul fighter struggles to adapt. Then Orium activates another skill, the Ancestor's Punch, and leaps forward, closing the distance in an instant to land another devastating blow. The relentless, unpredictable assault is finally taking its toll. Though Ikju is enraged, Orium can see it clearly. The top-tier soul fighter is starting to slow down. The story flashes back to the duel. Seeing Ikju begin to slow down, Orium seizes the opportunity for a final blow. He activates his skill, Revenge is a Raging Fire, and lunges, his hand erupting in a pink blaze. The fiery slash connects, and the soul fighter can only grunt in pain as the flames sizzle against his armor. But Ikju is far from finished. He declares he's activating an agility buff and immediately unleashes a blindingly fast counter-assault, a whirlwind of slashes and swings aimed right back at our hero. Watching from the sidelines, the members of Racing analyze the fight. They note Ikju's strategy of pinning Orium down with close-range punches and burst combos, but they also realize Orium has improved his PvP skills significantly, correctly guessing he invested his reward points into agility, a smart move for handling ambushes. The exchange continues in a blur of attacks until Orium lands a decisive hit, sending Ikju crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. For a moment, it looks like it's over. Rimi Kim can't believe it, asking if Orium actually won. However, Guildmaster Seung-ha calmly says he has a long way to go. She asks Yoonjung for the elapsed time, exactly 342 seconds. She then reveals a shocking truth. The fight would have been over by now if Ikju were fighting normally. He's been holding back this entire time. As if on cue, a tremendous golden energy surges from the downed Ikju. He rises, his aura completely transformed as the ground itself rumbles. The Racing members watch in horror, recognizing the Soul Fighter's ultimate move, the descent of the Elder God. Rimi is stunned. She explains that to use that skill, a player must fight at 70% of their full strength for 5 minutes straight. She questions if Ikju was just toying with Orium this whole time, but Seungha corrects her, stating that it's the exact opposite. Conversation shifts back to Orium's brutal fight with Ikju. Seungha clarifies that Ikju wasn't going easy on him at all. In fact, it was the opposite. He was fighting his hardest. Ikju had calculated that he needed to endure for 5 minutes to build up enough power for his ultimate move, a testament to how seriously he took Orium's strength from the very beginning. And that ultimate move is a monster. The Soul Fighter's ultimate, the descent of the Elder God, boosts his offensive abilities by a staggering 600% and completely neutralizes the opponent's passive and field skills for 5 attacks. The only drawback is a crippling debuff to his own stats after those 5 hits are done. In the replay of the fight, Ikju admits that Orium is strong and would be a huge asset to their guild. But he follows it up with a cold truth. Orium is still nowhere near as good as their guildmaster Seungha. He declares the fight will be over in 5 attacks and launches the first one. The impact is immense. A single punch connects with enough force to shatter the ground, and Orium is sent reeling, bloodied, and clearly in pain. This is a completely different level of power. Ikju gives him no time to recover, immediately announcing that the second and third attacks will be a double whammy. He leaps forward, dashing through the air with unstoppable momentum, continuing his relentless assault. Orium is in a desperate situation. He realizes that the descent of the Elder God has completely blocked his passive skill, Dusk Blossom, which means his own ultimate move is now sealed. If he keeps taking these hits, it's game over. He needs a way to turn the table, something to destroy his opponent. And suddenly an idea sparks in his mind. But Ikju is already closing in for the 4th strike. Orium quickly activates his defensive skill, Obsessive Vengeance, hoping to weather the storm. Ikju simply tells him not to bother. The 4th attack lands, bypassing the defense completely and slamming Orium into the ground with bone-shattering force. Back at the dinner table, Rimi Kim explains what they all just witnessed. Orium's attempt to divert the attack with his defensive skill was completely useless. It didn't work at all. The X-Quest throws Orium into a high-stakes duel against Raisin's own Ikju gang. Ikju explains that the Soul Fighter class has the unique ability to destroy any defensive armor or shield. With only 1 attack left, he declares that this next move will be game over, taunting Orium about what he'll do now. Though clearly exhausted, Orium grips his sword, bracing himself. Ikju lunges forward, unleashing his 5th and final attack. The 2 warriors clash in a blinding explosion of power that rocks the entire arena. As the dust settles, everyone watches in suspense. Ikju is stunned. Orium is still standing, having caught the blow. A system window reveals his new skill, Overcome Adversity, which allows him to absorb damage. Orium smirks, mocking Ikju's attack as too simple, claiming he knew exactly what was coming. Ikju can't believe it. He thought Orium's defensive barrier would shatter, knocking him out for sure. But our hero was hiding an ace up his sleeve. Orium reveals he's been saving something since the beginning of the fight, the perfect chance to use a Soul Fighter's ultimate move against one of their own. This was all part of the plan. Orium explains that he let himself get hit by the 4th attack on purpose, baiting Ikju into using a predictable straight punch for his final move. With the conditions met, Orium activates the ultimate Soul Fighter skill, an eye for an eye, unleashing the terrifying power of the descent of the Elder God right back at him. The X-Quest begins not with a dungeon, but a duel. Raisin's Soul Fighter Ikju gang unleashes his ultimate move, the descent of the Elder God. But in a shocking turn, the attack shatters and it's Ikju who's sent hurtling backward, screaming as the power overwhelms him. As the dust settles, a strange, doll-like creature from the quest system appears. It cheerfully thanks the winner for playing before wishing them goodbye and vanishing in a flash of green energy. On the ground, bruised and bleeding but victorious, stands Orium Lee. He pants, barely able to stand as he looks over at the defeated Ikju. Against one of the top players in the world, our hero has won. Before he can even process it, Rimi Kim lunges at him, playfully punching his shoulder in celebration. She excitedly tells him how incredible he was, admitting she was absolutely certain he was going to lose and that their new party was doomed. Realizing she's getting a bit too close, she backs off awkwardly. Hyun-seung then steps in, congratulating her but reminding her this whole high-stakes duel only happened because she said something reckless in the first place. Watching from the sidelines, Yoonjung asks the guildmaster Seungha if they really have to join some high schooler's party now. Seungha just laughs, completely floored. She confesses she never imagined Ikju would lose and decides their best bet is to wait and see what Orium demands as his prize. She lays out the plan. If Orium asks for money, items, or info, they can negotiate. But if he actually tries to absorb their entire guild, her friendly demeanor vanishes. She warns that Raisin will have to play dirty and unleash their hidden blade. At that moment, a powerful angel skill activates. A second chance at life not only restores full HP and defense but also boosts offensive abilities by a massive 20%. Even in defeat, Raisin's top members have ways of getting back in the fight. Dust from their battle settles and the rival guild members are left staring in disbelief. They can't comprehend how they lost, murmuring that Orium was using an angelic tier healing skill, a class almost impossible to level up solo. One of the defeated healers has a bitter realization. Maybe he wasn't a bad player after all, he just had a terrible team. Their leader steps forward, acknowledging their defeat. She addresses Orium directly, stating that the battle is over and they are ready to face the penalty they agreed on, being absorbed into Orium's party as his subordinates. She smirks, challenging him to make his move and warning him to choose carefully. But before our hero can respond, Seawall jumps in with a new condition. With a perfectly straight face, she demands they change their guild name to Seawall Kim and the Chumps and get inch-long tattoos of the name on their arms. The enemy players are floored by the sheer disrespect, calling the demand childish and absolutely refusing. That's when Orium reveals his true plan. He tells them to forget the penalties and offers an alliance instead. He explains that even though he won the right to take their guild, he has no interest in forcing them to join his team. True strength comes from trust, and he'd rather have them as willing partners than resentful subordinates. The rival leader is stunned by the unexpected offer. She questions his logic, pointing out that when the next big event begins, they'll inevitably become competitors. But Orium's confidence is unshakable. He simply smiles and says that if it comes to that, he'll just have to beat them again and take first place just like he did today. His absolute Chad energy makes the entire enemy guild burst out laughing. Their leader admits she's never met anyone so bold. She finds their attitude refreshing compared to dealing with scumbags like the Chaos Guild, saying it makes the game feel fun again. With a grin, she accepts his proposal and the two leaders seal their new alliance with a handshake. Now officially allies, they agree to exchange contact information to coordinate their plans moving forward. A powerful new partnership has just been forged in the heat of battle, giving Orium another crucial piece on the board for the conflicts to come. As Rimi Kim from Raisin tries to exchange contact info directly with Orium, Seawall immediately steps in, declaring herself the team leader. Rimi pushes back, saying she prefers talking to guys, but Seawall isn't having any of it, shutting her down completely. Seeing the tension, Ikju Gang mutters that their new alliance is already on shaky ground. After things cool down, Ikju pulls Orium aside with a serious warning. He tells him to watch out for the PK Guild Chaos. They're not just random player killers, they move as a team and are incredibly dangerous. To prove his point, he reveals that Chaos ganged up on and killed a rank 34 member of Raisin, and now they're somehow rapidly increasing their numbers. Trying to smooth things over, Rimi invites them to a team dinner to share information. Orium has to turn down the first suggested date, explaining that he needs to make dinner for his sister, Arium. They settle on the day after, and Rimi promises to text the details, pointedly adding that she'll be sending them to Seawall's number. Once Raisin leaves, Seawall admits she's worried. She knew about PK users, but had no idea they operated in organized gangs. Orium agrees there's nothing they can do but focus on their own growth. They need to complete quests, get stronger, and improve their skills if they want to compete with a guild like Raisin, let alone survive an encounter with Chaos. As they walk, Orium breaks the serious mood with a question. He asks if he needs to wear a suit to the fancy hotel restaurant, since that's what he's seen on TV. Seawall can't resist messing with him, deadpanning that the current trend is to just go in your underwear. After seeing Orium's panicked reaction, she laughs and admits she's just kidding. Elsewhere, the world of Ergosphere Online is anything but calm. In a flash of brutal combat, other powerful users are locked in battle. A warrior with a glowing fist dashes forward, another unleashes waves of fire, and the cold, determined eyes of others hint at the deadly conflicts brewing just beneath the surface. But the hunt for the final monster is interrupted. Elsewhere, in a completely different world, a brutal fight is underway. A hooded warrior clashes with an armored opponent, their battle exploding with raw power and devastating attacks. The hooded fighter is pushed back, but his passive skill, the Stormbird, activates, giving him a 30% chance to completely dodge an attack. Seizing the opening, he unleashes his own technique, the Dragon Harpoon, and drives a blade of pure green energy straight through his foe. The battle is over. The victor stands panting in a desolate wasteland littered with skulls, blood trickling down his face. Wounded but alive, he begins to walk forward through the eerie landscape. His progress is being watched. A mysterious, well-dressed man observes from afar, impressed. He notes that for someone at the fighter's level, he's moving through this trial much faster than expected. In another dark space, a man in a white shirt presents the fighter's profile to a glitching, powerful entity. This being speaks of a flow state and the horizon, giving a chilling order. If the boy reaches the top of the tower, his flow is to be measured and he is to be taken. The connection cuts out, but the man in the suit confirms he has his permission. He mutters to himself that even reaching the top doesn't guarantee a return to the real world. Still, he sends a message of encouragement to the fighter, telling him to try his best. And as the hooded fighter pushes himself to his absolute limit, his identity is finally revealed. This isn't some random player, this is Yoon Beek. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the members of Raisin are meeting with Jae-in Bae. Rimi Kim asks him directly why he formed a party with Orium and Sewol. Jae-in calmly explains that he simply needed more information about everything that was going on. The conversation with Guild Raisin continues as they break down why Orium and Sewol's partnership was inevitable. Sewol needed a damage dealer and our hero desperately needed information. It was the same for Raisin's evolved members. When the impossible started happening, they had no choice but to rely on each other to survive. But what about the rest of their guild, the ones who didn't evolve? Raisin reveals they're keeping the unevolved members in the dark for now. They've simply been told to report anything strange that happens in the game, a vague order to hide an earth-shattering secret. The purple-haired Raisin member then admits something curious. After she evolved, the game itself lost all its appeal. Now, she's only interested in the things that happen in reality. Orium asks if it was just about the quest rewards, but she cryptically replies that it's far more complicated than simple greed. To prove her point, she calls over their guild's main damage dealer, a shy girl named Jae-in. After a quick introduction, she asks Jae-in to show Orium and Sewol a picture of herself from before she evolved. Hesitantly, Jae-in pulls out her phone. The image on the screen leaves Orium and Sewol speechless. It's Jae-in in a hospital bed, her legs completely shattered. She explains that a truck accident had left her permanently disabled, with doctors telling her she would never walk properly again. But after the evolution, everything changed. The Raisin member explains that Jae-in can now run, jump, and even fly just like a game character. This, she declares, is what truly interests them, the power of a system that can make the impossible possible. She lays out their staggering ambition. If they can understand how this system works, they could change the world, ending terminal diseases and all human suffering. Orium realizes this is Guild Raisin's true wish, to seize control of the game's very mechanics. The woman agrees, though she admits such a wish might be against the rules. Then, pivoting the conversation, she says that since they're sharing information, she has a question for them. Her question is chillingly specific. She asks if, during any of their quests or monster fights, they have ever seen a mysterious black door. The question hits home. Orium and Sewol freeze, their shocked silence saying everything. Sewol immediately remembers Orium mentioning a strange door from his first quest. Seeing their reaction, the Raisin members lean in, realizing they've finally found a real lead and demanding to know what it is. The battle against the Guardian ignites. As Orium faces the new threat, Sewol speeds to his side, immediately activating her Thorn Trap skill. A massive magic circle appears on the ground and thorny vines erupt to ensnare the beast, causing it to howl in agony. With the monster immobilized, Sewol yells for Orium to land the finishing blow. He doesn't hesitate for a second, leaping forward with incredible speed and plunging his sword deep into the Guardian's weak point, securing the kill. As the quest concludes, Orium receives his reward, the inevitable ring, a powerful item that boosts a skill's effectiveness by a massive 28%, a huge upgrade for our hero as he absorbs his new power. Sometime later, Orium's party meets with Guild Raisin to share intel. They discuss the Black Door, which Rimi Kim reveals they learned about while interrogating members of Chaos. Their intel suggests it's a backdoor to the unofficial next level of the game, a secret path to achieving the legendary Transcendent class, but she's cautious, admitting it could just be misinformation leaked by Chaos on purpose. Hyun-seung chimes in, arguing that the rumor has weight. She points to the existence of special-type monsters like Waham and the Swift Wolf, creatures who either never existed in the game or now use completely different abilities in the real world. The appearance of these anomalies is proof that the old rules no longer apply. After the battle with the Horizon Guardian, Orium and Sewol meet with Guild Raisin to exchange crucial information. Sewol explains their working theory. Just as monsters are appearing with abilities they never had in the game, evolved users can also develop skills beyond their original class limits. Orium confirms he saw entirely new creatures emerge from the Black Door, backing up her claim. Sewol then introduces another of her top agents, Rimi Kim, a magic gunner. With introductions out of the way, they get to the real issue, the Black Door. Seungha asks if they've found a way to open it, but Sewol admits they haven't, adding that she's certain the PK Guild Chaos is just as clueless. She offers a new theory that the key isn't an item but something hidden inside their own minds. Sewol elaborates, revealing that after she first evolved, she temporarily lost her new abilities, her body reverting to its frail, post-hospital state. It It was only when she consciously accepted her new reality that she was her game character that her powers fully returned. She suggests that opening the back door might require a similar, powerful shift in consciousness. Orium chimes in, saying he's experienced something like that too, though he gets flustered when Jaeyin misunderstands and asks if he'd also broken his bones. Yoonghwa seizes the opportunity. She thanks them for the intel, her eyes fixed on Orium, believing he is the key. She once again offers him a spot in Guild Raisin, promising she can provide better support than Sewall. As our hero hesitates, Raisin's soul fighter Ikjugang jokingly suggests they handle his refusal the PK way. Rimi Kim plays along, shocking Jaeyin with her cold-blooded suggestion before they both laugh it off, admitting they just enjoy teasing people. Sometime later, Orium and Sewall are back to grinding quests. System message confirms their victory over 5 spiders, completing the greedy spider and Kyo quest. They note how easy it was since the monster wasn't a special type. Their success is partly thanks to the powerful items they got from a previous boss. Orium's proof of a strong heart ring boosts his defense, while Sewall has the angel's wings for agility and the thread of fate for party buffs. They did get one useless item, the knockout's eyelash, which only increases attractiveness, deciding to trade it later. As they move from one quest to the next, their names are becoming known, a testament to their growing power in this new world. After flawlessly clearing the quest, a new offer materializes. Because they took 0 damage, Orium and Sewall have been invited to attempt a special X quest, a challenge designed for top-tier users. The reward won't be money or random items, but something far more unique. Sewall has never even heard of an X quest before. Orium speculates it might be like the old pre-event missions from the game. But there's a catch: they have to decide right now or the opportunity will be lost forever. At first, Sewall is against it. She calls it a gamble, preferring quests with guaranteed rewards. Orium hesitates for only a moment before making a decision for them both. They're doing it. He explains his logic. The special reward might not be an item at all, but something infinitely more valuable: information. He's betting they can learn critical secrets about the horizon or even the game itself. Even if the information isn't immediately useful, Orium argues, it could become a powerful trump card when negotiating with powerful guilds down the line. Sewall is stunned by his foresight, admitting he's far more calculating than she gave him credit for. Now fully on board, Sewall enthusiastically agrees. She then jokes that it'll be a piece of cake since Orium's job is to go in first and get hit anyway. Our hero is left speechless, completely blindsided by her comment. Before he can even process what she said, a flash of light engulfs them. A timer appears, counting down just under an hour until the X quest begins. Back in the real world, Orium is walking home from school, confirming the quest is set for that night. He's relieved his sister Ariam is working the night shift, which means he won't have to worry about sneaking out. Just then, a classmate named Sajung greets him, asking why he isn't with Sewall. Orium explains that Sewall had to meet with her school counselor and told him to go on ahead, leaving him to walk home alone. As Orium leaves school, a classmate named Sajung catches up to him. She immediately starts teasing him about Sewall, asking if they've kissed yet. Orium is completely flustered, trying to explain that they aren't even dating, but Sajung isn't buying it for a second. She proudly declares that her intuition is never wrong. As proof, she mentions that she was also right about Yoonhyung-beek transferring schools, which immediately gets Orium's attention. Sajung explains that after Yoonhyung was absent for a while, rumors spread that he had died. But she overheard in the teacher's lounge that he's actually transferring to an elite prep school for rich kids, planning to leave their neighborhood entirely. Orium scoffs, claiming it'll be nice not to see that punk anymore. But when Sajung recalls how close he and Yoonhyung used to be, Orium's face darkens as he coldly denies they were ever friends at all, startling her with his sudden anger. Clearly unnerved by his reaction, Sajung quickly makes an excuse and waves goodbye, leaving Orium alone with his thoughts. He silently curses Yoonhyung for running away like a coward but forces himself to stop. The past is the past. Right now, his only focus should be on the upcoming quest and securing first place in the event. Later that night, Orium and Sewall materialize in a familiar-looking playground. Sewall immediately recognizes it as being right next to their school, confirming their fears that these quests are getting dangerously close to home. A system notification appears, counting down the final 3 minutes. Their new mission is a time attack quest. They must hunt all 8 princes banished from the Grey Kingdom within a razor-thin 15-minute time limit. Orium finds the time limit annoying but figures the monsters themselves aren't that difficult. With a bit of confidence, he remarks that this should be an easy clear. Meanwhile, the 2 users who accepted the quest at school are getting ready. The woman warns her partner that the monsters might be special types with unusual skills, suggesting they use a speed buff to handle the time limit. Her partner mentions he used an item related to the story of the Grey Kingdom, but she has no idea what he's talking about, admitting she doesn't really read the quest lore. He's about to explain the story when he's suddenly cut off. A loud thud echoes as a monster appears right in front of them before the quest has even officially started. Realizing the time attack quest must have a different trigger, the man eagerly tells his partner it's time to go. The creature is revealed to be the banished prince of the Grey Kingdom, a tall, cloaked figure wrapped in bandages. As it looms over the street, its hood lifts to reveal not a face but a horrifying cluster of glowing red eyes. Back with Orium and Seawall, they've devised their own strategy. Since the quest is timed, they agree the most efficient method is to split up and hunt the 8 targets separately, promising to stay in contact over the phone. The system announces the X-Quest will begin in 5 seconds. They wish each other luck and Seawall reminds Orium not to let his guard down. The hunt begins. Elsewhere, the other user wastes no time. He charges directly at the multi-eyed banished prince, immediately activating his skill, the Phantom Vengeance Blade, to strike the first blow. Inside the school, the student who triggered the quest is already locked in a brutal fight. Wielding a sword crackling with red energy, he effortlessly cuts down a demonic creature that spawned in the hallway. He's not just surviving, he's dominating. As another monster appears, he dispatches it in a flash, coolly declaring that's one down already. But the small fries are just the appetizer. Suddenly, a colossal, bandaged monster, the Guardian known as Glade, materializes before him, towering over the school grounds. The new user just smirks, changing his mind. He leaps into the air, stabbing another creature out of nowhere and proudly yelling that he's already taken down 2. Meanwhile, his partner, a woman with a spear, stands guard outside. She communicates with him, remarking on how fast he is, complaining that she hasn't even encountered a single enemy yet. She spoke too soon. A trio of shadowy, multi-eyed assassins materializes from the darkness, their claws ready. She notes that her luck has finally run out, or maybe it's just getting started. As the monsters lunge, she doesn't flinch. Instead, she braces herself and activates a powerful skill, Dead End. A hexagonal magic shield erupts around her, blocking the initial assault. But this isn't just a defensive move. With a determined look, she channels energy through her spear, preparing to unleash a devastating counterattack right through her own barrier. As the fire alarm creates chaos, Seawall unleashes her own. She activates her Labyrinth master skill, Minotaur, Beast of the Labyrinth, sacrificing magic defense for overwhelming physical power. Now a horned warrior wielding a lightning spear, she blitzes through the school, a blur of crackling yellow energy. In seconds, the first wave is over, 3 monsters dispatched with brutally clean kills. Orium, clearing another section of the school, is stunned by her speed. With 3 down simultaneously, that means there's only 1 left. He tells her he's using his Watchtower skill to help search, and they both begin to hunt for the final target. He knows these monsters attack on sight, so it won't be hiding. It's simply somewhere he hasn't been yet, and it will come for him the moment he gets close. Orium checks the quest timer. Just under 13 minutes remain. It's plenty of time. Since it's not a special type monster, the kill will be fast once he finds it. He decides to methodically sweep every alleyway and corridor. With a clear strategy, our hero dashes through the now empty school grounds, closing in on the final monster. But they are not alone. From a nearby rooftop, a mysterious woman with a glowing purple staff watches their every move, an unseen predator observing the hunt. And then he sees it, tucked away in a secluded corner of the campus. Orium finally spots the last target. He immediately notifies Seawall that he's found the last prince and is moving in for the kill. With time to spare, he decides this is the perfect chance to test out one of his more brutal skills, Rampage of the Vengeful Ghost. The monster turns its many eyes on him, but it's far too late. Orium becomes a whirlwind of crimson slashes, his glowing red eyes promising nothing but destruction as he tears his enemy apart in a vicious, overwhelming assault. Having just cleared the school and saved the cornered student, Orium reflects on the skill he used, Rampage of the Vengeful Ghost. It grants a staggering 300% strength boost for 15 seconds, but it's a double-edged sword, attacking friend and foe alike. He knows it's a power he can only use as an absolute last resort. He tells Seawall that the last monster is down and she agrees, ready to claim their reward and go home. But as they prepare to leave, Orium realizes something is wrong. The quest timer is still ticking. He demands to know from the system why the quest hasn't ended. Before they can react, a hulking new monster emerges from the school's back door. It's unlike anything they've faced before, and it lets out a triumphant roar, screaming that it has finally arrived at its utopia, the horizon. But just as it appears, the creature dissolves into a splash of water and vanishes. Orium is stunned, but his mind latches onto the monster's final word, the horizon. He quickly asks Seawall if she remembers the old game lore about the Grey Kingdom. She recalls the story perfectly. After their kingdom fell, the princes escaped to seek a fabled utopia called the Horizon. Just as the pieces click into place, a new enemy materializes, a masked figure with 3 faces. At that moment, Orium has a terrifying epiphany. These quests aren't random. They are the game's unfinished storylines now playing out for real. The masked figure lunges and Orium barely parries the attack. He grits his teeth, realizing that if he can just figure out what kind of special monster this is, he can find a weakness. But the enemy's strength is already overwhelming him. Meanwhile, Jian Bei is locked in a desperate battle of his own against a bizarre, masked entity. He struggles to understand its nature, hoping it holds some clue to the mysterious horizon. Realizing he's outmatched, Jian quickly pulls up his system menu and makes a snap decision. He exchanges a rare item, the Knockout's eyelash, for something he hopes will turn the tide, the wise man's eye. The item activates instantly, a surge of power flowing through him as his vision changes. Before him, the monster looms, a terrifying mass of shadows adorned with multiple golden masks, and Jian charges back into the fray. But this thing is on another level entirely. A colossal golden foot materializes out of nowhere, slamming down with enough force to shatter the ground. Jian barely manages to leap clear of the devastating impact. He knows the monster's name has to be a clue, and then it hits him with dawning horror. This isn't just any monster, it's the 5th Guardian, a true spirit of the Horizon. The revelation only makes the fight more desperate. Their blades meet in a flurry of sparks until a final, explosive impact blinds everything in a flash of white light. As the light fades, Jian gets a clear look at its stats and his blood runs cold. The Guardian has a staggering 3 times the health of the primal Valog, a beast that was already a nightmare to face. He looks at the imposing golden figure, then at the timer ticking down. With less than 3 minutes on the clock, he realizes the grim truth: killing this thing seems utterly impossible. Back in the real world, the city remains oblivious, its neon lights reflecting on the quiet streets, a stark contrast to the life-or-death battles raging inside the ergosphere. But as Orium faces his old tormentor, another battle is raging elsewhere. Ikju gang of Guild Racing is locked in a desperate fight against a powerful masked entity. He tells himself to stay calm, calculating that the boss's defense is only slightly better than a previous foe. With his damage output, he's confident he can defeat it before time runs out. He decides to target the creature's pesky arms first, but the dual-faced monster is relentless, pressing its own brutal attack. Ikju's strike fails completely, much to his shock. The masked enemy parries every blow with ease, overwhelming him in a flurry of sparks and steel before blasting him back. A massive beam of pure energy then erupts from the boss, shattering the very ground around them. This thing's power is on another level. Realizing he can't pick it apart piece by piece, Ikju switches tactics. He decides to corner the enemy so it can't attack, unleashing his whirlwind attack. The spinning assault connects, finally cracking the enemy's mask. Pushing through his own injuries, Ikju activates his next skill, Rampage of the Vengeful Ghost. He dives back in, a flurry of strikes that finally begins to steadily rack up damage. He thinks he's finally got the upper hand, ready to clear the course. But in that instant, a shadowy third figure darts in from behind, ambushing him mid-fight. As the full weight of Yunhyung's betrayal crashes down on them, Orium and Seawall are left reeling from the shock. The friend who was once by his side is now an enemy, aligned with the very people who hunt players for sport. But before they can even process it, a piercing alarm sounds. The quest timer hits 0, time's up. Orium and Seawall find themselves back in the ruined city street. The quest failed. They've never failed or quit before and have no idea what kind of penalty the system is about to dish out. Suddenly, a system window appears, addressing them by their full names, Seawall Kim and Orium Lee. With a condescending tone, it confirms their failure. However, because they cleared over 50% of the objective, it offers them a second chance. The quest will restart in 12 hours, at 3:50 in the afternoon. Orium immediately tells Seawall they can't do it. All their quests so far have been at night, keeping innocent bystanders safe. But a quest at nearly 4 p.m. when the streets are packed with people is a recipe for disaster. If the battle spills into a populated area, hundreds could be killed. For our hero, no reward is worth that risk. Seawall's first instinct is to just fight faster, but she quickly realizes Orium is right. The real-world consequences are too severe. They agree to abandon the quest. Though bummed about losing the rewards, she lightens the mood by making him promise to buy her a strawberry milk and a sandwich. At the very least, Orium notes they learned something vital. The mysterious Horizon event is directly tied to the game's main story. In the aftermath, Jian Bei proposes they review the original game's plot before their next quest. Seawall agrees, deciding to focus on the quests they've already cleared to look for clues. As they plan, Seawall's mind drifts back to a happier time, remembering her friend Sojong. She recalls them making simple plans to go shopping and eat after school, just being normal high school girls. The memory fuels her determination. She silently vows to make sure Sojeong recovers and gets to eat until her cheeks are full again. Later, Sewall discusses her findings with Orium. She brings up the lore of Wahem, the Swift Wolf, a character who committed murder for love and was imprisoned deep underground. God promised him a second chance to see his beloved, which Sewall believes was the teleportation ability. Since the game's story ended with players raiding the escaped Wahem, this confirms their terrifying suspicion. The game's plot is now their reality. This raises a horrifying question. Is the entire game plot from start to finish destined to happen in real life? Orium admits he couldn't find much information, except for a vague story about a god who imparted abilities to the inhabitants of Ergosphere. But he did uncover one bizarre, unsettling detail. Whenever the game's NPCs mention God, they aren't talking about a divine being. They're referring to the massive, ominous black hole hanging in the sky. Sewall is taken aback, wondering if it's just a game design choice, but the implication is far more sinister. Orium speculates that the black hole in the sky might be more than just game design, perhaps a hint for the upcoming event, a pathway to another universe. But Sewall is more pragmatic. She glances at her phone, pointing out they have way too many other leads to chase and can't afford to get fixated on this one. A moment later, a message pings on her screen. Sewall tells Orium she has plans and has to go, and he agrees it's time for him to head out too. But before they can leave, Sewall asks if they should report their findings to Guild Racing. Orium flatly refuses, arguing they should keep the intel for themselves since they worked hard for it. Sewall fires back, reminding him that Racing are their allies and this is no time for petty secrets. Their argument is violently interrupted. A system window materializes out of thin air, offering them an X-quest, the very same one they failed, starting in 5 minutes, right where they stand. They're both in disbelief, having agreed never to touch this quest again. Demanding an explanation, they learn the grim news: another user has already accepted it. The system explains their choice: join in and make it a competition for rewards, or refuse and be branded as hostile intruders. Orium immediately tries to find out who the mysterious user is, asking if they're a student at their school, but the system offers no answers, stonewalling him completely. With the clock ticking down, Sewall makes the call. She declares they're accepting the quest. She tells a stunned Orium there's no time to waste debating, their only mission now is to clear it and protect the other students from getting caught in the crossfire. Orium gets it, he agrees, but on one condition: the moment she figures out who started this, she has to tell him, especially if it's Yoonhyung or someone from Chaos. He hits accept and the system begins their transport. But as the two former friends lie bleeding, the truth of Yoonhyung's betrayal hangs heavy in the air. This whole tragedy began moments before, when he accepted the quest from Chaos, a system window confirming his choice before transporting him directly to the quest location, their own high school. Yoonhyung, now a pawn of the PK Guild, arrived in the empty school hallways, his objective clear and his heart cold. He was there to set a trap and he didn't care who got caught in it. At that exact moment, two other students were walking down the hall, arguing playfully about going to an internet cafe. They had no idea they were about to walk into a death zone. Suddenly, a loud slam echoes through the corridor. One of the boys hears it, but his friend dismisses it completely, more worried about his mom finding out he was playing games than the strange noise. A fatal mistake. Without warning, one of the students is violently thrown through the air, crashing hard onto the floor. His friend can only watch in stunned silence as the boy lies there, bleeding and broken. Before he can even process what happened, a monstrous creature with glowing red eyes materializes behind him. The student lets out a final, terrified scream as the monster's claws reach for him. But then another figure appears in a flash of light, lunging to engage the beast. A desperate battle erupts in the school hallway, a whirlwind of slashes and energy blasts. The mysterious fighter curses, realizing someone already got caught in the crossfire. Looking down at the fallen student, it's clear that even if the monster is defeated, it's already too late. Yoonhyung's quest had claimed its first victims. As the unseen battle rages, the regular students are caught in the crossfire, completely blind to the supernatural war unfolding around them. They panic, seeing their classmates fall to an invisible enemy, with no idea what's happening. Sewall immediately grasps the terrifying reality: normal people can't perceive the players or the monsters. With no way to warn them, evacuating everyone still trapped inside the school seems impossible. But Sewall is always one step ahead. A piercing fire alarm suddenly blares through the hallways. She tells Orium she triggered it to force a school-wide evacuation, clearing the way for them to hunt the monsters without restraint. Orium suggests splitting up like before, but Sewall quickly shuts him down. This time, she insists they stick together, arguing that it will take both of their combined strength to defeat the special type monster they're hunting. Their path is suddenly blocked by a horde of creatures. Orium shouts Seawall's name, but she's already moving, her weapon glowing as she prepares to unleash a skill. She activates the voice from beyond the labyrinth, a powerful labyrinth master ability that immediately boosts all of her stats, readying her for the onslaught. Together, they become a whirlwind of coordinated destruction, tearing through the monsters that stand in their way. In just a few moments, they've taken down 4 of the creatures. They're halfway through the quest objective, but the real fight is far from over. But as the dust settles, Orium is horrified to see the number of injured students littering the hallway. He can't understand how so many people got hurt when the quest had only just begun. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoes from the floor above. Without hesitation, Orium and Seawall race towards the sound, heading deeper into the danger. Upstairs, they find a gruesome scene. A terrified student is frozen in fear, watching as strange, bandaged figures mercilessly attack down students. These aren't the same monsters they've been fighting. It seems a new, more sinister enemy has joined the fray, hooded assassins with glowing red eyes and savage, wolf-like beasts. As Ryu's dark forces close in, Orium gives the signal he's been waiting for, screaming for Seawall to act now. With a determined look, she activates her skill, Thorn Trap. In an instant, a vortex of energy erupts, ensnaring the hooded figures from chaos and neutralizing the immediate threat. The chaos of the battle triggers a shattered memory in Yunhyung. He's back in the past, urging a terrified girl to escape while he stays behind. He remembers her crying for her mom, a memory that haunts him with the crushing realization that she couldn't hear him, that he'd failed her. His past self apologizes, claiming there was no other way, but back in the present, that justification means nothing. With the immediate fight over, Orium tells Seawall they've cleared the wings and need to push on to the main building. But as they move, they find a student lying unconscious on the floor. Seawall freezes in horror. It's her friend, Sojeong, who was supposed to be waiting safely at the front gate. Orium immediately snaps her out of it, telling her she can save Sojeong with a potion or one of her healing skills. Seawall hesitates, her face filled with anguish. She explains that the quest forbids helping non-participants. Healing Sojeong would inflict a massive penalty, possibly stripping them of all their rewards and forcing them into a punishment quest. But Orium doesn't care about the rewards. He tells her to save her friend no matter the cost. He promises he'll stay by her side through any penalty quest or punishment the system throws at them. A life is more important. With his reassurance, Seawall agrees, but with only 8 minutes left on the timer, they can't afford to wait. Orium makes a decision. He'll go on to the main building alone, telling Seawall to catch up after she's healed her friend. Just as he turns to leave, Seawall calls out and tosses him a glowing, star-shaped object. It's one of the premium items they acquired, a parting gift to ensure he's ready for what lies ahead. As they try to figure out their next move, Seawall hands Orium a glowing, star-shaped premium item. She admits she wasn't sure what it did, but had a feeling it might come in handy. Her instructions are simple and direct. This time, he absolutely must kill the special type to end this quest. Orium agrees, and the two split up to hunt their target. The hunt is on. Elsewhere, a monstrous hooded figure with multiple glowing eyes materializes outside a building. This is no ordinary monster, this is the target. But Orium isn't the only one hunting it. Another player, wielding a blade crackling with red energy, cuts down his last regular enemy. He shouts that with 7 down, only the special type remains, convinced that killing it will finally end this nightmare quest. He dashes through the halls and finally spots his prey, but what he sees stops him cold. The special type is a terrifying, multi-faced masked enemy. It's clearly transformed into something far more dangerous. Shaking off his shock, he decides there's no time for questions, only for battle. Gripping his weapon, he leaps forward, focusing every ounce of his being on a single, desperate goal, killing this monster. He unleashes his ultimate skill, Rampage of the Vengeful Ghost, a storm of red energy crashing against the masked creature, but the special type is on another level entirely. It effortlessly counters with a devastating blast of its own. The sheer power is overwhelming. The player is instantly broken, a giant foot stomping down and crushing him completely. 1 player down. And just like that, Orium finds himself face to face with the same golden masked enemy. The very monster that just obliterated another high-level player is now standing right in front of him. The real final boss has appeared. But the fight isn't over. As chaos vanishes, another enemy lunges at Orium, their weapons clashing in the ruined hallway. Suddenly, a system notification flashes. There are only 30 seconds left on the quest timer. Orium realizes with dawning horror that there's no time for a prolonged battle. He has to finish this with his very next attack. His opponent lands a devastating blow, sending our hero reeling, but Orium isn't done yet. He grits his teeth and decides to go all in. He activates a passive skill to amplify his offense, and on top of that, he uses the Spirit of the Dragon, a powerful item he got from Seawall. A golden aura erupts around him as his power skyrockets by 5 times. But this power comes at a steep price. After just 5 seconds, his stats will be cut in half, leaving him completely vulnerable. This single, overwhelming blow will be his last. With everything on the line, Orium lunges forward, channeling all his amplified energy into one final strike that detonates in a massive explosion, tearing the corridor apart. Through the smoke and fire, Orium struggles to his feet, believing he's finally cleared the quest. But just as he thinks it's over, he flinches as a new threat emerges from the debris. A blast of green energy narrowly misses him. Orium spins around, his eyes widening in disbelief at who he sees. It's Yoonhyung-beak, his former friend thought to be defeated, is standing there holding a new weapon, crackling with an ominous energy. The worst betrayals, it seems, just refuse to die. But while Orium deals with the fallout in the real world, the story shifts to his bitter rival, Yoonhyung-beak, revealing the dark path he took to get where he is today. In the past, his ambition burned so brightly that he violently carved his way into the ranks of the PK Guild, Chaos. His brutal efforts pay off. Battered and breathing heavily on the floor of the infamous Chaos Tower, he's met by a senior guild member. She congratulates him on his success, noting that he's officially the youngest PK user in the entire game. Yoonhyung, however, has no time for praise. He tells her to cut the crap and give him the real reason he joined Chaos in the first place: information. He demands to know everything about how users can become their game characters, and specifically, he wants to know what happened to Orium Lee. At that moment, a man from Chaos, clearly a high-ranking member, steps in. He smirks, confirming he knows exactly what Yoonhyung is talking about. He gives the phenomenon a name: translation. Furious, Yoonhyung demands an explanation. The Chaos member offers a cryptic one, comparing it to molecular biology. He says it's like assembling scattered blocks according to a set of instructions. When Yoonhyung rejects the confusing metaphor, the man drops an absolute bombshell. He reveals that Ergosphere Online is not just a virtual reality game. It is, in fact, another universe. He elaborates, explaining that this other reality was simply reassembled into a 3-dimensional space so that humans from our world would be able to comprehend it more easily. But this truth is far bigger than Yoonhyung was prepared for. Fed up with the philosophical nonsense, Yoonhyung storms out. He tells the man to go complete a quest instead of spouting crap, calling him a loser and declaring he's wasted his time. But the Chaos member simply watches him go, knowing the seed of a dangerous new reality has been planted. While Orium is being examined, the story cuts to his old rival, Yoonhyung-beak, who is facing a far more sinister ordeal. He's in a dark room with a mysterious figure who tells him that to truly understand power, there's no other way, he'll have to experience it firsthand. Yoonhyung explodes with rage, screaming and demanding to know what the hell is going on. The mysterious man calmly checks a monitor, noting that Yoonhyung's synchronization flow is only at 87.8%. He remarks that at Yoonhyung's level, he expected at least 90% and warns him that if they make a mistake, he could die. But there's no hint of concern in his voice. He just smirks, adding that even if Yoonhyung dies, it won't be his responsibility, it'll just be bad luck. With a snap of his fingers, the procedure begins. Dark, shadowy tendrils erupt and consume Yoonhyung, who screams in terror. The man just laughs, bidding him farewell and hoping they meet again on the other side as Yoonhyung's body is forcibly transformed into a new, glowing figure. The scene cuts to someone violently logging out of Ergosphere Online. He rips off his VR headset, gasping in pain and clutching his head. Exhausted and covered in injuries, he slams his equipment down, reeling from the real-world consequences of the virtual transformation. When Yoonhyung finally comes to his senses, he finds himself face-to-face with a man holding a white mask. The man asks if he's feeling dizzy or nauseous. Dazed and angry, Yoonhyung demands to know who he is, assuming he's just another user. The man just smiles. He admits he enjoys the game, but he's no user. He then drops a bombshell, revealing his true identity. He is the CEO of Intohol Software, the very company that created Ergosphere Online. The man reveals he's not just the CEO of Intohol Software, but one of the 5 original designers of the entire game. Suddenly, Orium's mind flashes back to the chaos at the school, reliving the moment he finally confronted his tormentor. Yoonhyung stands before him, taunting him, asking if it was fun to have a power no one else did. He then reveals that he has evolved too, gloating that Orium has no reason to act superior anymore. But our hero doesn't care how Yoonhyung got his power. Bleeding and furious, he cuts through the trash talk with the only question that matters. He demands to know if Yoonhyung was the one who accepted the quest that triggered this whole nightmare. Yoonhyung just smirks, a glowing crossbow materializing in his hand. With a chilling smile, he admits it without a shred of remorse. Yes, it was him. The confession shatters Orium. He's consumed by a tidal wave of grief and rage, screaming that innocent people who had nothing to do with their conflict, died because of Yoonhyung's selfish actions. Yoonhyung's response is pure evil. He calmly says it's too bad but tells Orium to be more respectful. After all, he argues with a sickening grin, it's not like he personally forced them to die. That's the last straw. Orium snaps, lunging at the bastard with a furious roar. Their clash causes a massive explosion that rips through the building as Orium screams, demanding to know how anyone could be so twisted. The battle rages on, a blur of motion and clashing steel. Pushed to his absolute limit, Orium prepares to unleash one of his most powerful skills, the dragon harpoon, to finally put an end to this. But before Orium can answer Sewall's call, his mind is dragged back into the memory of a brutal confrontation with Yoonhyung. He remembers unleashing his ultimate move, Guillotine Robespierre, the green energy of the Avenger class exploding outwards in a desperate, overwhelming attack. He recalls the relentless exchange of blows, his enemy activating a skill born of pure malice, the flower of resentment, as they slammed into each other again and again. The fight was a blur of raw power, pushing him to his absolute limit as he faced the person he once called a friend. And in that moment, everything became clear. He tells Yoonhyung he used to think he was just a simple bully, but after seeing his true nature, Orium finally understood. He looked his former friend in the eye and called him what he truly was, a monster. A fleeting image flashes through his mind, a time long ago when they were just kids, friends running without a care in the world. But that memory is instantly shattered by the violence of the recollection, a final, brutal slash severing the past for good. But that quiet moment is a world away from the actions of Orium's old tormentor. In a flashback, we see the moment Yoonhyung Beek sealed his fate. Despite his arrogance, he was completely outmatched in a one-on-one fight, getting beaten to a bloody pulp by a stronger player. Just as his opponent was about to land the finishing blow, a glowing pink skeleton materialized between them. From the shadows emerges Yeon, the necromancer from Chaos. She mockingly tells the player he was too hard on their new recruit, Yoonhyung. She had used her body snatcher skill to swap a skeleton with Yoonhyung when his health hit just 1%, saving his life. The player is stunned, realizing with horror that his target wasn't just some random punk. Yoonhyung Beek had officially joined the player killer guild, Chaos. Back in the present, Yeon is on the hunt, but she's the one who gets surprised. An attack comes out of nowhere and she realizes she's been played. She scoffs that the labyrinth master Sewall must have been hiding, calling it a cheap trick. But Sewall was never hiding. She bursts from the shadows, declaring she's right here before activating her ultimate skill, Minotaur, Beast of the Labyrinth. The blast of power slams into Yeon. Sewall coldly informs the necromancer that the strongest user always shows up last. With a final, furious cry, she tells Yeon to die and unleashes the full force of her attack, engulfing the Chaos Guild member in a storm of energy. The raid on the Chaos hideout is already a maelstrom of violence. Yeon Ryu, the guild's necromancer, barely survives a massive blast, throwing up her Hell's Barrier skill just in time. She laughs maniacally, admitting that for a second she really thought she was done for. Her opponent warns her not to get cocky, that this isn't even their full power, but the necromancer just scoffs, retorting that she's well aware of that. With a snap of her fingers, Yeon Ryu unleashes her trump card, Dead Men's Field. The ground erupts with countless spectral hands grasping for anyone caught inside, and standing right in the middle of it all is Orium. But this is not the same boy who used to get pushed around. With inhuman focus, he carves a path straight through the grasping limbs, appearing right before the shocked necromancer. Yeon Ryu can't comprehend it. The field was designed to cripple agility and inflict poison on contact. To dodge every single hand at that speed, it should have been impossible. Having shattered her ultimate defense, Orium doesn't even waste his breath. He looks over to Sewall and gives a single, cold command, finish her. Without hesitation, Sewall confirms she's on it. Panic finally sets in for Yeon Ryu. She can't understand how two high schoolers are this powerful, and for the first time she feels the cold dread of death creeping in. As she spirals, Sewall lunges forward, ready to end the fight. But just as she's about to connect, something unexpected happens, stopping Sewall dead in her tracks. The penalty quest activates instantly, teleporting Orium, Sewall, and Jaein into a chaotic, glowing space. They arrive just in time to see a member of Chaos, the necromancer Yeon Ryu, celebrating that she managed to survive whatever just happened. Jian is completely baffled, wondering why the reward timer didn't pause like it's supposed to when intruders appear. But a new system message pops up, explaining the situation. Because they were treated as fair competition, the quest has now become a race for the rewards. Yeon-ryu smirks, realizing what this means. She turns to Orium, confirming his name before taunting him, promising that in their next fight she's going to absolutely crush him. But our hero is unfazed. Orium stares her down, coldly replying that based on her performance today, he's pretty sure he could win even if he fought sloppily. His comeback infuriates her. Yeon-ryu shouts back that she was only held back because she was protecting a newbie, insisting that she actually went easy on him. The other Chaos member, Ryuyeon, loses her temper completely, screaming that she'll rip them to shreds and kill them next time. With that final threat, the two Chaos members vanish in a flash of green energy. Suddenly, Orium and Sewall are back in the now quiet school hallway. Sewall immediately expresses her concern, noticing that Orium's face is a mess. He's so focused he hadn't even realized how beat up he was. Orium quickly shifts focus, pointing outside to the swarm of ambulances and fire trucks. He tells Sewall they need to get out of there immediately to avoid getting caught and questioned, and she agrees, knowing they have no way to explain the truth. They slip away from the scene, finding an empty staircase to make their escape as the emergency services deal with the aftermath of the battle. Once they're clear, Sewall offers to use a healing skill on his face, but Orium turns her down. He's worried the skill will take too long, risking another encounter with Chaos. He decides a simple healing potion at home is the safer bet. As they prepare to leave, Orium asks if Sojeong is okay. Sewall reassures him, explaining that she used a skill to heal the worst of Sojeong's injuries and left her in a safe spot, confident she's now being cared for by the paramedics. Just then, Sewall's phone rings. It's a call from the staff at her house, likely worried after seeing the news, and she tells Orium she has to leave immediately. Watching her go, Orium wonders if anyone tried to call him. As he rummages through his things, he pulls out the mysterious bell they found in their inventory, only for it to suddenly crack and crumble into dust in his hand. Elsewhere inside the Chaos Guild's lavish hideout, the mood is sour. One member rants about their new recruit, Yoonhyung-beek, calling him completely useless for getting crushed by an Avenger, a long-range dealer class. A woman with purple-streaked hair just laughs, but the angry member turns on her, reminding her that she was sent to watch the newbie and got beaten down herself. The insults fly, with her retorting that he's an unranked pig while she's ranked 22. Their argument is about to turn into an all-out brawl, but a third figure calmly tells them to stop. It's the necromancer, Yeon-ryu, and he coolly informs them that he doesn't care if they kill each other, as long as they don't do it inside and make a mess. Surprised to see him, they learn he's done with his scouting missions. Yeon-ryu explains that their boss says the event known as Horizon is approaching, so he'll be staying put for a while to catch up on video games, much to his guildmates' disgust. But his lazy demeanor fades as he admits there's one problem he has to solve first. His thoughts turn to Orium. He reasons that even though Yoonhyung's Executioner class should be superior, the Avenger class is powerful enough to ignore the game's hierarchy entirely. He realizes that if they don't do something about him, Orium could single-handedly threaten the boss's grand plans. Meanwhile, within the Chaos Guild, another player grows impatient. This is Yeon-ryu, the 5th-ranked trickmaker. He notes that Yoonhyung's plan to kill the Avenger is taking far too long. With the major event known as Horizon just around the corner, Yeon-ryu decides it's time to stop waiting for others to clean up messes. He'll handle this potential threat himself. Back in the real world, Orium's sister, Arium, waits anxiously for him to come home. She leans against a wall, her face etched with worry as she scrolls through her phone, waiting for any sign of her brother. When Orium finally arrives, she rushes over to him, relieved but angry. She demands to know why he's so late and why he didn't answer his phone, telling him she was terrified after seeing the news. Orium, completely out of the loop, apologizes and asks what news she's talking about. Her expression turns grim. She explains that there was a massive explosion at his school. The news is reporting that 9 people died and 12 were injured, and the school buildings were completely destroyed. It's a national tragedy. Orium panics internally, deciding he can't let her know he was there. But it's too late. Arium's sharp eyes catch something on his uniform. She points, her voice rising in alarm, asking what happened to his clothes, why they're ripped, and more importantly, why there's blood on them. He tries to play it off, spinning a clumsy lie about falling and getting a nosebleed during a soccer game at lunch. But Orium isn't buying it for a second. She points out that if he'd fallen hard enough to bleed that much, his face wouldn't be perfectly fine. The lie collapses instantly. Hot, Orium has no choice but to come clean. He admits he was at school when the explosion happened, but insists he's completely unharmed. As a nurse, however, Ariam knows better. She fires back that not all injuries are visible, launching into a frantic lecture about the dangers of internal bleeding from shock. For her, the nightmare is just beginning. While Raisin prepared for war, Oriam was dealing with his own crisis. His sister Ariam is furious, telling him that as a nurse, she knows that not all injuries are visible. She insists he go to the emergency room immediately, even offering to call her doctor friend Noah on to get him an appointment. Oriam tries to refuse, saying he has school, but his sister is not having it. Ariam cuts him off, revealing that his school will be closed for the next week during the investigation anyway. Her tone then softens as she pleads with him to stop acting like it was no big deal, confessing just how scared she was. Seeing her genuine terror, Oriam pulls her into a tight hug. She whispers that she was terrified he was one of the 9 students who died. The raw emotion reminds Oriam of another painful time he saw his sister this distraught. To finally put her mind at ease, he gives in. He promises to get checked out the next day and tells her not to worry anymore. True to his word, the following day finds Oriam in a hospital waiting room. Soon enough, a nurse calls his name and he's led into the examination room. Inside, he meets the doctor Noah An, who greets him warmly. Dr. An says he's Ariam's brother and asks if Oriam remembers meeting him once before, but our hero seems to be drawing a blank. Oriam can't place him, so Dr. An tries to jog his memory, reminding him they met last year on Christmas. Oriam racks his brain, trying to recall the moment. Suddenly it clicks, a memory flashes in his mind, and he lets out a gasp of recognition. The scene shifts away from the guild raid to a doctor's office, where Oriam is having a checkup. He suddenly recognizes the doctor. It's Noah An, his sister Ariam's friend who once brought her home drunk on Christmas. Dr. An is impressed. Oriam remembers him and notes how much our hero has grown, dismissing it as a normal teenage growth spurt. Dr. An then pulls up the results of Oriam's physical. Seeing the doctor's serious expression, Oriam immediately gets nervous, asking if something is wrong, but Noah just laughs it off, reassuring him that everything is perfectly fine, much to Oriam's relief. However, there was one thing that struck him as unusual. Dr. An explains that Oriam's test results are almost *2* perfect. Every single value matches the statistical average exactly. He points out that even healthy athletes show slight variations, but Oriam's numbers are precise down to the decimal, a biological impossibility. Oriam asks if this is a bad thing, but the doctor simply says he's surprised by how healthy he is, attributing it to his youth. But Oriam connects the dots himself. He realizes the reason his body is so flawless is because he's no longer fully human. He's a game character, running on perfect, pre-programmed stats. Sensing the mood shift, Dr. An changes the subject, asking how Oriam has been feeling emotionally. He brings up the horrible accident at school where people died, expressing his concern since Oriam was right in the middle of it. The question triggers a flood of traumatic memories, the bodies of his classmates, the terrifying grin of Yoon Hyung-beek, and the raw, violent power of his own transformation into the Avenger. The horror of that day is still fresh. He finally admits that he's filled with an indescribable anger. He's furious with himself, believing he could have prevented the tragedy if he'd just been a little stronger. He's being crushed by the guilt of not being able to save them. Dr. An listens with empathy, telling Oriam it's not his fault and that the accident was unavoidable. He explains that this feeling is survivor's guilt, a common and heavy burden for those who live through such horrific events. While the guild war rages inside the game, a much quieter battle is being fought in the real world. Oriam is with Dr. Noah An, his sister's friend, who is explaining the nature of survivor's guilt. He tells Oriam that people who survive accidents often blame themselves, wondering if they could have done more. The doctor's words hit home. He advises Oriam to forgive himself for what happened in the past so that if a similar crisis ever happens again, he'll be ready to face it without hesitation. As Oriam listens, a strange sensation washes over him. He feels like someone just used a healing skill on him, a warm and floating feeling that he can't quite place. Dr. An finishes by suggesting that Oriam see a counselor if the trauma continues to bother him, warning that scars from youth can last a lifetime. Thanking him for the advice, Oriam gets ready to leave. But just as he's about to go, the doctor stops him with a surprising question. He asks Oriam if he's been playing any video games lately. Dr. An reveals that Oriam mentioned Oriam is quite good at Ergosphere Online. Oriam, caught off guard, admits he plays sometimes but has been busy with school. That's when Dr. An drops the bomb. He's also an Ergosphere Online user. He enthusiastically suggests they play together sometime, telling Oriam to get in touch through his sister when he's free. As Oriam leaves the hospital, his mind races. He wonders why his sister would be telling Dr. An about his gaming habits, and a new thought suddenly occurs to him. Maybe they're closer than he realized. The pieces click into place, them drinking together on Christmas, and Orium has a full-blown sister complex meltdown right there in the hallway, horrified by the possibility that Orium might actually be dating someone. His internal screaming is interrupted by his phone ringing. He pulls it out to see an incoming call from none other than Sewol Kim. The timing couldn't be more perfect, snapping him out of his panic and pulling his focus back to the game and the dangers that lie ahead. At that same moment, as the guild war rages, Orium meets up with Sewol before their rendezvous with Raisin. He's confused about their strange meeting spot, but Sewol seems distant and hesitant to explain. Without warning, she asks him to turn around and then embraces him from behind. She asks him to just stay still for 30 seconds, leaving our hero completely flustered. Sewol finally opens up, confessing she's been haunted by the memory of Sojeong almost dying. She tells him she feels selfish for hesitating, believing she's just as shamefully self-centered as her parents. But Orium immediately understands her true conflict. He explains that she only paused because of him, using a skill would have penalized him as well. He reassures her that she was thinking of everyone, and in the end, she made the right call and saved Sojeong, proving she isn't selfish at all. After a quiet thank you, the tender moment shatters. Sewol, beet red, shoves him off, hilariously accusing him of improper contact and demanding 5 strawberry milks as compensation. When Orium calls out the double standard, a single glare is enough to shut him up. But before the raid on Chaos kicked off, Orium and Sewol received an unexpected summons from Guild Raisin. Sewol wonders aloud why the top-ranked guild wants to see them, guessing they probably just want to exchange items or information. They arrive at what appears to be Raisin's headquarters, where they're met by the guildmaster herself, Seungha. Seungha doesn't waste any time, dropping a bombshell. Raisin is moving against Chaos tonight. A shocked Sewol immediately asks how they managed to find the PK Guild's hideout. Seungha explains that the real breakthrough came after the attack on Orium's high school. They had several plausible locations staked out, and saw a Chaos member flee the school and rush back to one of them. After observing multiple members coming and going, they're positive it's the real base and not a trap. Sewol asks why Raisin is telling them all this. Seungha smiles, knowing exactly which buttons to push. She asks them a simple question: don't they want revenge? She reminds them that Chaos went after their school and their friends, offering them the chance to crush their enemies one by one. She quickly plays it off, claiming she isn't ordering them, but simply didn't want them to be mad about being left out. The choice is theirs: join the assault on the Chaos hideout tonight or stay behind. For Orium, however, there is no choice. He immediately declares he'll go. He then reveals his personal stake in this fight. He knows one of the members of Chaos. They used to be friends a long time ago, but not anymore. Our hero makes his intentions crystal clear. He doesn't want anyone else taking down his former friend. He's going to do it himself. For Orium, this is personal. But how did our heroes end up on this dangerous penalty quest, forced to miss the guild war? The story cuts back to just hours earlier at the Racing Guild headquarters. As the guild finalizes their attack plan, Seungha tells her team to leave a specific target for her. She then turns to Sewol, asking if she and her party member are ready for the fight. Sewol looks away, hesitating. Seeing this, Orium steps in and tells her she doesn't have to come with him, insisting that his showdown with the bully Yoonhyung is a personal matter. But Sewol immediately shuts him down, explaining that's not the problem at all. The real issue is a new notification they just received. A quest has been assigned to them for midnight, and this time it's one they cannot reject. This is a penalty quest. Orium is floored. He realizes they must have gotten penalty points for using a healing skill on a civilian, but he assumed it would be a small fine they could easily pay off. Sewol then admits that she didn't just heal one person, she used her skills on several more people after that. Her kindness has come at a steep price. The system confirms they've accumulated a staggering 1,200 penalty points. Sewol explains the grim reality. Even if they liquidate all their cash, they'll still be 500 points short. The only way to dodge the quest is to forfeit all their status points and items, effectively resetting their characters. To make matters worse, real-world money can't be converted into game currency, leaving them completely trapped. Feeling the weight of her actions, Sewol apologizes, blaming herself for their situation. But Orium refuses to let her take the fall. He immediately tells her she has nothing to be sorry for and that she absolutely did the right thing. He argues that the system is what's wrong, punishing players for simply helping people who were hurt by the game. He tells her not to worry, and though Sewol agrees, she can't hide her troubled expression. Seungha, the Racing Guildmaster, has been quietly observing the entire exchange. She steps forward with a surprising solution, offering to lend them the 5 million won, about $4,000 to pay off the penalty. But her offer comes with a condition. She advises them to just do the penalty quest anyway and stay out of the war. With a serious look, Seung-hwa admits she's having second thoughts, concluding that their involvement in the fight against chaos is probably not a good idea. Just like that, their alliance was on ice. This all happened right before their penalty quest. In a final meeting with Raisin, Ikju-gang told Orium and Sewall to stay out of the war, reminding them they're just kids who shouldn't be forced into a fight for revenge. Seung-hwa agreed with a cold smile, promising that Raisin would handle all the dirty work. She dismissed them to get ready for their own battle, confidently stating that a 500-point penalty quest would be no problem for players of their caliber. As they walked away, Sewall remarked that the guildmaster was more reasonable than she expected, but Orium saw through it, guessing that sidelining them was just another calculated part of Seung-hwa's strategy. Sewall had to agree. Orium then changed the subject, asking if she'd checked her inventory after their last big quest. He'd found some new rewards, but Sewall admitted she was too shocked by the recent events to even look. They both opened their inventories and Sewall discovered a shocking new item, the bell that summons Argus' disciple. It was a powerful artifact, but it only had 2 uses. She asked if Orium got the same thing, but his reward was completely different. Our hero had received the key to the afternoon room, which came with the bizarre secondary function of being useful for scratching an itch. Neither of them had ever seen or heard of these items before. The descriptions were nonsensical, leaving them totally clueless as to their real purpose. But in this game, even the strangest items could hold world-breaking power. Since her bell had limited charges, Sewall suggested they try Orium's key first. He agreed, ready to see what mystery it unlocked. Orium immediately activated the item. A brilliant blue magic circle erupted at their feet, and in a blinding flash of light, the world around them dissolved into nothing. They materialized inside a luxurious, ornate room they'd never seen before. As Sewall cried out in shock, a system message welcomed them to their very own personal space, the afternoon room. After their hard-won victory, the party is suddenly pulled into a new dimension. A system message greets them, welcoming them to the afternoon room, a personal, private space. It explains this is a safe zone where they can rest, train, store items, and invite other party members or even guests. Sewall immediately recognizes it as a version of the game's rest areas. Orium, impressed by the lavish interior, suggests it would be the perfect place to meet before quests to strategize their item purchases, making their runs far more efficient. Jaein, however, is completely disoriented. He touches the walls, confirming the structure feels real, but points out that the alley they were just in has vanished. He begins to spiral, questioning where exactly they've been transported to. He even morbidly wonders if this is the afterlife. Orium quickly tells him to stop overthinking it, stating that they can't possibly figure it out with the limited information they have. For now, they simply have to accept it and move forward. Changing the subject, Jaein decides to inspect the reward item he received from the quest. He pulls up his inventory and asks the system for an explanation of the bell that summons Argus' disciple. The system reveals the bell is incredibly powerful. Using it summons a disciple of the great sage, Argus, who can answer questions about quests and monster weaknesses. If they choose not to ask anything, they'll receive a blessing skill instead. Orium and Sewall immediately agree on the obvious choice. A blessing skill can be replaced with other items, but reliable information about their challenges is priceless. Knowledge is power, after all. Without hesitation, Sewall moves to activate the bell. Orium tries to stop her, arguing they only have 2 uses and should plan their question carefully. But Sewall calmly replies that it doesn't matter because they already know exactly what they need to ask. As Orium has a flash of realization, Sewall rings the bell. A brilliant light fills the room, and from it emerges a mysterious, cloaked woman with braided blonde hair. The disciple of Argus has answered their call. Their strategizing is cut short when a brilliant light erupts and a divine being appears before them. She announces that she is the 3rd disciple of the wise Argus, here to share knowledge with those who are not enlightened. Orium and Jaein are left speechless by her beauty, but Sewall's mind is already racing, analyzing the new arrival. Never one to miss an opportunity for chaos, Sewall immediately asks the disciple about Orium's secret kinks, shocking everyone. When the divine being states she cannot answer, Sewall complains about her uselessness, earning a sharp rebuke from Jaein for nearly wasting one of their limited questions. Getting serious, Sewall uses their first official question to demand everything the disciple knows about the upcoming event, Horizon. The disciple admits she doesn't know much, but she can share the prophecies she has heard from her master. She recites a dark and cryptic prophecy. When 6 pillars collapse, thunder will crash down and forbidden doors will open on a moonless night. The unenlightened must flee to an ark because those who survive the initial chaos will all be killed by beasts. The only way to fulfill the wishes of those who remain and end the banquet is to fight and keep fighting. Elsewhere, in a luxurious modern mansion, a man in sunglasses lounges by his pool, yawning with boredom as he scrolls through his phone. He catches a flicker of movement out of the corner of his eye and dismisses it, but he's not just imagining things. A glowing blue dagger materializes in the hands of an unseen assailant. An instant later, all hell breaks loose as an assassin lunges, clashing with the man by the pool in a shower of sparks and sending him flying. The attacker, a man in black, reports into a comms link that the infiltration route is clear and asks for permission to open a portal. On the other end, a woman with purple hair and glowing eyes gives the order, declaring that she's going in first. The assassin activates his skill, and a secret passage of light tears open inside the mansion. Meanwhile, the war between the guilds is heating up. A member of Racin activates the assassin skill, the assassin's secret passage, a technique that summons a single party member but leaves the user completely immobilized. Through the resulting tear in space steps Seungha, the guildmaster of Racin herself, her eyes glowing with purpose. She and her subordinate Ikju Gang find two Chaos Guild members still guarding the entrance. Ikju apologizes for not clearing the area properly, but Seungha cuts him off. She declares that since she spotted the trash first, it's only proper etiquette for her to be the one to take it out. Before they can even react, she activates the Queen's Path, a devastating skill that attacks every enemy in a straight line. For the top-ranked guild leader, cleaning up a couple of grunts is barely a warm-up. With the entrance secured, Seungha senses that the real targets are deeper inside. She and Ikju immediately push forward, ready to confront the heart of the Chaos Guild. They enter a lavish room to find their target, Jiho Hong, the Emperor of Chaos, standing casually by a piano. He smirks, commenting that he made too much tea as he expected more than just two guests. Seungha coolly replies that two is more than enough to handle him. Drawing her blade, she tells him it's a bit late for tea and suggests a party would be more suitable. Jiho Hong finally recognizes her as Seungha Yu, the leader of Guild Racin, and says he's always wanted to meet her. Seungha agrees, adding that she's always wanted to meet him too, since Chaos members are at the very top of her kill list. The Chaos Emperor seems amused, asking if her vendetta is simply about revenge. Seungha confirms it is, partly to avenge her fallen guildmates and partly to eliminate any obstacle blocking her path to victory. Intrigued by her conviction, Jiho Hong leans in with a proposal of his own. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the event, a very different kind of meeting is taking place. The Emperor of Chaos, Jiho Hong, makes an unbelievable offer to a rival player, $17 million in cash, just to drop out of the event and walk away peacefully. But the powerful-looking woman on the other side of the table isn't having it. She refuses instantly, explaining that while she needs the prize money, she's a gamer first and foremost. People play games for the joy of winning, not to be bought out. The Emperor smirks, admitting he misjudged her. If she won't take the deal, then they'll just have to do things her way. With a sudden snap of his fingers, the negotiation is over and the trap is sprung. He activates his Emperor skill, the hidden guards and camouflaged party members instantly materialize around them. This was never a negotiation, it was an ambush from the start. The woman doesn't even flinch. She orders her companion, Siako, to open a portal and bring in the rest of their guild for a full-out war. Siako protests, telling her it will take 45 seconds to bring that many people through, asking if she can possibly hold out that long against Chaos's elites. She just smiles. She tells him it's no problem as she's held out longer in other guild wars. In fact, she might even be able to pick off one or two of the assassins before help arrives. For a player of her caliber, 45 seconds is just a warm-up. She leaps directly into the enemy ranks, activating her own field skill, the Queen's Garden. The entire area explodes in a vortex of glowing flowers, instantly blasting back the surprised attackers. The tables have been turned in an instant. The Emperor's forces are caught in her skill, which debuffs all enemy stats by 17% and inflicts continuous damage. The Chaos Guild leader can only watch as his perfect ambush is transformed into the Queen's personal killing field. But elsewhere, a far larger battle is already raging. Amidst the chaos of clashing steel, a necromancer from the Chaos Guild activates his bone spurs, only to be countered by an opponent from Racin who immediately buffs her own speed using the Queen's summons. The fight intensifies as Racin's magic gunner, Rimi Kim, unleashes a powerful energy blast, catching an enemy completely off guard. The tide of the battle is uncertain, however, and even the strongest fighters are beginning to show signs of strain. Suddenly, the necromancer Yeon Ryu confronts the guildmaster of Racin, Seungha. He smugly reminds her of a past fight they once had, but Seungha just scoffs, coldly telling him she doesn't bother remembering men she met a long time ago. Her words are as sharp as her blades. Without wasting a breath, Seungho retaliates, unleashing her multi-attack skill, the final guards, slashing at Yeon Ryu relentlessly. But Yeon Ryu came prepared. He activates a trick maker skill called Surprise Box, a nasty ability that completely stuns his opponent for 5 seconds. Seungho is caught, her movements frozen, her face a mask of pure shock. Seeing their leader immobilized, a Chaos member moves in for the kill, but Raisin's sole fighter, Ikju Gang, intercepts with a bone-shattering punch. From the shadows, the Emperor of Chaos watches, a smirk playing on his lips as his plan unfolds, while Seungho can only call out Ikju's name in alarm. The Dragon Slayer Hyun Seung rushes to Ikju's side, asking if he's hurt. Ikju brushes it off, declaring he's perfectly fine. Their healer Yoonjong confirms from the backline that the entire party is still in top condition. With her team holding the line, Seungho regains her composure. She tells them she won't be giving any special orders, they've fought this guild before. Her final command is simple and brutal: don't hesitate, just rip them to shreds. Meanwhile, from the shadows, the Emperor of Chaos, Jiho Hong, watches the battle unfold. His subordinate Yeon Ryu asks for the order to move forward with their plan, but the Emperor holds him back. He decides to simply observe for now, curious to see the famed guild Raisin in person for the first time. He steps back, putting Ryu in charge of the front lines. The Chaos forces on the ground feel the pressure. This isn't a one-sided slaughter, it's an even match. They realize that until one side loses a member and the balance is broken, it's impossible to predict who will win this brutal war. And so the Clash of Titans continues, a chaotic flurry of skills and steel as Raisin and Chaos remain locked in a deadly stalemate. The story then cuts to Orium and Sewall meeting up with Jaein later that night on a quiet university campus. They joke about the possibility of running into sleep-deprived graduate students, agreeing they should be careful not to be spotted. Jaein gets straight to the point, revealing a new theory he's developed about the prophecies. He asks them to consider that the Horizon event might not be triggered by a specific date, but only after certain hidden conditions are met, like unlocking a secret boss. Sewall points out the prophecy didn't explicitly say that, but Jaein directs her to a specific line: when the 6 pillars collapse, thunder will come crashing down. He believes this isn't just flavor text, it's the condition itself. If users can make these 6 pillars collapse, the event will begin. The question is, what and where are these pillars? Elsewhere, 2 other users stand before a system interface as a quest notification appears. It's about to begin in 1 minute. The system explains this is a normal raid, but with a twist, it's a joint quest. Other users will be participating, and unlike competitive quests, as long as anyone clears it, everyone gets a reward. Cooperation is not just possible, but encouraged. Hearing this, the woman with him immediately suggests they can just slack off and let another user do all the work. The man sleepily agrees for a second before snapping out of it. He declares they can't do that, they have to clear the quest quickly to make sure no one else gets hurt in the process. Elsewhere, another pair of users prepares for the event. The man jokes around, but the woman is all business, telling him to open his inventory and get ready to fight. Meanwhile, Orium and Sewall wait for the quest to begin. Sewall worries they might get paired with members of Chaos, but Orium is confident the PK Guild is too busy fighting Raisin. They hope for competent teammates, figuring it would make clearing the quest much easier. Just then, the system announces the preparation period has ended and the event starts now. Orium and Sewall are transported to the quest zone, an empty urban street, but something is off. Sewall notes how quiet it is, and Orium agrees these things usually start with a bang. As if on cue, a loud crash echoes from behind a nearby building. That must be it. Thinking it's the monster they need to hunt, they immediately start running towards the sound. But they're not the only ones here. The other pair of users hears the sound too, but the woman with the staff suddenly freezes. She tells her partner they don't need to go anywhere because something is coming straight for them. Before Orium and Sewall can reach the building, their plans are derailed. A player with green hair comes sprinting out of an alley, screaming at the top of his lungs. He's not fighting, he's running for his life, sobbing and begging for someone to help him. Orium and Sewall can only stare, completely stunned. This wasn't a monster hunt, it was a manhunt. The story then flashes back, revealing how Orium and Sewall first met their new companion. A desperate Jaein Bei runs through the desolate city, frantically searching for other users. When he finally spots 2 figures, he cries out for help. But instead of a friendly face, he's met with a blade to his throat. The 2 users are none other than Orium and Sewall, and they are taking 0 chances. Jaein is stunned, pleading that he's unarmed. Orium tells him that's precisely what makes him suspicious. A player wandering around without a weapon out could be a PK user baiting them into a trap. Sewall agrees, demanding he reveal his weapon and class before they'll even consider talking. With no other choice, Jaein complies. He summons his weapon, Kyria's guiding sword, and explains that it's an item exclusive to the adventurer class. This stumps our heroes. An adventurer is a merchant-type class not built for combat. When Orium asks what his rank was, Jaein admits he never had one, he only played the game to enjoy the story. This revelation shatters their previous assumption that only high-ranking players had evolved. Sewall speculates that the conditions for evolution must be far more complicated than they thought, but their analysis is cut short when Jaein screams a warning: monsters are closing in. A massive creature Orium has never seen before emerges from the darkness. He identifies it as a special type. As Jaein panics, Sewall shoves him out of the way, telling him to get back if he's not going to fight. Without hesitation, Sewall activates her skill, Chain Imprisonment Trap. Glowing chains erupt towards the monster, ready to bind it as Orium and Jaein look on in awe. But while the top guilds wage war, Orium, Sewall, and Jaein are locked in a completely different battle. They face a bizarre monster, and Orium quickly realizes its main strengths are its incredible speed and flexibility. He clashes with the creature, blocking its relentless assault. The monster's power isn't overwhelming, but its attack pattern is impossible to predict. Unlike normal monsters with a single joint in their arms, this thing has two, making its movements chaotic and unreadable. Orium knows he's on a timer. He has to figure out the pattern and find its weak spot, and he has to do it now. Suddenly, Sewall's voice cuts through the chaos. She yells at him to stab the right side of its torso, revealing that the monster already has a wound there. Before Orium can even question it, she activates a skill, the voice from beyond the labyrinth. A wave of power washes over him, boosting his stats for the critical strike. With new strength and a clear target, our hero doesn't hesitate. He lunges forward, bypassing the creature's defenses and plunging his sword deep into its wounded side. The plan works perfectly. The monster is stunned, its weak spot struck. Seeing her chance, Sewall prepares to end it. She unleashes her own skill, the Evil Hands Trap, ensnaring the paralyzed monster and finishing it off for good. As the dust settles, Orium thinks the quest is over, but Jaein quickly corrects him. He explains that this was likely the gatekeeper of the northern castle, and according to the lore, there are always two. Orium is confused, having never seen this monster in the game. Jaein reveals it's part of a hidden story, only accessible by giving a specific item to an NPC. The tale speaks of a betrayed count who locked his castle, guarded by two powerful gatekeepers. Their work here isn't done yet. As the battle between guilds rages elsewhere, Orium and Sewall are getting a history lesson from Jaein. He explains the lore of the gatekeepers, warriors so loyal they guarded their count even after being betrayed. Sewall, ever practical, asks how he could possibly know the monster they fought was one of them. Jaein reveals his source, hidden murals in the northern obsidian dungeon that tell the entire story. Sewall is stunned by this level of hidden detail. She asks Jaein if he knows all the game's secrets, and he casually replies that, including online research, he probably knows about 98% of it. This guy isn't just a player, he's a living encyclopedia. He explains that while most players just focus on action, Ergosphere is an entire world filled with stories. He gets so lost in exploring that he once played for over 50 hours straight, a feat that shocks Sewall, who wonders how he didn't die from exhaustion. But Orium cuts right to the point. If he's so knowledgeable and his adventurer class can fight, why was he running away? Jaein's confidence shatters. He admits he's terrified of combat, having barely scraped through the tutorial. He rejected every quest just trying to lead a normal, peaceful life. He reveals his current forced quest is just because he racked up penalty points using a discount skill on a second-hand item. He breaks down, begging Orium and Sewall to protect him, admitting they are clearly leagues above him in skill. Sewall whispers to Orium that Jaein seems harmless and could be useful. Orium considers it, then makes a proposal. They'll help him survive the quest, but in return, he has to tell them everything he knows about the mysterious Horizon. The name instantly gets a reaction. Jaein connects Horizon to something called the Holy Ground and a ritual performed by cults. He knows exactly what they're talking about and eagerly agrees to share everything, even if his knowledge is fragmented and mixed with conjecture. With the term set, Orium agrees. They shake on it, forging a new alliance built on a trade of protection for priceless information. Elsewhere, Jaein Bey strikes a deal with a mysterious figure, promising to do everything in his power to help their cause. Back with the party, Orium, Sewall, and Jaein have just exchanged contact info. Sewall, ever the strategist, declares they've wasted enough time and need to finish the quest. Jaein steps up, offering to use a unique adventure skill called the Pathfinder Light, which can reveal the location of quest targets. The skill activates, pointing a beam of light towards the back of a nearby building. Without hesitation, the three of them sprint towards the final monster's location. But when they arrive, they find a nasty surprise. It's not one gatekeeper, it's two. Sewall shoots a death glare at Jian, who panics and insists the lore he researched never specified the exact number. As Jian frets about how to handle two tough enemies, Orium shuts him down. He tells Sewall he's taking them both on at the same time now that he knows their weak spot. All he needs is her support, and she calmly agrees. Jian is floored by the sheer confidence. Orium explains that he's already memorized their attack patterns, and besides, they're just penalty quest monsters worth a measly 500 points. With that, he leaps forward, arm glowing with power, ready to end it. Jian can only stare in disbelief at our hero's audacity, while Sewall watches on, completely unfazed and ready to act. As Orium stands before his sister, his mind flashes back to the dungeon raid that solidified his new team. Jian Bei watches in awe as Orium fights, amazed by his reflexes and guts. He's seen plenty of users, but never anyone like this. For the first time, Jian feels a surge of hope. With a fighter like Orium, his impossible goal might finally be within reach. In the heat of battle, Orium is a whirlwind of destruction, leaping and slashing through high-level monsters as if they were nothing, leaving shattered enemies in his wake. But he isn't fighting alone. Just as a masked creature lunges, Sewall perfectly times her support, activating the quagmire trap to lock the enemy down, creating the perfect opening for a counterattack. Orium immediately capitalizes on it, unleashing his Avenger-class skill, the twice-blooming flower, which boosts his damage by a massive 40%. His blade erupts with power as he moves in for the kill. The combo attack is flawless. As the monster crumbles, Sewall taunts it for walking right into her thorn trap. Watching from the sidelines, Jian is blown away by their perfect synergy, his belief solidified. A party like this makes anything possible. Jian is completely floored by their combat prowess, realizing that with a party this strong, they might actually be able to stop the apocalyptic plan he's so terrified of. He has to know what drives them, asking Orium and Sewall why they're willing to risk their lives in a game like this. Sewall's answer is simple and heroic. She tells him that when these monsters appear, real people get hurt, and since they have the power to stop them, it's their responsibility to fight back. Her conviction leaves Jian speechless for a second before he bursts out laughing, calling her even more incredible than he thought. He jokes that her noble cause makes him feel shallow for even thinking about their original goal, the huge cash reward for clearing the event. Right on cue, the system announces they've cleared the gatekeepers of the Northern Castle quest. As the reward screen pops up, Sewall tells them to just pick something random, figuring they'll lose it all as a penalty anyway. The system accepts their choice and begins a 60-second countdown to log them out. Before they're sent back, Orium reminds Jian of their deal. They protected him, so now he owes them the full story on Horizon. Jian happily agrees, offering to organize everything he knows and send it over. Sewall, ever the strategist, suggests they meet up in person instead. It would be easier to ask questions and get the full picture. Orium immediately agrees, seeing the logic in a face-to-face meeting. As they discuss the details, Jian notices something unsettling in Orium's gaze. There's a subtle, dangerous power in his eyes that sends a shiver down his spine. Shaking off the feeling, Jian cheerfully agrees to meet up tomorrow, admitting he's unemployed and has all the time in the world. He formally introduces himself as Jian Bei, a 25-year-old aspiring game developer, earning an unimpressed stare from Orium, who mutters that they didn't ask for his life story. They agree to sort out the time and place later and part ways. Back in the real world, Jian can't stop thinking about them. He knows he just teamed up with two incredibly talented and potentially terrifying users. Elsewhere, a mysterious blonde man looks over his investigation board, realizing he's running out of time. He thinks about asking for help, but looking at old photos, he knows he can't make the choice. He clutches a glowing red device, declaring that no one can be allowed to have this encrypted code key. The scene shifts to an intense training battle. A user activates the Berserker skill I Am the Cataclysm, which boosts their attack by 2.5 times and grants a 40% chance of paralysis. In a flash of blue energy, their opponent is instantly stunned, caught completely off guard. Their teammate immediately leaps into action, activating the Wild Lancer skill, Baptism of the Wolfgale. The skill allows for a rapid 3-hit combo designed to push the opponent back, giving them a chance to recover. The attack lands, but it's met with a ferocious counter. The two fighters clash in a massive explosion of energy. It's Ikjugang, the sole fighter from Racing, and he's not holding back. His opponent is revealed to be his own guildmate, Rimi Kim, the magic gunner. She peppers him with a barrage of shots from her twin pistols before preparing to activate another powerful skill. This isn't a real fight, it's Racing's brutal training regimen. Back on the battlefield, the fight between Racing and Chaos rages on. Rimi Kim, Racing's magic gunner, unleashes her skill, Bird Shot No. 3, a guided missile of pure energy that homes in on its target. The attack detonates with massive force, sending a Chaos member flying. He's knocked down but confirms to his teammate that he's still in the fight. Suddenly, a flash of light appears as Hyun Seung, the Dragon Slayer, teleports directly into the fray using his Angel's Descent skill. He calmly tells his battered party members not to worry, he's here now and he's going to take care of every last one of them. As the brutal exchange of blows continues, Raisin's guildmaster Seungha takes stock of the situation. She notes that Chaos is running low on healing potions and considers their standard procedure, picking off the front line one by one. But she quickly realizes that's a losing strategy. With everyone bunched up, it would just waste time and skills. Instead, she identifies a new target, the one man who has been standing back, observing the entire fight without moving a muscle, the Emperor. Her team confirms his rare class, deducing he must be the leader of Chaos. They've been trying to break through, but his guild members have been defending him like an iron wall. For Seungha, the path is clear. To shake up a chessboard, you have to aim for the king. She lays out the plan, a simultaneous, all-out rush on the Emperor. The move will force Chaos's defense to crumble as they scramble to protect their leader. One of her members worries they'll be surrounded, but Seungha points out their critical advantage. Raisin has healers and Chaos does not. With no more hesitation, she tells her guild to stay close and leaps into action, leading the charge herself. As a queen's guard, she activates her piercing skill, the saber of rose thorns, carving a path straight toward her target. The sudden shift in tactics doesn't go unnoticed. The Emperor's subordinate, Ryuyeon, panics, realizing the rankers have figured out who's in charge. He urges his master to escape using their teleportation box, admitting that he can't possibly block the entire racing guild by himself. The Emperor, however, is completely unfazed. He coolly tells his underling there's no need to run. In fact, he suspected this would happen all along. With a sinister smile, he reveals his ultimate trump card. He has a hound dog. The Emperor of Chaos elaborates, explaining that he has a hound dog capable of ripping the throats out of their enemies and reversing this entire disastrous situation. This ultimate weapon is none other than the Reaper himself, Jiho Hong. But the battle that forced Chaos's hand was a brutal one. Back in the heart of the fight, the members of Raisin could only watch in horror, screaming their healer's name as he fell. Yoonjung's last stand was nothing short of heroic. Battered and broken, his HP drops to a critical 1%, but a special item, the Mary Ann doll, activates, restoring his health to 15% for one last chance. His opponent dismisses the flimsy item, declaring it's a waste of time before activating a devastating skill, Rampage of Death. But Yoonjung isn't done yet. He activates the Grace of the Constellation, boosting his physical defense to 70% and magical defense to 55%. He knows that as the healer, if he falls, the guild's entire assault crumbles. He resolves to hold the line even if it costs him his life. With his last breath, he screams for Ikju and Rimi. Hearing his plea, Guildmaster Seungha orders them to cover Yoonjung immediately, vowing that the rest of them will continue the attack. Hyun Seung warns her that she'll be surrounded without their main damage dealers. Seungha simply tells him not to worry. It's the leader's job to pick up the slack, and with that, she clashes head-on with her enemy. From the sidelines, members of Chaos watch in disbelief. They admit that even after being pushed this far, Seungha is still on the offensive, far braver than they ever gave her credit for. But the Emperor of Chaos isn't about to let Guild Raisin just walk away. He observes their withdrawal formation splitting into two groups and gives a quiet order to his subordinate, Ryuyeon. Ryuyeon simply smirks, confirming he knows exactly what needs to be done. Ryuyeon immediately relays the new strategy to the rest of the Chaos Guild. The plan is simple: focus all attacks on the Guildmaster, Seungha. He declares that once their leader falls, the rest of Raisin are nothing but weaklings who can be easily crushed. As the Chaos members charge, one of Raisin's top fighters, Hyun Seung, intercepts the attack. He scoffs at the insult, asking who exactly they're calling a weakling. If a dragon slayer like him is weak, he sneers, then what does that make the Chaos member? A cockroach scuttling around in a toilet. The Chaos attacker recognizes the rare Dragon Slayer class and grits his teeth in annoyance. From the sidelines, the Emperor watches with a grin. He knew it wouldn't be this easy. Even with their formation broken, rankers are still rankers. This changes nothing. The Emperor decides it's time to stop playing around. He raises a hand, glowing with golden energy, and activates one of his ultimate skills, the Emperor's Audience. Suddenly, the Raisin fighters are frozen solid. The Emperor's skill is a devastating area of effect debuff, slashing the stats of everyone caught by 65% and completely immobilizing up to 5 targets for a full 25 seconds. Hyun Seung is trapped, realizing just how impossibly unfair this fight has become. With Hyun Seung paralyzed, the Chaos member takes his revenge, landing a clean, powerful blow. He laughs, telling the dragon slayer that if he's a cockroach, then Hyun-seung is the trash he feeds on. He then screams for the rest of the guild to use this opening and annihilate Seungha once and for all. The full force of chaos crashes down on the helpless Seungha. As explosions rock the battlefield and her allies cry out her name, a mysterious hooded figure suddenly materializes in the middle of the fight. The figure unleashes a powerful light. It's a blessing skill, specifically the monk's unhindered enlightenment. This single ability not only restores 55% of a target's HP, but crucially, it completely removes all active debuffs. In an instant, the Emperor's crippling hold is shattered. Yoonjung's final blessing pours into Hyun-seung, the dragon slayer. Seungha tells him the timing is perfect, warning him not to let their healer's sacrifice go to waste. Hyun-seung, his eyes blazing with borrowed power, promises that he won't. At that exact moment, Rimi Kim slams her flag into the ground, unleashing her ultimate move, God Save the Queen. For 60 seconds, her offensive power and agility are boosted by a staggering 550%. She tells the Chaos members they made a fatal mistake by not eliminating her sooner, because now it's game over. Empowered, Rimi becomes a whirlwind of destruction, cutting down anyone in her path. But she knows she's on a timer. She realizes she doesn't need to wipe out the grunts, she just has to take down the head of the snake before her ultimate wears off, the Emperor himself. She lunges straight for Jiho Hong, but Ryuyeon intercepts her, vowing that she won't get past him. He activates his Trick Maker skill, Room of Mirrors, an ability designed to reflect attacks and chain them into deadly combos. The mirrors do their job, redirecting Rimi's own attack back at her in a series of brutal strikes. But as blood drips from her chin, she just smirks, looking past Ryuyeon to tell the Emperor that it's over. The entire charge was just a feint. Because while Ryuyeon was focused on stopping her, Raisin's sole fighter, Ikjugang, had already slipped past their defenses. He appears right in front of the Emperor and activates his signature skill, Iron Fists. The other Raisin members cheer, screaming that he landed the hit. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the Emperor of Chaos, Jiho Hong, finally understands the trick. The woman he'd been fighting wasn't Seungha at all. It was a high-level puppet master's skill, a wax doll with a soul. He's been played. Far from the battle, the real Seungha gets the report. Her 13th doll has been destroyed. She's completely unfazed, noting that the doll could only wield 40% of her true power. But thanks to her linked senses, she saw everything she needed to see. Mission was a complete success. Seungha orders a full withdrawal, explaining that the main goal was always just reconnaissance. They gathered crucial data on Chaos's strength, including the Emperor's domination and obedience skill. Losing a few of their own was a regrettable but necessary price to confirm just how dangerous Raisin truly is. And next time, Seungha declares she'll handle them herself. The next morning, the tension from the previous night seems to have settled. Orium finds his sister Ariam in the kitchen, cooking for him before she heads out to meet a friend. He's a little taken aback, but she just says it was her turn. After a quiet moment, she asks him to run to the convenience store for salt, and Orium immediately agrees. As Orium heads out to the store, his sister watches him leave, a thoughtful expression on her face. Meanwhile, Ariam reflects on her brother's maturity. She feels a mix of pride and guilt, realizing that Orium has been trying too hard to act like an adult, as if to assure her that she doesn't need to worry about him. Her thoughts are interrupted by a young woman standing in the hallway. When Ariam asks who she is, the woman explains she's visiting a friend. The situation gets awkward when Ariam reveals that the stranger is standing directly in front of her apartment door. The pieces click into place for the visitor. She looks at Ariam with dawning realization and asks if she happens to be Orium's older sister. Back in the apartment, Orium remembers seeing Sewall with her distinct hair color. At the same time, Ariam smiles and confirms her identity to the girl in the hallway. It's Sewall. Just then, the door clicks open. Orium walks in, completely oblivious, asking if his sister remembered to buy salt. He then sees Sewall standing right there with her and freezes in utter shock. Ariam cheerfully announces that she not only got the salt, but also found his friend on the way. Orium panics, stammering as he realizes this is the girl who visited when he wasn't home, wondering how on earth the two of them ended up together. The friendly act drops with Sewall as her witness. Ariam looks her brother dead in the eye. The time for games is over. She demands he finally tell her what really happened that night.